I'm not a responsible.
I'm seeing this photo.
Maybe you're a big rainbow call attack for fried Shabbat. Look in the freezer. That took us forever.
There are young people
Just two.
question. One of the reasons not to agree with the synagogue is it's being other
Oh, that may be for two. We'll run tomorrow. Those books are like for the year or so. I don't know.
Tip from Niagara Falls, New York, as I like this dropping off at my house.
Oh, I didn't check. Oh, no. Oh, excellent. Oh, that's lovely.
Soraim Tovim, very good afternoon to everyone. We welcome you to Temple Beth Tzedek. We are looking forward to a night and early morning of study and camaraderie. We are so glad to be doing this in person once again this year. It's 2 years in a row after having it remote 2 years in a row. And while, of course, we never wish to go back to the remote, we can never take anything for granted. So we are once again pleased to see everybody here. We will start, before we get into the holiday of Shavuot, we will start with the weekday afternoon service. Our cantor, Mark Spindler, will lead us page 1 in the Shabbat and Festival Siddur.
אשרי יושבי ביתך עוד יעלוך הסלוש. תהילת אדוני ידבר פיו, ויברך כל בשר שם קדשו לעולם ועד, ואנחנו נברך יה, מעתה ועד עולם, הללויה. יתקרא ויקדש שמי רבה, ילמד יברך חירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכנו ויומכנו וחיי כל בית ישראל, בגלה ובזמן קריב ויאמרו, יהי שמי רבה מברך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי לקודשו, לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירן בעלמה ואמרו.
Amen. We rise and recite, the cantor will lead out loud the first couple pages of the Mincha Amidah 3a and 4, and then we'll continue individually through page 9.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu v'Elohei Avotenu, Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak v'Elohei Yaakov, Ha'el HaGadol HaGibor v'Hanora, El Elyon, Gomel Chasadim Tovim v'Konei HaKol, v'Zocher Chastei Avot, Umevi Goel Livnei v'Nehem Leman Shemo B'Yahava, Melech Ozer Umoshia Umagen, Baruch atah Adonai, Magen Avraham, Ata Gibor Le'olam Adonai, Mechayei Metim Ata Rav Lehoshia, Mechalkel Chaim Bechesed, Mechayei Metim Berachamim Rabim, Somech Noflim V'Rofei Cholim Umatir Asurim, Mekayim Emunato Lishenei Afar. Mi chamocha bal gevurot umido melach, Melech Meimit Umchayeh Umatzmiach Yeshua, V'ne'eman Atala Chayot Meitim, Baruch atah Adonai, Mechayei HaMeitim. נקדש את שמך בעולם כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב על יד נביאך וקרא זה לזה ויאמר. קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות מלוך על הארץ כבודו, ליומתם ברוך יאמרו. ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו, ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור. וימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהיך ציון לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, ולנצח נצחים קדושותך נקדיש. שבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד, כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני האל הקדוש.
Feel free to continue at your own pace if you're still reciting the Amidah. Page 10 is Kaddish Shalem, followed by Aleinu on 11.
יתקרא ויקדש שמי רבה, ועולמה דברך חירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכון ויומכון וחייר כל בית ישראל, בגלה וזמן קריב אמרו, יהי שמי רבו מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה, לעילה מנקבחתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, תמירן בעלמה ואמרו, תתקבל צלותנו ואותון דכל ישראל, קדם אבוהון דיבישמעיה ואמרו, יהי שלום רבו מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו עושה שלום במרומיו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל לתת גדולה ליוצא בראשית שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונם ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא ככתוב בתורתך אדוני אמלוך לעולם ועד ונאמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא ביום יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד.
For those mourning, those observing Yartzeit mourners, Kaddish is on page 12. Yitgadal v'yitkadash shemeh rabam v'yalma divrak yiruteh v'yamlich malchuteh v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayeh dechol beit Yisrael ba'agalau v'zman kari v'imru amen yehi shmeh rabam v'varach le'olam olamei almaya yiparach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh V'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shmei dekudsha b'richu le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechamata da'amiran bi'alma v'imru amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'mromav hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Please be seated for just a moment. I just want to do a quick moment of housekeeping. Our teachings will begin at 8:30 p.m. approximately. We will be starting Mariv in just a moment. So for those who are wondering about the setup of everything, because it is different than last year's setup regarding, of course, as you're all wondering, where's the food? So last year the food was right in the courtyard. This year, which since we have not only the brand new kitchen but also the brand new social hall, we're going to be able to offer food there. And Linda Boxer has been busying herself in the last little bit making coffee because she said better that than trying to make it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So if over the course of the evening and the early morning, if you need a little break to stretch, to refuel or what have you, that's where we'll go. We kindly ask that food and drink not be brought into this sanctuary unless it's water. But certainly we can enjoy we can take part in the joys of Yom Tov as well as learning. I hope everybody's able to stick around for as long as they can. We will continue now with the evening service to welcome in the holiday of Shavuot. Kindly rise if you're able. We'll start with the call to worship on page 28.
Baruchu et Adonai HaMevorach.
Baruch Adonai Varach Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai HaMevorach Le'olam Va'ed.
You may be seated.
ומעביר יום ומביא לילה ומבדיל בין יום ובין לילה אדוני צבאות שמו אל חי וקיים תמיד ימלוך עלינו לעולם ועד ברוך אתה אדוני המעריב הרועבים. כי הם חיינו ויארך ימינו ובהם להגה יומם ולילה ואהבתך אל תסיר ממנו לעולמים ברוך אתה אדוני אוהב עמו ישראל שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך וקשרתם לאות על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך Adonai Elohechem emet.
Page 32.
המעביר בנוב בין גזרי ים סוף, את רודפיהם ואת שונאיהם בתומו תיבא, וראו בניו גבורתו, שיבחו והודו לשמו, ומלכותו ברצון קיבלו עליהם משה ובני ישראל, לך אנו שירה בשמחה רבה, ויאמרו כולם, מלכותך ראו בניך בוקע יום לפני משה, זה אלי אנו, ויאמרו אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. ונאמר כי פדו אדוני את יעקב וגלו מיד חזק ממנו, ברוך אתה אדוני גואל ישראל. ושמור צאתנו ובואנו לחיים ולשלום מעתה ועד עולם, ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך, ברוך אתה אדוני הפורס סוכת שלום עלינו ועל כל עמו ישראל ועל ירושלים.
Please rise, the sixth line on page 34.
וידבר משה את מועדי אדוני אל בני ישראל, אל בני ישראל.
Thus Moses proclaimed the festivals of Adonai before the people Israel.
יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבה ביעלמו דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי וחייכנו ויומכנו וחי לכל בית ישראל בגולה ובזמן הקריב אמרו אמן. ישמי רבו מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשו לעילא מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן בעלמו ואמרו
Amen. We remain standing and continue with the Mariv for Festivals, pages 41 through 44. Please include relevant passages for the holiday of Shavuot. Feel free to continue at your own pace if you're still reciting the Amidah. Kaddish Shalem is in the middle of page 48.
יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבה ויעלמה דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי וחייכנו ויומכנו וחי לכל בית ישראל בגולה ובזמן קריב אמרו יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן בעלמה ואמרו תתקבל צלותון ובאותון דכל ישראל קדם אבוהון דבשמיא ואמרו יהי שלום רבו מן שמיא וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו עושה שלום במרומו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו Amen.
Rise if you're able for the Kiddush on page 50, followed by Aleinu on 51.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Asher bacha banu mikol am veromemano mikol lashon vekireshanu b'mitzvotav Vatiten lanu Adonai Eloheinu be'ahava Moadim lesimcha chagim uzmanim lesason Et Yom Chag HaShavuot Hazeh Zeman Matan Toratenu Mikra Kodesh Zecher Litziat Mitzrayim Kivanu v'charta V'otanu kidashta mikol ha'amim U'moadei kodshecha Besimcha u'vesason hinechaletanu Baruch atah Adonai Mekadesh Yisrael v'hazmanim Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehecheyanu v'kiyemanu v'higianu lazman hazeh Aleinu l'shabeach l'adon hakol Lateit gedula l'yotze bereshit שלא עשנו כגויי ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונם, ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא. ככתוב בתורתך, אדוני ימלוך לעולם וערב, ונאמר, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא, ביום יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו echad.
For those in mourning, those observing yard-side mourners, Kaddish, page 52. Yigdal v'yitkadosh shemeh rabam v'ya'omad yivrak yiruteh v'yamlich malchuteh v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayeh dechol beit Yisrael ba'agalau v'zman kari v'imru amen yehi shmei rabam v'vorach le'olam l'mei omaya Yiparach v'yishtabach v'yipa'ar v'yitromam v'yinaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shmei dekudsha b'richu La'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechamata damiran v'yalma v'imru amen Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chaim alenu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen Oseh shalom b'murmav Huya says shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. You may be seated. Yigdal, page 53.
יגדל אלוהים חי וישתבח, נמצא וילד אל מציאותו, אחד ואין יחיד כייחודו, נעלם וגם אין סוף לאחדותו, אין לו דמות הגוף ואין הגוף, לא נערוך אליו קדושתו, קדמון לכל דבר אשר נברא, ראשון ואין ראשית לראשית. ראשיתו, הינו אדון עולם וכל נוצר, יורה גדולתו ומלכותו, שפע נבואתו נתונו, אל אנשי סגולתו ותפארתו, לא קם בישראל כמו שעוד, נביא ומביט את אמונתו, אמת נתן לעמו על יד נביאו נאמן ביתו, לא יחליפו אל ולא ימיר דתו, לעולמים לזולתו, צופה ויודע סתורנו, מביט לסוף דבר בקדמותו, גומל איש חסד כמפעלו, נותן לראש הרע כרשעתו, ישלח לקץ ימין משיחנו, לפתות מחכה קץ ישועתו, מתים יחיה אל ברוב חסדו, ברוך הדעת שם תהילתו, מתים יחיה אל ברוב חסדו, ברוך הדעת שם
Chag Sameach, Yasher Koach, and thank you to our cantor, Mark Spindler, for leading us in our services to start us out. Todah Rabbah, always a pleasure. We are going to commence with the Tikkun teachings in just a moment. I want to give just an overall introduction, just so you have a sense of what is what lies ahead over the next number of hours. We are going to start in a couple of moments with our keynote, Rabbi Sarah Rich. Then So each speaker will have about an hour to talk, and there will be a little bit of a break in between our keynote speaker and then the next, so that will maybe a good opportunity for some snacks and socialization, etc. Starting at 10 p.m., we'll hear from Rabbi Gutman, Dr. Gil Wolf, and Rabbi Lazarus Klein. That will take us to 1 a.m. Rabbi Ori Bergman is going to teach at 1 a.m. Off of camera, off the live stream. He'll be social hall or... Oh, in the courtyard. So that's where you can find Rabbi Bergman and his teaching at 1 a.m. So for those on live stream, just hang tight and we will be back. We'll have a quick break in between that, and then starting at 2:15 a.m., we'll hear from Zahava Fried, Cantor Mark Horowitz, and then I will be speaking about something at 4:15 a.m. I've got a title, I've got a source sheet, I have no idea what's going to come out of my mouth. It'll be an adventure, but it'll be fun. And then following my stuff, there will be a sunrise Yom Tov service, and certainly hope, if possible, that we can get a minyan, and so that we can do a full service. Breakfast will follow. If you can't make it to that service, there will be a Yom Tov service also at 9:30 a.m. that the cantor will run and lead. So the theme of this year's Tikkun Leil Shavuot is from the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, "A season is set for everything, a time for every experience under heaven." We will look forward to hearing from co-chairs of this event this year, Mike Steckloff and Nathan Fox. As we go through the evening, they'll be introducing some of the speakers as we go along, in our appreciation to both of them for all of their work. I have been asked to introduce Rabbi Rich and her talk. For those at Temple Beth Tzedek, she needs no introduction. For a lot of you, she really needs no introduction. She has been in the Buffalo community along with her husband Ezra, their children Miriam, Sivan, and Naomi for the last 6 years, as she has been running the Hillel at UB. And I will echo sentiments that I said at our annual meeting a couple of weeks ago, that Temple Beth Tzedek, and indeed this entire community, is extremely lucky to have her taking the reins coming in July. I want to introduce her, complete the introduction by first of all thanking her for her continual support of me and friendship over these last 3 years, of friendship that I hope will continue to grow in years to come. And also, I know we've been asked to say a couple things about the speakers. I think the best thing I can say is that Rabbi Rich is, I have never met a better active listener in my life. And so just as she will be blessing this synagogue and community with this and many other skills, certainly I hope that we will take this opportunity to actively listen to her as she presents on her topic, "To Everything There Is a Season, But Is There a Reason?" Rabbi Sarah Rich, everyone.
Chag Sameach, everybody. Thank you so much, Rabbi. That is so kind. And I also appreciate our friendship now, and you'll be hearing from me. I have a lot of questions for you, so appreciate you so much. And thank you so much to Mike, to Nathan, for co-chairing this. And it's very exciting to be a part of it again this year. And I appreciate the charge to listen to me, but this will also be a discussion. I will be asking you some questions too. So I hope that that you will respond and engage with this, and hopefully together we will come up with some new ideas that we have never had before. That's my favorite outcome of any teaching. Okay. Very good. So I want to dedicate my teaching tonight to my students over at Hillel, although they have finished for the semester, so there's really nobody over at Hillel right now. But for some reason, over the course of this year, this topic of to what extent do we have free will, or to what extent are things determined by God ahead of time, it came up a lot. With different students, coincidentally. I found myself having this conversation or variations of it over and over again. And I wanted to really use this opportunity to dive deeper into that question. So I want to dedicate this to them and thank them for the opportunity and the inspiration to think together with you about this question. I could understand why, in their stage of life, why they were thinking about this, as they, for the first time, have to start making major decisions independently. And it could be very comforting to think, whatever I pick, I was meant to pick it, so, couldn't go wrong. We, of course, know that you may end up, changing your major several times, or working in a career that has nothing to do with what you studied in college, or going back to school, or that's just academic and professional decisions, but that life, takes unexpected twists and turns all the time. But it's understandable to be looking for some assurance as you, for the first time, are making these decisions that are of great consequence, even if they're not irreversible. This is also true for events that happen to them and to all of us that they don't choose, right? And so wondering, as you become very close with somebody romantically, or as, a friendship, is this my destiny? Are we meant to be together? Or if there is unrequited love or friendships that end up torn apart for one reason or another, is this part of God's plan? Is this meant to happen in some kind of way? Trying to make sense of it all. How you answer the question of whether things in life happen for a reason or not really has an impact on how you make sense of everything that happens to you, everything that you choose to do in your life. And I believe that nobody is neutral on this question. There are all sorts of questions, in the context of Judaism that you may never really ponder. Does Shabbat end at 42 minutes after sundown or 72 minutes after sundown? That is not a question that keeps most of us up at night, although there are Jewish opinions that support either. Some of us have contemplated, this is a college favorite, is a hot dog a sandwich? I mean, there's bread, there's meat, but is it a sandwich? I don't know. So, some of us have contemplated that, and some have made it through a good chunk of their lives without maybe thinking about that until this moment. So I invite you to ponder. If I get boring, you can meditate on that for a little bit and then come back to that. But raise your hand, just, we're not, just show of hands, if you have contemplated the question of whether things happen for a reason. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. That would have been awkward if no one raised their hands. So I'm glad my intuition was correct on that. We are not neutral on this question. This is a universally pondered question, certainly that is true within Jewish thought. Typically, we fall into one of three groups when we try to answer this question. The first, idea one, that everything happens for a reason. That everything happens according to a plan. All right, that's group one. Group two, a firm belief that we are completely in control of everything. And then group three is a space between, with a proclivity towards one or the other. So who I consider group 3A are those who believe that we are in complete control, but every now and then something happens, and it just seems impossible that it's a coincidence. Group 3B, God has a plan, but every once in a while something comes up and I cannot understand how that is God's plan. usually because it's too horrific. So what's the Jewish answer to the question of free will? Guess what? It's not so simple. Like 2 Jews, 3 opinions. This is another example of that. So tonight what I want to do is to present some sources, both ancient and contemporary, from thinkers who have tried to answer this question in different ways. And I am not going to, in the next hour be able to answer for you that question of, is everything according to a plan? Is everything according to what we choose? And I'm actually not looking to impact your personal stance on this question. But what I do hope to be able to achieve is to help you answer for yourself, or if somebody asks you, what does Judaism say about this question, that you'll have some new ideas to think about for yourself or to share. So I want you to do a quick, like 1.5 minute check-in with somebody sitting near you. And I would like you to just share, if you're comfortable, I hope you will, what are you? Are you a 1, a 2, a 3A, or a 3B? Okay, so again, a 1, firm belief, everything happens for a reason. 2, firm belief that we are in complete control. 3A, we're mostly in control, but every now and then something happens that just feels like fate. Or 3B, that everything is according to God's plan, but sometimes I just don't see how that's possible. Okay, and go. Before I...
We're so organized.
Thank you. Thank you. Now they can see who's talking. Okay, I warned you it would be quick, but now you have something great to continue discussing over your cheesecake and coffee. So I want to turn your attention now to your source sheets, and thank you, Ezra and Grandpa Joe, for passing those out for me. I appreciate it. So we're going to start with the ones and the twos, the polarity of this question. And the first, well, okay, it's not the first, but one of the key places in the Torah where we see the idea of free will laid out, the very first, of course, the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, tree of life, all of that, good and evil. But I want to focus on Deuteronomy, which is practically the end of the Torah, where the Israelites are poised to enter the promised land. And Moses is making sure that they know exactly what is expected of them when they cross over. And so Moses gives a very beautiful sermon, several, and this is a section from that. Could I ask a very kind volunteer to read this loudly for us in English? Deuteronomy. Thank you.
See, I set before you this day life and prosperity, death and adversity. For I command you this day to love your God, to walk in God's ways, and to keep God's commandments, God's laws, and God's rules, that you may thrive and increase, and that your God may bless you in the land that you are about to enter and possess. But if your heart turns away and you give no heed, and are lured into the worship and service of other gods, I declare to you this day that you shall certainly perish. You shall not long endure on the soil that you are crossing the Jordan to enter and possess. I call heaven and earth to witness this day against you this day. I have put before you life and death, blessing and curse. Choose life, and you and your offspring will live by loving your God, heeding God's commands, and holding fast to God. For thereby you shall have life and shall long endure in the soil that Adonai has sworn to your fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to give to them.
Thank you. So this is free will laid out before us. We have the opportunity to choose life and blessing, or to choose death, to choose the curse. It is all up to us, and the consequences are laid out, so we are expected to choose wisely. And this is seen as essential in the Torah in order for us to have morality, meaning that it wouldn't be right to have consequences if you didn't have a choice. Right? That makes sense? Yeah? Okay, good. So that burden of responsibility is upon us. Maimonides lays this out in our next source, in the Mishnah Torah, in his Hilchot Teshuvah. Maimonides is a medieval Torah commentary and philosopher. And we often study his laws of repentance around the high holidays. But of course, repentance only makes sense if there's sin, and sin only makes sense if you have a choice, right? So that's why we're studying Maimonides on a different holiday. Would someone please read in English on the bottom of page 1? Thank you, Ezra.
Every person, one desires to turn himself to the path of good and be righteous, the choice is his. Should he desire to turn to the path of evil and be wicked, the choice is his. This is the intent of the Torah's statement. Behold, the human has become unique as ourselves, knowing good and evil. That is, the human species became singular in the world, with no other species resembling it in the following quality: that man can, on his own initiative, with his knowledge and thought, know good and evil and do what he desires. There is no one who can prevent him from doing good or bad. Accordingly, there was a need to drive him from the Garden of Eden, lest he stretch out his hand and take from the tree of life.
Good. Thank you. So Maimonides here draws this connection back, all the way back to the first humans, and who very quickly take on this responsibility of free will and wanting to have this choice, and then therefore being responsible for the choices that we make. Okay, so that's one perspective, but that is not the only perspective. So now we're doing some time travel. So we were ancient, we were in the Bible, then we were medieval. Now we're floating back a few centuries back to the Talmud. Don't worry too much about that. If anything, what you should take from our time travel is that this is an eternal question, right? And these are smart folks. So if they couldn't agree, that means we're not gonna resolve it. But this continues our mind to continue to think about it. Okay, so we're in Chulin, and we have a teaching from Rabbi Hanina. Thanks, Mike.
And Rabbi Hanina says, a person only injures his finger below, on earth. If they decree upon him on high, as it is stated, it is of the eternal that a person's goings are established. And a human, what does he understand of his way? See Psalms 37:23 and Proverbs 20:24.
Yeah, very good. So injuring a finger, and let's make it a really minor injury. Let's make this a paper cut, although they hurt, but they're minor. You don't need stitches. You may not even put on a Band-Aid. That if that happens to you, even something so minor as that was divine decree. That's what this text is telling us, right? All the more things of greater consequence. Okay. All right, good. Ponder, ponder. Let's do one more and then we'll discuss. Now we're going again back in time to the book of Isaiah, chapter 55. Oh, yeah, good. Thank you.
For my plans are not your plans, nor are my ways your ways, declares God. But as the heavens are high above the earth, so are my ways high above your ways, and my plans above your plans. For as the rain or snow drops from heaven, and returns not there, but soaks the earth, and makes it bring forth vegetation, yielding seed for sowing and bread for eating, so is the word that issues from my mouth. It does not come back to me unfulfilled, but performs what I purpose, achieves what I sent it to do.
Thank you. Okay, so Isaiah, as in the representative of God, one of God's prophets, telling us that the things that happen are part of a plan from God. So now let's do a little bit of analysis of our first four sources here. So if you're a believer in a strict plan, then Isaiah is here to support you, right? And share with you how there is a will of God that is imposed on earth. This is personal. What happens to you is a result of a decision that is beyond your control, but at the same time, you might want to start thinking about what you may have done, right, to cause you to get a boo-boo on your finger, or whatever else is happening in terms of, the rain, the snow, the vegetation, the good things that are happening, and the calamities, the challenging things that are happening. So how do we, if you were to try to, I would just love to hear your feedback at this point. If you're trying to negotiate with these texts between this concept of things being predetermined or things happening beyond your control or totally in your control, what are you left thinking at this point?
It's confusing because this is saying, if it's part of God's plan, then Adam and Eve were kicked out of the Garden of Eden, not because of anything they did, but because it was God's plan in the first place.
Can everyone there on this side hear what she said? Or do you want me to repeat? And on live stream. Okay. So I asked and then I got distracted from what you said. What you said was, good listener, was that, if there's free will, right, then how do we justify that with Adam and Eve being kicked out of the garden, right? In other words, was that their fault or not? Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I think that free will only exists to the extent that we're responsible for what happens to us because of our choices. Adam and Eve chose to do something and were thrown out because of it. They had to live with the results of their behavior. But I believe they did choose. It's the same kind of thing. I've heard it put into a legal situation where this country grants me free will under the law, but my rights end at your nose.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's a simple way to put it, and your rights end at mine.
Right.
There were two very sad experiences in the newspaper in the last day or two about cases of that, where a woman was pushed into a moving subway, and then 11-year-old boy unarmed was shot by a policeman. Nothing they did is likely to have instigated the situation, although choosing to be in a certain place at a certain time. An 11-year-old doesn't even have that kind of choice. Talk about free will, how much does an 11-year-old have, especially when he's with his mother?
Mm-hmm.
But they couldn't have foreseen what was going to happen.
Right, right. So it's not just, our lives are not just marked by the things that we choose, but the consequences of choices that other people make.
I guess I'm a conditional free willist.
Very nice. Should trademark that.
Doesn't trump yours.
Right, very nice. Thank you. Harvey.
Regardless of what our co-religionists could have done wrong, somebody's got to bring up the Holocaust. Regardless of what these people did wrong, if their mezuzah wasn't at the right angle, or these other things, nothing could have been done so wrong to deserve the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you. please.
I mean, to an extent, for me, I think the essential element of the story of the garden is the consciousness that develops as a result of the events there. In a way, just that knowledge helps us to discern the things that we have control over from the things that we don't have control over. And I think there's a sense of comfort in that as well, if we can appreciate and focus our energies where we do have the ability to make an impact.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. So we're going to keep churning here. At the bottom of page 2, starting on page 3, we have an excerpt from a book, Consolation, about mourning by Maurice Lamb, but he's quoting here Rav Yosef Soloveitchik. Yeah, I'm not going to read this word for word, although it is beautiful. So that's why I included it, even though it's a little too long for our purposes. But the example that he gives on this question of free will, or trying to understand if things happen for a reason, is the metaphor of a tapestry. And if you have seen a tapestry from the back, it just looks like different colored strings that are kind of pulled together, kind of tight, some kind of loose, maybe some kind of droopy, maybe they crisscross. And that is necessary in order for the front to look as beautiful as it does. And so in this metaphor, we here on earth, human beings, mortals, are looking at the tapestry from the back. And in the heavens, from God's vantage point, there is a tapestry that is a beautiful, composed picture that we cannot understand from where we are looking. Okay. And so I'll just read this last section. If you believe that creation is divine and that the world is created with purpose, then even if the threads of life are bewildering, you can be confident that the universe has a system and a plan and a pattern. All right, so let's start mixing these things together. Pirkei Avot. Who loves reading? You didn't get to read yet. Mr. Reish. Ed, would you read for us? The bottom of page 3 in English there. Thank you.
Everything is foreseen, yet freedom of choice is granted, and the world is judged with goodness, and everything is in accordance with the preponderance of actions.
Okay. Would somebody like to help us make sense of this? Seems like a bit of a pair. No, shaking your head. I see some head shaking. Does somebody want to try? It's okay. Yes.
We all have a quote of the majority rules. Basically, is what he's saying.
Say more. Majority rules. Can you explain that a little more?
Well, it's saying freedom of choice is granted, the world is judged with goodness, everything is in accordance with the preponderance of actions.
Mm-hmm.
Preponderance of actions is majority, is a sort of a more mental way of saying majority rule.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Yeah. And
Maybe if it's the angels on their shoulders, the one that yells the loudest gets
yes. Yeah. And yeah, I like that. And this, this idea, if you're concerned, that, free will is nice, right? We like to choose, but there's responsibility. And, we hear about all these consequences, then that could be paralyzing. That could be very frightening. And so this idea, and Maimonides really gets into this in his Laws of Tzedakah, is that it's not just about doing something good once. You could do the greatest thing, but if you do it once, then you've done something great once. Maimonides actually goes so far as to say that it is better to give 1,000 dinars, whatever unit he used then, we can say dollars, $1 at a time to 1,000 people in need, than to give one person $1,000. And that's for another class. You could really get into, why that is. But the idea is that you should spend most of your time doing as much good as you can, not, to put yourself sort of that you can't ever do anything else in your life, but to keep trying to do good things. And not only is that good for everybody else, but it actually develops you as a person. It makes you into a better person by doing things like that over and over. which, if we are concerned about being judged for our actions, then this is a good reminder that we have many opportunities to act in the way that we would want to be judged. Is that a hand? Yeah.
I'm curious about Hebrews 12, how according to what is good, the world is judged. It's a little different than the world is judged with goodness.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Yeah. Do you want to play out what the difference might imply?
I mean that there is some order within the world, that God exists as part of our faith, and that there is some intention, some mission for the world. So is the good measuring it against what God determines as good? I thought Rove Maaseh is that there's so many variables about it. There's so many different things to track in the world's forces that it's almost impossible for us to discern what it is that's revealed. It isn't possible, literally, in many senses. So that we have a sense of choice and we choose our destiny is empowering, and yet many things are beyond our control. I kind of repeat myself in my part.
Yeah, but that's good. That's right. And so, taking control where we can, and, hoping that the goodness will prevail. Yeah. Okay. Okay. In the Talmud, Tractate Megillah, Linda Boxer, would you like to read this in English? How do we understand this one? Robin, I see your lips moving.
It means that your choices there are to fear God or not to fear God, but that everything else is in God's hands.
So everything in God's hands. Your choice is, do you fear God or not? Yes, Rabbi.
I've always likened this to a choose-your-own-adventure book, in which every time, at every moment, we're making a choice. And so, depending on what choice we make, there are new options that appear in front of us. And every choice, I guess, as I said, even what it would be to involve, like, are you making that choice with the fear of God or not? And depending on where that choice, depending on which choice you make, the consequences are either one or the other.
Good. And would you say that if one has the fear of God, that might impact their choice?
I think that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be the determining factor in all the choices we make.
Good. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Certainly the converse is true. If you don't have a fear of God, then it doesn't really matter what God's plan is, right, to you.
Say more. Why?
Well, I mean, because you're not really consciously swayed by any concern for what God's plan might be, because you just don't have that fear of God.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that's who you are.
Right. So if you're a 2, right, then it could be kind of peaceful. Is that what you're saying? That you don't have to kind of worry so much?
No, I think you almost reject the whole concept of it, because you're just like, I'm not giving any consideration for there being a heaven to be afraid of. So therefore, whether God's determining it or not is irrelevant to me. I mean, going back to the 2s, how boring life would be if you're just going through as an automaton, everything's all predetermined for you, and what's the point,
Mm-hmm.
Not that when you lose the 2, you're good, I get it, but I just think it'd be kind of boring.
Yes. Good. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I meant a 1. I said a 2. I'm sorry. Yes. I got it. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of these actually are very similar.
And why is that a good thing? Why is that a good thing?
Because that leads us to making the right choices that is determined by God. And with right choices, you stand a better chance of good outcomes.
Very nice. There, yeah.
Thinking back to the topic of Iran, fear, what that means, there's the verse of Proverbs that says, the beginning of wisdom is fear of God.
Mhm.
The full verse says, "And now Israel, what does the Lord your God require of you, but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, to love him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul, and to keep the commandments and statutes of the Lord, which I command you this day for your good." So it goes along with what they were saying, that when you fear the Lord your God, that's just the beginning of wisdom, to follow his commandments and limit your choices as to what path you want to walk on. You want to go off the path and go into bad stuff, or you want to stay on this path and do good.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. And so, oh, okay, one more and then we're going to move on.
I just need some help with this translation because I'm not a Hebrew speaker, but I know enough about a little bit enough about linguistics to know that every translation is an interpretation. And I have seen, without being able to go back and look at each text, places where the Hebrew is translated into fear of God, and other times it's translated in awe of God, one of which means a lot more to do with respect and being scared. And I'm wondering how much that is coloring our discussion.
Yeah, that's a great question. What? Someone right here said something, but I didn't hear. No? It was, okay, private. Sorry. Rob?
Just to pivot on that a little bit, I think in some of the modern translations, fear is absolutely crossed out and replaced with awe because it's softer. Fear is frightening, right? When we're afraid of what will happen to us if we don't do what is expected of us or if we choose the wrong thing. It's much more palatable to think of awe and wonder in that term because, for instance, to honor your parents, fear your parents, you see all of these modern translations that it definitely leans more towards this idea of awe, which I think is easier I think, for us to digest in this world.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Like I said, when I'm trying to help somebody with any kind of a translation, whether it's centimeters to inches or whatever, I say, take a look at two rulers, one in metric and one in imperial measure, lay them side by side, they're telling you exactly the same thing, but they hardly ever agree. And I suspect that there are tones of each in the Hebrew. I could be wrong, because as I say, I'm not a Hebraist, and the little that I know doesn't help me with this one. But it very often ends up that way, that you're looking at a text that says one thing, and your background is giving you a different interpretation of it. And I think the only way to have a real translation would be completely useless because it would be so full of footnotes.
Right, right. So this is, simplify it. And I think that, we could, we could think about it in both ways. How does a sense of awe impact the decisions that we make, and how would fear impact the decisions that we make? I mean, I think that, that both are very much worth contemplating. Yes, Helen.
Yeah, I keep thinking that sometimes when we talk about choice, I mean, we're talking a lot about, personal choice, free will, and so forth. I mean, sometimes choice can be very complex, and if you think about it, very disturbing in some way, because it's a little like that rope. I mean, it must be very reassuring to think, okay, somewhere there's some power that's making sure this is all going to work out or not, but it's not really But the idea that there's choice, the whole idea of choice, it's like you make a choice, and sometimes we say to the kids, you made a choice, now you live with it. But you don't know what they would have been living with if they made the other choice. So I find myself getting very confused by some of that.
Yes.
They call it interactive future time, please continue. Which way do you go?
Yes. Okay, I know I said last comment like 7 comments ago, but you last comment, and then we're going to look at another text. Yes.
But it's interesting though, if you do everything because of fear of God, that means you have no internal moral compass. That it's the external forces that are determining if you do good or if you do evil. It's not what's from inside of you. And so that, gets into another question of, if you have free will, are you doing that because you yourself are good, or are you doing that because you're just afraid of what will happen to you if you don't do good?
Thank you. That's a great point. It's a wonderful point. Good. Okay, we're going to skip the second one, the second Megillah text, but it's a nice one to read on your own. And okay, and now we're going to not do justice to one of the biggest questions of free will that comes up in the Torah. We're going to not do it justice, that's my promise to you, which is the question of when God hardens Pharaoh's heart, therefore preventing Pharaoh from making the decision to free the Israelites, and then rains down 5 more plagues that impact not just Pharaoh, but all the Egyptians. What? Okay. So this is an important, I can't do it justice because it's its own, unanswerable question and, chapters of books on this, but I will provide just one possibility here, which is in the Midrash in Shemot Rabbah, page 5. Another explanation, for I have hardened his heart. Rabbi Yochanan said, does this not provide heretics with an opportunity to open their mouths to say that he had no means of repenting? I'm a heretic, right? I just said that. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish said to him, let the mouths of heretics be stopped up. Rather, Mishle, if it concerns the scorners, he scorns them. When the Holy One, blessed be God, warns a person once, twice, thrice, and he doesn't repent, God will close his heart against repentance, so that God will exact vengeance from him for his sins. So too with the wicked Pharaoh. Since God sent 5 times to him, and he took no notice. Right, so in the beginning, after the first 5 plagues, after each one, Moses, he comes, he warns him, you have to stop. Doesn't work. God then said, you have stiffened your neck and hardened your heart. Well, I will add impurity to your impurity. For I have hardened his heart. What does I have hardened imply? And this is, in terms of translation, there's some wordplay here. Kaved, this root, kaf bet dalid. It means honor, actually, but also a heaviness. But also the word for liver is kaved. It says that God made his heart like a liver, into which, here's some imagery for you. Even if boiled a second time, no juice enters. So also was the heart of Pharaoh made like a liver, and he did not receive the words of God. Hence, for I have hardened his heart. So what's happening here is that at a certain point, it becomes clear that Pharaoh is not going to change, is not going to repent, is determined, because there have been so many opportunities. And then God said, okay, fate is now in my hands, and you are going to be part of a plan. I will also add that, Harvey, you brought up, there's 2 Harveys in a row. Second row, Harvey, brought up the Holocaust shows, that there is just no amount of justification for something like that. You could, any religious infraction or even moral, that many people. And so, I feel like this is biblically the most dramatic example that we have right? In terms of, I'm not comparing those two, but in terms of if you really want to get to a hard question about how something could have happened, this is the key one to look at. And what we're supposed to make of exactly how this could happen and what that has to do with God's plan and free will. This is a dilemma here. And one way to answer it is to say that you can have free will, but only to a certain point. And then the necessity is so great for something else to come along, to change things, that it then has to happen in order for there to be justice, in order for there to be morality that prevails. And as in other places in the Torah, a point to be made that Pharaoh is here and God is there. And whatever other gods are being worshipped in Egypt, they are there, and our God, this God, Adonai, is above. Okay. Moving through to part 3, where we're going to try to bring this together again in possibly a new way. A section from the Talmud, Avodah Zarah. The sages taught, certain philosophers asked the Jewish sages who were in Rome. So first of all, we just have to appreciate this picture here of these Roman philosophers spending time with the rabbis and having philosophical conversations. I really like that imagery, considering it wasn't like they had the best relationship, politically during that time. They asked, if it is not your God's will that people should engage in idol worship, for what reason does God not eliminate it? The sages said to them, were people worshiping only objects for which the world has no need, God would eliminate it. But they worship the sun and the moon and the stars and the constellations. Should God destroy the world because of the fools? Rather, the world follows its course, and the fools who sinned will be held to judgment in the future for their transgressions. So people are going to choose what they choose. But we can't act collectively always because of the consequences of that. In the story of Pharaoh, God does act that way, but that cannot happen all the time. That is the big dramatic example. And most of the other things, it's just not feasible, right? And so the consequences of other people's choices impact us because of their free will. Rabbi Harold Kushner of blessed memory just passed away recently in one of his best-known books, When Bad Things Happen to Good People, brings a novel answer to this same question of whether things happen for a reason. And in his case, he's a 3B, right? One who is trying to understand, well, maybe not, I don't know, I can't assume that at all. But, is living in a space of complexity. And through his lived experience, unfortunately, you may know this already, but had a son who died young of a genetic disorder. And, sometimes when things like that happen, people in I would say their efforts to be very comforting, will say things like, God needed another t-ball player up in heaven, or, this happened for a reason, or we can't understand, and all of that. And he did not find those things comforting. And so in this book, Rabbi Kushner portrays God as having a lot of knowledge, right, and the ability to judge, and not the ability to be all-powerful, that the laws of nature are set into motion, and that humans have free will, and that God is not actually able, for as powerful as we think God is not powerful enough to prevent the laws of nature from taking their course. He says, I no longer hold God responsible for illnesses, accidents, and natural disasters because I realize that I gain little and I lose so much when I blame God for those things. I can worship a God who hates suffering but cannot eliminate it more easily than I can worship a God who chooses to make children suffer and die for whatever exalted reason. God does not cause our misfortunes. Some are caused by bad luck. Some are caused by bad people. and some are simply an inevitable consequence of our being human and being mortal, living in a world of inflexible natural laws. The painful things that happen to us are not punishments for our misbehavior, nor are they in any way part of some grand design on God's part. Because a tragedy is not God's will, we need not feel hurt or betrayed by God when tragedy strikes. We can turn to him for help in overcoming it, precisely because we can tell ourselves that God is as outraged by it as we are. The question we should be asking is not, why did this happen to me? What did I do to deserve this? That is really an unanswerable, pointless question. A better question would be, now that this has happened to me, what am I going to do about it? And by extension, in other sections, when something happens to somebody that is unexplainable, what can we do for them, right? How can we help and show up for them in the ways that they need at that moment? And that is God acting in the world. One last text. I can't believe we made it through the packet. It's amazing. So this is an idea that I've been thinking a lot about this year, this idea of process theology. And I, again, will not do it justice, but this comes from a book written by Rabbi Bradley Shavit Artson out in Los Angeles. And what he talks about is this idea that that God is all-knowing of what has happened in the past, is all-knowing of our thought processes in the present, but cannot know in the future what will happen because that hasn't happened yet. And that we are going through a process, that the world itself is actually going through a process of constant change, constant creation. That creation isn't a one-time thing that happens, but that it's ongoing. And that God is meeting us at these decision points. So every time we're at a crossroads where we need to figure out what to do, little questions, large questions, that God is there, and that there are laws, Torah, which are meant to be persuasive, right? To kind of nudge us in the right direction towards a moral choice, one that would bring us goodness and reward, but that the laws of nature are what they are. I'm just going to read the last paragraph here. God exercises persuasive power. Process thinking asserts that God works through persuasion and invitation, through persistently inviting us to make the best possible choices, then leaves us free to make the wrong choice. The instant we have made our choice, God persistently urges us toward making the best possible subsequent choice. Brings us back to that rov ma'asim, or however, the preponderance of our deeds, right? So all these choices. In exercising this persuasion, God does not break the rules to force a desired outcome, but instead works with us and through us, with and through natural propensities. That is to say, at this very moment and at every moment, God meets each of us and all of creation, offering us the best possible next step. We have time for just a couple more comments if anybody has anything that they're thinking about that they'd like to share. Yes.
So this leaves me with the question, okay, I understand all that, but why? Why do you believe that God created the world? Why did God create the world?
Why did God create an imperfect world? God could have created any world. Thoughts on that? Yes.
Because it would be boring.
Say more. Why? It would be boring.
We're all the same. Just like the Torah, I think is like the beating heart of the Jewish people. It drives us to to be virtuous. Our virtue is in our goodness. That's why we're supposed to create a world that's good to live in. We're supposed to be the facsimile of all people to live based on the fact that we're the ones that receive the Torah. We receive the blueprint of how
Good. Thank you. So we need conflict. We need these opportunities to grow, and that there's something, that there's a value itself to being in that process. Yeah.
Well, to use the word imperfect, to say that the world is imperfect, I'm not sure that that seems the proper word. The world is perfect. We are human, and if we all acted correctly, then there would be no need for the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, right. That's right. And so you like the world how it is what you're saying. But we, as humans, you like the world as the construct, not that everything is perfect in the world, but that you're fine with the world being created that way, but that we have, no.
We have a tendency to use words as if we all agree on the meaning of the word.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure that is the way it is. So if we use the term imperfect, we need to define what that is before we say, well, I agree or don't agree or whatever.
Okay. Yes, that's right.
I'm thinking about the Pharaoh example a little bit, and I love that you raised that example. There's an element in there that seems to be like Pharaoh's habituated to saying no. He's habituated to refusing in a way that it gets so ingrained. It's almost though he's not making good choices, just his response reaction to the situation, because it doesn't penetrate any deeper past the point. We can compare that with Moses. What's the example of Moses? Moses is conscious of everything going on around him, and as he makes himself conscious, as he draws men out and creates the opportunities to redirect and steer. I mean, seeing the burning bush improbably, wall out, shepherding his father-in-law's flock, and it's through a little cleft of a rock. And it's interesting, it goes beyond, like, he noticed one little sheep disappeared and went searching after it, and that's how he got to that stage. And then had he not gone a little closer, he may not have even realized that the bush was burning in this funny way where it wasn't consumed. So much of these texts on free will, for me, just speak powerfully to being conscious of our choices around us. I think our tradition is designed in a way to encourage maximal consciousness throughout our day. From the time we wake up, we are consciously reciting a litany of prayers to the time that we go to sleep. And in that way, it empowers us to make choices within that construct that do lead us towards a particular outcome. Is our world perfect or imperfect? And there's so many different answers to that. In a sense, though, one of the stories of creation in the Zohar, that God did this process of tzimtzum, of contracting. That's one way to leave space for us to make free will around the margins. Or there's the question, is there really free will, or do we just justify all of our actions after we do it? In Bereshit Rabbah, there's the story of the angels having it revealed to them by God, that God intended to make us as human beings a creature that was containing an evil inclination as well as a good inclination. And at the point that the angels rise up to stop, because this human being's going to do all this wrong around the world, God says, I've already made them. I've already gone and made them too late, and we're responsible.
Thank you. And I just want to raise up one of the things you said around awareness, consciousness around, being intentional around the things that happen. And that to me really relates to living a life of meaning. And, whether your orientation is more towards things having a plan, then there's great meaning to be found in that. And if your orientation is, more towards believing in free will and that, we really bear the burden of those choices, and there's really great meaning to be found in that as well. And if you're somewhere where you can see both and you see, glimmers of all of this in your life, then boy, do you have a lot to think about also. And so what I want to leave us with is just, a blessing that we continue to consider this question and to look for the meaning that happens in our lives throughout the day, throughout the night, all the time. Thank you very much. Chag Sameach.
Shkoach, shkoach. Our sincere thanks to Rabbi Rich for indeed asking some of the really big questions in our tradition. And just, I guess, one additional thought, if indeed Pharaoh's heart was turned into a liver, then maybe this is why Jews are eating chopped liver all the time.
It should be on the Seder plate.
It would go to follow, right? But speaking of food, I don't know, are you going to announce about food?
Yeah, I was just going to say we have a half-hour break so we can have our first slice of cheesecake in the social hall, and we'll be back here at 10 o'clock.
All right.
And especially
Hag Sameach, everyone. We're going to get started so we can stay on our schedule. To start off, I'll just introduce myself for those who don't know me. My name's Dr. Mike Steckloff, and before I introduce Rabbi Brent Gutman, I just want to take an opportunity to thank Nathan Fox, Linda Boxer, and Rabbi Adam Rosenbaum for all their help putting this evening together. So it is my pleasure to introduce Rabbi Brent Gutman, and we are so honored for him to be speaking at the Tikkun for his first time. He is the senior rabbi at Temple Beth Tzedek, celebrating his first year in Buffalo. And for those who missed it, there was a lovely installation this past weekend at Temple Beth Tzedek with international guests. I'm sure Rabbi Brent would love to tell you more about all the wonderful people who were here last weekend. And also, if you've not seen it yet, he's wearing a lovely TBZ pin, the Pell pin. So, without further ado, Rabbi Brent Gutman will be teaching tonight about a time to unite.
Yeah, I don't know how I became deserving of this pin, because I think they were first created for the past presidents of TBZ, but nevertheless, I received one by accident. I don't know, maybe. I like the look of it. It's kind of nice. So good to be here with everyone, and thanks for coming out to learn with TBT and our Tikkun Leil, and I'm so appreciative of the invitation and the opportunity that's come with joining this community in Buffalo and Western New York, and being able to see here a sort of strength that that is really just invigorating to me. One of the things that my family and I think we're looking for, leaving Metro Detroit and coming here, is a community that was more similar to where I grew up in Dayton, Ohio. I'm actually the second TBZ rabbi to claim to be a Daytonian. Rabbi Joseph Fink was a Daytonian as well. So maybe that's a good omen. I don't know if anyone remembers Rabbi Fink here and what your opinions were of him, but I hope that it's okay. In any case, yeah, I'll just try to be myself. So tonight I have brought with me, I think 40 copies I made out, which is not going to be enough based off of you who are in the room, so please share. Should I pass out half here? I can do that. Yeah, we can make it go faster. Thank you. So, when you're a small community, it becomes all the more important that we work together. There's strength in numbers. We know that when we weave together our lives, we find a certain ability to accomplish things together that we couldn't do separately. And we also protect ourselves, each other more when we're able to work together. This was a text that the Jewish professionals and presidents of Buffalo recently looked at in our meeting, in a nice shiur that we had, Pirkei Avot, right? We're supposed to study Pirkei Avot around this time of year. We've just completed the Omer, 6 chapters for the 6 weeks between the end of Pesach and the festival of Shavuot. And so we're going to bookend a little bit with Pirkei Avot here. But to start off, Hillel said, do not separate yourself from the community. Al tifrosh min hatzibur. Anyone care to give us a sense of what that means? What are some of the connotations that we can take away from this teaching from Rabbi Hillel in the Mishnah? Yeah.
Don't be a hermit and live in a cave by yourself.
Okay, so don't be a hermit, don't live in a cave by yourself. You need to engage and have relationships with other people. I love it. Great. Other ideas?
I think you have to have a relationship with other Jews. So other Jews' children, so that you can have a minyan, pray, so that you can find a kosher butcher and a kosher bakery, and all the things that go along with the Jewish community.
Yeah, so I think that's really powerful, especially as we're talking about this text that relates to the ways that we internally structure our communities. It's important for us to gather together to be able to attain all these needs we have as a community. And I think that this text does speak specifically to that, right? Yeah.
I think that you've also got to keep yourself open to the larger community. If you're going to be a stranger in a strange land, you're going to be treated as a stranger.
Okay. Making yourself open to meeting other people. Yeah, in the sense that they're other, they're different. We have, through that pluralism, that diversity, a certain richness that enhances our experience of.
And when they're common problems, they can be dealt with easier by larger community.
Great, great.
Don't separate yourself from the precepts that guide the community.
Yeah. So important that we have consensus in our observance, important that we don't divide ourselves on principle that, I'm going to do things a certain way, or it has to be this kosher for me, or because when we do those divisions, especially I mentioned kashrut, around food, that's one major way we do divide ourselves as Jews. Yeah. Other thoughts? I love it. Any other thoughts out there that haven't been represented? Sure, Mark.
When you separate yourself from the community, not only are you losing the opportunity, but the community is losing the opportunity of you and what you do.
Okay. So, there's a lot to be said for how we can benefit from staying together as a community. It's a lot easier said than done, though. We each have our proclivities. We each have our likes. If I don't hear my Vishamru on Erev Shabbat, then it's not Erev Shabbat, right? Who moved my Vishamru? How though do we get past some of these instincts, past some of these challenges? For me at Temple Beth Zion, I think reflected in this next text that comes from Masechet Sanhedrin from the Talmud, there has been this moment, just as the title of the session says, to unite, to come together, to recognize that, I may not see eye to eye with that person who sits over there in the sanctuary, or I may have had that feud with that person, that disagreement about whose cheesecake was the best at Shavuot in 5783, or whatever the disagreement is. But how do we stand together? How do we model a sense that can help us get past some of these differences that divide us? This is a text, actually, the Buffalo Board of Rabbis and Cantors, I had the pleasure of presenting this to them. So is there a person with a nice, strong, clear voice that'd be willing to read this Babylonian Talmud text from Sanhedrin, the second one on the front page? Sure, Larry, go for it.
The Gemara relates the story that Shmuel is similar to an incident that occurred when Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was sitting in Egypt. He smelled the odor of garlic. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was very sensitive. He could not tolerate that odor. He said, "Whoever ate garlic should leave." Rabbi Iyah stood up and left. Out of respect for Rabbi Iyah, all of those in attendance stood up and left. The next day, in the morning, Rabbi Shimon, son of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, found Rabbi Iyah, and he said to him, "Are you the one who disturbed my father by coming to the lecture with the foul smell of garlic?" Rabbi Iyah said to him, "There should not be such behavior among the Jewish people. I would not do such a thing, but I assumed the blame and left, so that the one who did so would not be embarrassed."
It's a powerful one, right? Yeah. Could Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi really be Jewish if he doesn't like garlic? What's the model? What's the example being set here? What's happening in this circumstance? Someone want to recap the story in their own words? Yeah.
So basically, because the Rabbi Yehuda, he was not gracious. And so what he did is he said, you evil, foul-smelling garlic person, out of here. And because Rabbi Yehuda didn't want that person to feel ostracized, he left taking the blame because he didn't want the other person to be embarrassed. And then everybody, I think, must have felt similarly because they all left. And then Rabbi Yehuda's son said to him, you evil person, you brought foul garlic smell in the learning center. And when Rabbi Yehuda said, no, I didn't do that. I didn't want whoever did to be embarrassed. And so that's a nice way of handling it, and it really is a reflection about how badly Rabbi Yehuda handled the situation.
Do you think Rabbi Yehuda learned a lesson here?
I don't know if he learned a lesson because this was related to his son. It wasn't related to him. And if his son, said what happened and told him.
So as a result, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was left standing alone.
Yeah.
He was the one that was left embarrassed.
Yeah. Yeah. Rabbi.
I just wonder, Dean Steinfeld has this, interprets the end.
Sure.
To not be such behavior among the Jewish people, and the rest is kind of lost. Like, I wonder if what he's saying there, if that's what's in his text.
So does Rabbi Hia have a different message? What would you propose it is?
I'm wondering if he's saying that Rabbi Yehuda shouldn't say that this kind of thing should come from leadership. But I also want to point out, I love that, the one who's ostracized and then the one that's left.
It reverses it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the garlic here is a metaphor. We have an obligation to stand up for others in our community to avoid cultural embarrassment. That's a very Jewish balance.
So this is about avoiding imposing a busha on the person who might have had the garlic. It was probably me if I was in the classroom, but that is a value clearly being conveyed through this text as a way to handle divisiveness, right? We literally stand up for each other, right?
And that's what's powerful to me in particular, is not just Rabbi Yehuda, but everybody else who comes with him, because Rabbi Yehuda could have left by himself and everybody, he left, we're off the hook, we're not in the place, but they were like, the whole community gets up, and even in support of Rabbi Yehuda. That's really powerful.
But if he were the only one that left and he wasn't the one that was doing it, the problem would still exist, and then it could be repeated again. And if everybody doesn't get up and leave together, you're still going to put somebody on the spot. Whereas when they all got up and left with him, they diffused the situation as far as embarrassing somebody who was innocent of anything that he should be embarrassed.
Well, in choosing to leave in this manner, right, he shifts it from the individual to the dynamics of the classroom. It becomes a story not about doing something offensive within the classroom, but a story about not embarrassing students, as was said at the start, right?
And assuming the person that ate garlic was not thinking, I'm going to embarrass the rabbi by eating garlic before I go in there. I mean, there's nothing to imply that.
We all have eyes. We can all see and observe and make conclusions based off of each other's behavior, and the way that we choose to act can help to either unite or not to. And I think in this case, I would argue this is a story about uniting, This is a story about how we protect each other. This is a story about when something goes that's not according to our plan, or something occurs that is potentially a busha, we circle around each other. We protect each other. We try to use it as a learning opportunity, because such behavior should not happen among the Jewish people, right? That statement in the end.
I think there's a secondary lesson here, lesson in leadership. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, to use the modern term, he would be regarded as the chief rabbi. But Rabbi Thea was also very prominent. And when he saw a situation that made him feel something wasn't right, he did not defer. He stood up and did what he felt was right. That's a demonstration of leadership, and also a demonstration that we don't have to have just one leader.
I wish I knew that before I became a rabbi. No. Other thoughts? Yeah.
Like as a mom, you always say to your child, well, how could you have handled this better? You think about Rabbi Yehuda, how could he have handled this better so he didn't cause this whole, incident? Because if he had just ignored it, if he had said, here, have some parsley, not sending out one person, just passing it out to everybody, maybe he could have brought people together rather than causing this divisiveness.
So there was a different way to operate that Rabbi Yehuda Nasi might have adopted to avoid the situation. I'm tempted to add, as though I don't have enough text here, there's one text that's very good that deals with a similar circumstance, and it's a Torah text, and I don't have any Torah text in here. So I want to take us actually to the end of Parshat Shoftim, and if we have enough Chumashim around, we can find it here. The story of the Egel Arufah, it's page 1105 in the Eitz Chaim Chumash in the book. So there's a preoccupation, a concern here with pursuing the good, right? We talked strongly about that in Rabbi Rich's session on free will, that we should choose according to try to align our world with God's desires. And the circumstances arise in Torah where we need to do atonement when there is a murder. We need to find a way to clear that blood guilt, either through bringing justice to the murderer, or through being able to offer an offering for something bishkaga, an accident, something like that. But here we have a situation that's kind of unique, because in this situation, we'll hear there is a corpse that's discovered. And it's not, you're not able to determine, if there's a corpse discovered outside the town walls, normally you would measure the distance from that corpse to the nearest town, right? And that nearest town would be responsible for giving an offering in order to expiate whatever wrongdoing comes with that death, okay? Here, there's towns that are of the same distance to the corpse. So let's have a look at this. Someone, chapter 21, there a volunteer out there to read here? Yeah, go for it. Okay, so there's this ritual. We measure the distance to the towns. It's indeterminate. We bring a heifer out. We kill it. in not a normal manner of shechita. It is arufa, it's a trefa, right? The same word there. They actually break the back of the heifer's neck, so it's not usable. And then they have this declaration, our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it done. What is being accomplished through this ritual, and how might it allow the circumstance to resolve itself? Was that too quick? Did everyone follow what's happening here in the text?
I think they're expressing a sense of innocence, even though they don't know what happened or how it occurred, that this murder occurred. But it's cleansing the community of all doing something right, or doing something less.
So not being able to determine what necessarily happened, but allowing the community a process of cleansing, a process of moving forward. Yeah.
You could assume that as little as the circumstances of finding the corpse and flight was at the hands of somebody from the nearer town, but all but one of them is probably innocent, and this kind of is a basis for the principle in our jurisprudence that you're innocent until proven guilty.
You know, they're declaring their innocence, but they're taking an action in order to try to mitigate the guilt still, yeah?
In our trial, you don't find somebody not guilty, you find them you don't find them innocent, you find them not guilty. It's basically the same thing. They're saying these people could stand accused because circumstances would imply that one of them did it, but we don't know who it was. We have no evidence to indict one of them. So leaves out the whole town of their innocence, of any guilt.
Yeah, the similarities too between the last story from Sanhedrin and this story from Shoftim, you know, they're going through this act together. Like they're getting up from the room, they're leaving from the house of study together in a show of solidarity. Here they're coming down together to perform this ritual in a show of solidarity. So there's that element as well that's very interesting to me. Well, yeah. Do we all take responsibility, or do we swallow the garlic and try to, you know, pretend it didn't happen? What's the difference in the reaction? What's the difference in the effect? Yeah.
I'm pretty disturbed by this, and it makes me also think more about what we read, which is that there's a couple of things in here that one, we're never told that the person is Jewish, so I assume the person's not Jewish. The person's a stranger, and he's not known, and the person has been slain. Now, I don't know Hebrew enough to be able to say if that's a good translation. These are all things that would cast suspicion upon the entire town. So now we have the entire town banding together to actually forestall any further suspicion. When you talk about, you know, it absolves the blood guilt, but it's really, you know, or at least to me, it seems like it's a little bit of being insular to a nth degree. And if you're suggesting that there are similarities between this and the garlic, then it's the same situation. You have all these perhaps followers of the one rabbi wanting to protect him, as opposed to somebody taking responsibility for their own actions. So it's a little disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a teaching that I looked at recently with a class was talking about, you know, where there is truth, there is no peace. Where there is peace, there is no truth. And in a sense, you know, there's a decision being made here. It seems that here in these circumstances, the time is to pursue unity and almost to brush under the rug the wrongness of what ensued to create this action. Now, I wouldn't propose to say that there's, you know, not a time or a need to pursue the details. It's because specifically the situation is indeterminate in who perpetrated this, that this is the ritual chosen to try to cleanse it, because even though it's inconclusive, we can't know who did it, we still need some way to process, to deal, to move through it as human beings. Probably in a divine sense too. Mm. Hmm.
You gotta remember too, that in the absence of witnesses or identification of the victim, there was very little in those days that they could do to track down evidence. They had no forensics of any kind.
Hmm.
They couldn't analyze blood, they couldn't analyze probably clothing. Assuming that any papers he had on were written in the local language, that wouldn't help.
Hmm.
Two towns would probably have the same language, but they close together.
It's still in our circumstances today, it's unsettling. I mean, chas v'chalila, we've been scared from all this gun violence recently. There was a case of someone who went and perpetrated a crime and was at large for several days recently. That's very disconcerting for a whole, think about, actually the same scenario, a whole community feeling like, is there someone who is a threat that's gonna sneak up on me in the middle of the night because this hasn't been resolved, how this occurred. So we need to feel that sense of security. So I want to go back to the positive side a little bit and take a look here at Babylonian Talmud again. That's the Talmud, just says Babylonian. Pesachim, Masechet Pesachim. Would someone read this next text for us at the bottom of the front page? Go ahead, Ezra.
Reverend Kiva continued, "Do not enter your house suddenly, without knocking first. All the more so do not enter the house of another, as he might not be ready to receive you. And do not withhold shoes from your feet, as it is disgraceful to go barefoot. Wake up and eat in the summer due to the heat. It is best to eat before it grows hot. In the winter due to the spring, you will need to tolerate the cold. Make your Shabbat like a weekday, and do not be beholden to other beings, and exert yourself to join together with a person in whom the hour smiles, such a successful person. But Papa says, in explanation of this last statement, do not buy from him, do not sell to him. If he is a beneficiary of good fortune, he will profit from any business transaction. You will suffer from it. Rather, form a partnership with him. And now, we have heard the Rosh Bar Yitzchak said, what is the meaning of which is written, you are blessed with the word of your hands. This means that anyone who took a pruta from Job will be blessed, even if you received it via a business transaction. It shows that one should engage in business with a person who is blessed. Even if he wishes to buy from him or sell to him as well, then he will share in the good fortune of the other.
There's a lot in there. Anyone thinking about competition or a merger? This is kind of a text to direct you and to lead you here, I think. Not that that's been subject of discussion in this community. What is being stated here? Do not buy from a person who is one whom the hour smiles upon. Do not buy or sell from him. Rather, form a partnership with him. And we talk about what can be gained through unity. I think that there's just a fact of life to recognize that none of us can be specialists in everything, right? Each of us has something to offer, some talent, some skill, but none of us have every talent and every skill to offer. And by seeing something that you do really well and finding a way to join with you, look, we can have an amazing Tikkun Leil Shavuot and hear the best wisdom that's to offer in our community. We can find all kinds of ways to come together and work together and be successful. But I'm giving my own interpretation. What do you think this text is saying? What's being said here? Yeah, Sarah, Rabbi.
If someone's doing well, why can't we support that?
Yeah, I hear you say it's missing that human element of empathy, of care, of knowing like what. Hmm. There's a bit of a zero-sum game element going on here. Yeah.
It's a little like a story my father-in-law kept telling how when he was, my wife and the kids were young, took him to Atlantic City to show them how gambling was bad. Took him to a slot machine, put the coin in, won. Put the coin in, sitting next to him said, "Oh, that's a good machine, get out of the way." And of course she lost. Little like the machine, he'll be so happy. I'll tell him that I told him. You know, it's more like the machine when you're in whatever, Atlantic City or Vegas or something. That's a good machine, or the Seneca, you know, I'm gonna go there. Or stay away from there.
I don't know. I'm not a big gambler. I'm always the one who puts the coin in and it's gone. It's just like, join a friend in Vegas, take $100, it's gone within an hour, you know. Yeah.
Because when I was in the Navy, the ship was tied up in Hong Kong, and the ship was large enough that we couldn't tie up at a pier, so we had to wait for boats. And when I got ashore, there was the first Liberty group was coming back, and one of the guys had a little change in his pocket. Now they had slot machines set up on the pier, and he's waiting for the last boat to come back. When we got back, he's still there pumping coins into the machine and winning a few every time, and he's in tears because he won't go back to the ship until he's broke. And I don't know if he ever got back to the ship because he would not leave that slot machine, and they kept giving him an encouragement to stay. It works both ways. You lose when you lose, and you lose when you win.
Well, and you get addicted to the competition. Maybe that's part of what becomes an impediment, like what Rabbi Sarah was mentioning a moment ago, that there's a degree that this goes too far. I'm entertaining that thought quite a bit.
I sort of took it a different way.
Mhm.
I sort of took it, given the theme of a time to unite, I thought by going in partnership with this businessman, that then the community would, I was extrapolating, that the community would benefit from it, that they would form this partnership, that they would then expand into other places, and the community would prosper.
Well, thank you. I mean, that's the intention with which the text was brought. I think you got it to a T. Yeah. Hey, hang on a second, Mike. Yes.
So, you know what, I get stuck on here is it says, make your Shabbat like a weekday and do not be beholden to other beings. And that's pretty different from usually, we're saying that we're gonna set apart Shabbat to make it a special day.
Does anyone have an idea about how to resolve that statement? Yeah.
Well, this seems like a real mishmash of things in this one paragraph. But I would suggest maybe from sort of a business standpoint, and it's saying really almost contradictory things. So in here, in a week, on a weekday is a business day. And so in a business day, you don't want to, in your business, you don't want to be beholden, you don't want to owe people, and so you should have a similar feeling about things in Shabbat. You don't want to be owing people during Shabbat for any number of reasons. But then, another piece of business advice that seems to be given here is about dealing with someone upon whom good fortune has smiled, or whatever the expression is. And I think that's good advice about be careful of unequal bargaining positions. And instead of trying to be, as my father would have said, be too cute by half, try to relate to the person in a more sort of level way, sort of on a partnership. Because otherwise, maybe you're going to get burned when you have unequal power levels, particularly in business. But that may also apply in many other aspects of our lives.
It's powerful, the idea of unequal partnerships and wanting to be able to, enter opportunities with the best probability of a positive outcome. It's a neat thought. I think also there's sort of a seriousness that maybe can temper. This was kind of my thought in reaction to what you asked about make your Shabbat like a weekday. Like many of us, we apply so much focus and seriousness, and the weekdays is when we go out and we're professionals, right? We've got to know our stuff. We've got to have the answers. We've got to figure out what are the tasks and what are the things that we have to. And with Shabbat too, don't neglect your spirituality is something that I thought maybe could come out of this, and treat your dive into faith and your nourishment through our spiritual existence with the same seriousness with which you treat your work during the day. Maybe. Yeah. Sure.
I also think it could be just directly following the previous statement about waking up and eating the salt in the heat in the winter due to the cold. Shabbat has weather, so you need to eat. So don't change your routine for Shabbat and have that negatively impact things throughout the week.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of similar to what I was saying. I mean, treat life with kind of equal measure. Eat when it's cold, eat when it's hot. I mean, don't owe others on weekdays. Don't make Shabbat something that you're worried about. Knock on your door, knock on their door. I mean, it's okay to be a partner, but even though when you go on to the end of it, I mean, they say it's okay even to do business with people. It'll work out okay. So I mean, invest when the market's high, invest when the market's low. I mean,
Cost equalization, right?
yeah.
Yeah. You got some bankers in the room. That means something, right?
I have to support what Larry said. When you're in a transaction with somebody, buy or sell, you both want to come out ahead. I mean, ideally, the buyer and the seller are both happy with the deal, but usually somebody feels a little bit better about it than the other one does. But if you're partners, you're pulling the same plow, and you both benefit equally from the result. I was going to start to compare, but I'm not a farmer, to trying to plow a very rough field with two plows, with two animals, and neither one of them strong enough to get through it by themselves, but put them together on one plow.
You get a team. Yeah.
The team will do it. And you'll both benefit, hopefully equally from the partnership.
Do you have a follow-up comment back here? I thought I saw your hand. No? Okay. Yeah.
On Shabbat, we're usually the best version of ourselves. At least I feel like sometimes you think that on Shabbat it's perfect. So therefore, you're friendly, you're kind, you're generous, you're loving, you're open. And then on the weekday, you should be the same version of that.
I mean, we also have the element. Oh, excuse me. Okay.
And to stay away from the people that will draw you from who you really are, yourself. That person that you are on Shabbat.
I mean, there's something in the spirit of Shabbat, in the shvut of Shabbat, that we are intentionally, making this time sacred, setting it aside to be a moment to spend with our families and with our communities, and to focus and concentrate there. It sort of aids the spirit of unity in itself.
Other beings, meaning don't let anyone influence you in a negative way to depart from what you are. You are what you decide. That's a kind, generosity, whatever, Shabbat. That's it. That's what I see from this.
That's beautiful. I got 20 minutes left. I think I can do it. Maybe. I don't know. So the Chofetz Chaim, the next text that comes up here, may be familiar. He spends a lot of his time talking about Lashon Hara, talking about evil speech, and the story about the pillow. here he's offering his principles in the prohibitions against richilut. Richilut I've actually translated here as tail bearing. It was left untranslated originally. Maybe that was a mistake of judgment, but one could also say I guess evil speech is a sense of gossip as well, richilut. So would someone care to share with us this text from the Chofetz Chaim, the middle of the back of the sheet? It's a longer one. You don't have to do it all if you want to pass the baton midway through. We can be a team and unite around it, right? Yeah, Miriam, go ahead. Someone like to take over? Perhaps on this side of the room. Patty, you're a good reader. I know that. Could you read from number 4, please? So there's this obligation, actually, in our tradition. The mark of a true friendship is one that includes tochecha. It's one that includes the courage, so to say, to speak directly and rebuke the one who you consider your friend, because it's actually the opposite. It's not being someone's friend if you allow them to make an error that you could have recorrected them on. Now, there's also a concern with how we tell them, because we know how challenging it is sometimes to convey our intent in trying to correct a friend, or how challenging it is for someone else to come to us, someone they care about, and to try to tell us how we've done wrong. And I think that's at the core of what this text is trying to resolve. Now, what are some of these principles here that we just studied that are important to keep in mind as we pursue this, if we want to make sure there's not a rupture as we attempt to correct each other? Yeah.
I think there's very much emphasis on trying to look at it as like, what is actually important to him, what's his actual risk, versus how much is my ego and my feelings about this other business partner tainting or animating my frustration with him. It's not to be a gotcha kind of thing, like, oh, you should have done that with him, and now I'm really going to, put it over your head. But what's really at stake for him, and how do you separate your own biases from, giving what you feel is honest feedback? Very challenging,
Yeah. And how to give feedback at all that's not biased, because we all do have our perspective. Yeah, yeah. What else jumps out here? Yeah, Mary.
This text is sort of like an ode to the theme for this evening, because it's instructive in the sense that if you would like to offer feedback or have a constructive conversation with a friend or another human, we are obligated to turn and turn and turn and turn our thoughts about what we'd like to share before sort of,
Hmm.
the first back to the other text too, right? Don't enter your home suddenly without knocking. Certainly don't do that in the house of another. But I think when you do decide to confront, you have to do so with care, and you have to do so with thoughtful honesty. But I love this sort of the mechanical, like, go through all of these steps, turn it over before you actually.
Yeah, and we can hear how much intentionality needs to be there in whatever the final intervention is, right? Finding, not only the right words, but the right circumstance, the right time, the right setting. We want to do it in a way that's discreet, that doesn't, compromise the person's honor that we're criticizing, even though what we're bringing up is a way that they might have been dishonorable or something like that. We don't know. Harvey, yeah.
I feel like if you follow these prescriptions, there's going to be a lot of times when you're going to refrain from giving that. Now, you've got to, you bit your tongue, and you're watching your friend maybe go into a bad situation, and feeling, oh, maybe I could have pulled back, maybe I should have, but I didn't, and, it really puts a lot of, you have to have a lot of fortitude to be able to do that. It's hard.
Yeah. In terms of the prescriptions that come with how this is done too, and like how we warn each other. I mean, I'm thinking back to the text on Pharaoh that Rabbi Sarah brought, where it was stated in there, if 3 times you go and attempt to warn someone and that person doesn't take the warning, then they actually almost owe an apology for that. Like they need to be the ones to come and apologize and ask for teshuvah if that's the case here. Yeah.
I mean, where it says, like, the person does this and they get stiff-necked and they go ahead and do the transaction anyways, and now they say, oh, I should have listened to Harvey when he told me that I should have done this. But if I'm holding back, now I've got I regret not having told him, and I should have said to him, like, that person, well, you never told me you didn't like my ex-wife, until we. But I mean, that's really hard to hold that in. I think that's
It speaks to that leadership dynamic as well, like how to contain and how much to share and when to overshare and when to know that, if you said it, you've said it, and people choose to hear you or choose not to hear you, and everyone's going to perceive this individual and their behavior and make up their own mind about it ultimately, right?
But it's going to be so easy, like if you go down this path and to say, oh, I'm only going to cause this person harm, I'm only depriving them of this transaction and not ruining their name in public, and that's really hard to do, right? I mean, so the potential harm to the person who doesn't get to have that business transaction with this person is so big, right? I mean, that's also a community thing, right? I know it's bad for my friend to go into this, but if I pull them back and I get them not to do it, and now word gets out that nobody wants to do business with so-and-so, now so-and-so named, and so maybe just let them do this one transaction, and okay, they're not going to do well in it, but, in the overall scheme of it from the community, maybe we're better off not ruffling the feathers here.
Yeah. I mean, it's also a question from leadership and when we need to pull back and leave space. I might know that someone else is capable of doing something that I'm doing. They might not do it as nice or pretty or wonderful as me, but you know what? If I want them to do it and to take the time off of me, I better not be critical of what they're doing in that sense, right?
Coming from the Northeast, where I'm from, Philadelphia, New York City, other areas, they honk right away, right?
Oh.
Here, you wonder, and I kind of go through a list here. There's always conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Start going through, well, is there a cop coming? Are they waiting, what are they waiting there for? Is there someone about to cross this way? You have to make sure before you do the
Yeah. They could be standing in front of you in the bank line or at the post office next moment, right?
Right, first of all, they could be a community member. If I off, then I piss them off. But also, it could really hurt the person. But, if they're holding up in the morning, I get my daughter to school, crossing Main Street, and they're not moving, that means 5 cars don't get through the light. So, it's a balance.
That's a beautiful example. In New Zealand, they get out of your car if you fall asleep at the light, and they come up and they tap on your window and they say, "Excuse me, did you notice that the sign happened to change here, that it's green?" That was my community before Metro Detroit. I was in New Zealand, yeah.
It's interesting to relate this one back to the other ones. It's once again, you don't want to embarrass the business partner by saying bad things about him to your friend.
Mm-hmm.
And so you don't say anything, unless you can do it in a way that doesn't embarrass the business partner, then you just don't do it. You don't want to embarrass the business partner, and you don't want your friend to go and throw it into the business partner's face, oh, well, you're a rotten person. So it's almost like the garlic. It's more important not to embarrass the person at all.
So, I mean, there is a provision in here, though, that you can say something, as long as there's not a hater, as long as there's not, like, some conceivable other option for how this could be done in a more discreet way, you can intervene, and we are obligated to intervene in a loving way, but we should do everything we can to avoid that, in a sense. I mean, it would be I think a dangerous thing to say that we follow blindly with people who are leading us off the edge of a cliff because we don't want to embarrass them, right?
I think it's interesting though, because you never think about not embarrassing somebody as being really important. You think about it's more important to protect your friend. But here they're saying, you try to do it in a way that doesn't embarrass the business partner. And you try that. You don't just immediately run in and rescue your friend no matter what. You do it in a gracious way, just like Rabbi Yehuda should have behaved in a gracious manner with the garlic lover.
Definitely, yeah.
So, if you hold off, because you don't want to embarrass, and it goes badly for you, how much responsibility do you yourself bear?
Yeah. Certainly some.
Item 3 in this especially reminds me of the rabbi's response to the punishment of the recalcitrant son. It never happened that way because nobody would ever do that. It make you stop and think so much about avoiding collateral damage to the prospective partner that you wouldn't want to say anything. Because it puts you in a bad spot, and as well as him, if the thing goes south.
So there's too much of a chilling effect, you would say, in number 3 with the precautions.
It would affect me, I think, if I was in that situation.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, I sort of caught up on I think the word friend, is the idea that this is your friend, and you're seeing your friend going into something that you worry about. I think, all of these things may be something that you quickly, may cross your mind, but I don't think that's the key. I think the key thing is, this is not a possible
telling you not to? I don't think so, because it says it's a friend, it's not a business associate.
We don't know anyone like that in our lives that just look to stir up trouble, do we? No? Maybe. I don't know. We have one more text at the bottom. I promised we would start with Pirkei Avot, we would end with Pirkei Avot. It makes sense for Shavuot, and so the last little one on the bottom, someone care to share it with us? Just one little line. Sure, Mike, take it away.
They each said three things. Rabbi Eliezer said, "Let the honor of your friend be as dear to you as your own, and not easily provoked to anger, and repent one day before your death."
Okay.
Sounds like something's missing.
Though they each said, and Rabbi Eliezer is the first to say his three. He's got his three. Let the honor of your friend be as dear to you as your own. Right, that's the first one. Don't be easily provoked to anger, right? And repent one day before your death. What do we understand those three as? Someone want to put it in layman's language for us?
What day you're going to die, and you may as well be repenting every day.
Ah. Yeah, we shouldn't put it off, right? If not now, when, as it says in another place in Pirkei Avot. Yes?
I think that you need to be very humble. You just sort of check yourself, because it's not really about you. You look about how you treat other people. And then if you put too much stock in yourself at the expense of others, you're never too late. You're going to have what's repent for.
And that idea of how emoted we are in the situation, right? Yeah. Don't let our anger get the best of us. Right. This has been a good discussion. Thank you for that. You guys taught a good class tonight. Thank you. Chag Sameach, everyone.
When are they serving the garlic knots?
Right. So first off, want to thank Rabbi Gutman for his presentation and this great lesson. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Nathan Fox, and Mike thanked a lot of people, but I want to make sure we also thank Mike for all his hard work for preparing tonight. So to keep the program rolling along according to schedule, we are going to go right into the next session, but I want to remind you that there's coffee and refreshments in the social hall all night, so feel free at any point to step out, grab something, come back in. But our next session is going to be presented by Dr. Gil Wolf, and he's going to present about United Arab Emirates.
And this is going to be brief, unless there's a long discussion. So this may only take 15 or 20 minutes. I'm the only non-Jewish professional on the schedule. But Rob, who went on the trip with me, is a Jewish professional, so I hope he'll have a few things to say as well. You're the fact checker. All right, so, and also check my facts. But, oh my God. So this is going to be a perspective, thoughts on the UAE, which I was able to visit with 24 others from our community with the Buffalo Jewish Federation in February. All right, so I'm going to start. Who here, and I'm going to also say this up front. So I almost thought about not going on the trip. I had a very rough end of last year into early this year, but I'm so glad that I went. I really enjoyed it, and it was the universal opinion of our whole group. Who else here has been to the UAE? All right, and who has thought about maybe going to the UAE, like many of us? So a couple of you. Maybe after this talk, more of you will think about going and join many Israelis. It's something close to 1 million Israelis have now gone to the UAE. It's hard to believe it's that large a number, but that's 3 plane loads a day since the Abraham Accords were put in place in 2020, and they're going. And the country caters to that, as we'll get to. All right, so what is the UAE? It's kind of like the Gulf state equivalent of the United States. It's the United Arab Emirates. It's a union of 7 former independent city-states that were basically run by sheiks in charge of tribes. And that was formed it's much younger than Israel. So their Independence Day, basically, their July 4th, I guess if you will, is December 2nd. All right, it was formed in December 2nd, 1971. So on that date, 6 of them joined, and then that was these emirates, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, those are the ones you always hear about. We'll get to both of those in a bit. Sharjah, Al Quwain, Fujairah, and Ajman. Those were the first 6. And then for some reason, Ras Al Khaimah was decided to join 3 months later. I guess there was some pressure or whatever. So that's how the 7 came together by February 1972. So a lot of us here are older than the UAE. A few of us are probably, who's here is older than Israel? At least the modern state of Israel. A few of you are older than 75. Who here is older than UAE? If you were born before 1971, quite a few more of us. All right. So it's a young country. The capital is Abu Dhabi. We did get to visit it. I wish we were there longer. We were there for really just a day and a half. Dubai is the most populous. It's also the one that is most linked to the luxury, innovative architecture. This is an architect's playground, as far as you can tell. I mean, they have pretty much free reign on what they want to do with skyscrapers and so forth. Dubai is also known for giant malls. But Abu Dhabi is really a very close second. There's very, very fancy skyscrapers there. We were in a giant mall that's next to the Grand Mosque. So you see it in both cities, okay, in both of those areas. But Dubai is just really over the top. I thought Abu Dhabi actually had a nicer beach area than what we saw in Dubai. Abu Dhabi's built on several islands, and there was this nice municipal beach. We really didn't have any time to spend there, but you could see it, and it was quite extensive, quite long. And it seemed to be closer to sort of the rest of the metropolitan area than what you saw in Dubai. So this is a constitutional monarchy, so to speak, okay? They don't vote for their rulers. The rulers are decided upon by a federal Supreme Council. That's what it's called, at least in English. I don't think there are any women in that council. That does not mean that there's no women in government or leadership, but the top leaders, it's all men, and they're all, I'm not going to say they're all related, but there's a lot of familial connections in that higher level of leadership, okay? So again, the top officials are men, and they're appointed by members of this federal Supreme Council that elects the president, and as of May last year, so just a year ago, it became His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. That was because his father, I believe it was his father, died. And so the son was chosen to take over, okay? The vice president, who I think may be the uncle of the president, I think that's right. That's His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And he's the one you see on a lot of posters and stuff. So I've never been to North Korea. I don't think anybody is here. But you will see portraits of their leaders in different places. You know, in the United States, yeah, we have monuments but to past presidents and things. To have like a monument for Biden or, God forbid, for Trump, that would be a little unusual in our country. But there you see that kind of stuff. But it's the vice president, Al Maktoum. You see his picture a lot, especially on developments. He's kind of, I think, known as the economic pusher of all this stuff that's going on. Okay. There are elections, we were told, for lower level positions like in the cities, mayors or city councils. They do vote for those. There are some elections, but the highest level, no. Okay. It's one of the safest countries in the world. I looked it up. It's the 3rd safest country in the world. Discord and protests are closely monitored by the leadership. So if there is a group that wants to protest Israel, for instance, or something else, it gets clamped down pretty quickly, is what we heard. At least that's how things are right now. Okay. Real estate, it's very interesting. And apparently there are some housing shortages there, but this is an unusual country. So it's about the same size, population-wise, of people who live in the country as Israel. It's about 9, 10 million. I think Israel is just a little bit smaller than that. But many of the people who live in Israel are citizens, not everyone, but the majority are citizens. The UAE may be exclusive in this way in the world. Most of the people, 85%, who live there are not citizens. They're from somewhere else. There's about 1.5 million Emirati citizens. That's it, okay? If you are all right, and so first of all, nobody pays any income or property taxes. They don't need that money. And so you can see how this leadership caters to the population to keep them, that obviously benefits them staying in power perhaps. There's no income tax for anybody, even the expatriates who are working there, which has made it popular, obviously, for professionals and so forth, at least for a while, to go there because the salaries are commensurate with what you make in Europe or the United States. And you're not paying any income tax, so you can figure that out. All right. Now, there are real estate privileges, as I mentioned. You can get, if you are a citizen, you can get free government housing. And most of the government housing that was pointed out to us looked pretty good. I'm not going to say it was absolutely luxurious like some other areas, but it looked pretty solid. Homes, apartment blocks, and so forth. Or you get free land, and then they give you loans interest-free to build on them. I have all this right, I think, so far, Rob. That's if you're a citizen, okay? If you're not a citizen, then it's just more typical real estate type transactions. But my sense is the cost there is quite a bit less than like big cities in Europe, okay? And probably less than Israel is my sense too. Israel real estate is quite high. There is one tax we heard of. There's a luxury tax for certain items. I'm not sure what that level is. It's 5%. It's only 5%. Otherwise, there's no taxes in the country. It is a pretty tightly governed country. There are labor laws and rules. We were told that salaries have to be on par for men and women, that there are laws that govern that. So women make as much as men for that same type of position. Around 60 to 70% of Emiratis pursue a college education, so it's a pretty well-educated society. I've been to 2 other Arab countries in my life. It looked quite different. And I know Saudi is trying to make some of their cities look like what Dubai has done or Abu Dhabi has done, but it's pretty unique for an Arab country. And I think probably at a higher education level as well, with 60 to 70% being college graduates, which is higher than the United States. The United States, it's only like 40 to 50%, something like that. English is everywhere. My sense is the majority of the people there who are expatriates don't speak hardly any Arabic, maybe a word here or there. Most people do not speak Arabic in that country. But obviously that is the national language. You see everything in English. Just like in Israel, you see everything in English as well on the signs, with Arabic too, in addition to the Hebrew. You see English everywhere. And just about every Western chain is there too. Tim Hortons, Krispy Kreme. It's Galerie de Lafayette, that fancy Paris department store. They have one of those there. They have our nice department stores. Everything that you can imagine is in these malls, and the Dubai Mall is the largest one in the world. Yes, Ezra.
Can you tell the story about the group's pilgrimage to the mosque and stopping at Tim Hortons along the way?
Did we actually stop, though, to get donuts? Just for the photo op. Just for the photo op. I don't... But the mall is so big. We walked through it on Shabbos. Every time we turned a corner, there was a new area of the mall we had not seen before. And then there was this sort of Disney World type, Shook type setup in the mall. Did you actually find it? You didn't even find it. It was huge. It went on and on. There was a hotel in Las Vegas that has kind of that Shook appearance too. I can't remember which one of the big casino hotels in Vegas. It was like that. And that's where they have this aquarium. That's where they have an NHL-sized ice skating rink. It's all in that mall. The skiing thing is next to it, the indoor skiing. It's it is the largest mall in the world. I don't know exactly how many shops, but it just goes on and on. Excuse me? How do you find your car? You know, we took a bus. They have ways, because everybody drives there, you know. There is a subway. I'm sure there's Uber. They do have a subway that a lot of the workers use, because we saw them. That was the only time you saw a lot of traffic on the streets, a lot of people on the streets, was right by the subway stations when they're going to their office buildings to go to work. It is really hot. I haven't mentioned that yet. So we were there in February. It's a good thing that their Independence Day is December if they do barbecues, because they even said like 7 or 8 months of the year, it is just unbearably hot. And I actually looked up average temperatures. So mean average highs in like May, June, July, August, it's not 100 degrees. It's like 108, 109 degrees on average. On average, it's hot. And the lows, because now they're building all these urban islands with the concrete and stuff, you know, the lows are like 85 degrees. That's just what they deal with there. It's very, very hot. Culturally, the men, if they want to wear their culture dress, and they say this is not for religious purposes, Hoda, they don't do this for religious purposes, it's for cultural, traditional reasons. The men are in white, including the rope there, that was white too. It wasn't black like it is in Saudi Arabia. And the women are in black. You don't see a lot of, occasionally, but they may be from other countries where they're wearing a full burqa type thing. Most of the women who are in traditional dress, you can see their whole face, yeah. But you know, they're otherwise covered, their head is covered. And our tour guide, Hoda, that's what she wore. All right. Men can have several wives. I think the max is 4. All right. Now, this is an older tradition. It seems like the younger generation does not really follow this, except maybe some exceptions. I imagine as you get further away from the cities, perhaps, and smaller villages, you'll see more of it. But yeah, men can have more than one wife. But there apparently is a law. The existing wife or wives have to approve the new wife. So remember, Hoda told us, and we had a great tour guide who was actually Emirati and very modern, and she was funny. We figured that out after 2 or 3 days as you get to know each other. She said she would never approve another wife for her husband. She told us that. So that seems to be waning, but it is still allowed. There's a high degree of tolerance for other religions, cultures, at least for the time being. There's a good amount of tolerance. And Irv Stein was wearing his yarmulke in mosque, and I can't think of another Arab country, and even in Israel, where you could go into a mosque and be wearing a yarmulke and not have some kind of issue arise potentially. But there, it's okay. The other thing, when we had a bus taking us around, and it had Buffalo Jewish Federation. The biggest letters were Jewish on the bus, and I remember looking at that, going, "Is this a good idea?" Not an issue. I mean, you probably would not do that in Egypt. Israelis go to Egypt. You probably would not advertise that bus is a Jewish group. But in the UAE, it's okay to do that. It's very safe. All right. Relationship with Israel. Second part. The UAE was never at war with Israel. They make a point of that. So the Abraham Accords, which, the Trump administration, pushed it through in 2020, at least with UAE, that accord is an economic agreement. They make a point of that. This is not a peace treaty of any type. The UAE, again, was never at war with Israel. The amount of trade now, it quickly went to $1 billion. Now it's approaching $2 billion a year. That's a lot of money going back and forth between Israel and the UAE. I went to Princeton. I met a fellow Princetonian who gave a presentation to us. He had graduated a few years after me, although he looked my age or older. He graduated in 1992. He had like a 4-year-old child. I don't know. I was talking to him. He had a very young child, too. I don't know if that was a second wife or something, but anyway. But his name was Dr. Sabeh Al-Banali. It's interesting to hear him speak and to talk to him. So he runs, actually, in the UAE, an Israel-based venture capital fund that has a lot of investors on the UAE side, and they're actually invested in 1,000 companies worldwide. 500 of those are in Israel. So there is a lot of investment in Israeli companies there and vice versa. He travels to Israel all the time and to Saudi also frequently. By the way, he had some interesting things to say about Israel, and I sense that his thoughts about Bibi, for instance, are probably shared by a lot of the business people. They generally don't like him. They wish Israel had a different prime minister. They largely trust Israel's governmental system, it seems, and institutions. They don't think that there's a threat to this accord with the current government to a great degree, but there is some concern. But clearly the agreement has been of benefit to both countries, at least economically. Anyway, he had a couple of thoughts on what Israel could do, because there is a lot of UAE interest in investing not in Gaza, but in the West Bank. And Israel restricts that outside investment because obviously they're worried, where is that money going to go if it goes to the PA? He had a few things to reassure that he said Israel should know, and he meets Israeli officials to reassure them that that money would be watched carefully, because one thing the UAE says, they don't make stupid investments. They're actually a conservative investing community, but they have a ton of money. They have a lot of money. And you could see that in how they build things. The marble in these mosques, the lights, and it's unbelievable when you go. I wish I could show pictures. They're on my phone. But I was overwhelmed by some of this stuff. And anyway, one member of our group kept going, what a dump. We would go to a different site. These things are amazing. They spend billions of dollars on these things. All right. How about the Jews there? So the last part. So we're told there were about 3,000 Jews. Al-Banali thinks there actually might be 9,000 or 10,000 now. One thing that they say that when you meet some of the Jews, especially the younger ones, who are there as teachers, lawyers, working for the Jewish community and so forth, or not, the Accords has allowed the Jews who were there even before to come out from the woodwork, basically, because they feel more safe and secure. They know that the government's going to protect them, the leadership is protective of them and the relationship, so they can meet each other better, because before they were kind of hidden, but now they can meet socially and things like that. So I heard that a few times, that the Accord has helped them from a social perspective as well. I heard some Israelis say that they feel safer wearing a kippah there than they do in the United States. I'm not surprised. All right. But one interesting thing, there's several kosher restaurants, and on Friday evening we had dinner at sort of the JCC/Chabad house, which was in a very nice area not far from our hotel. We were, by the way, in the tallest hotel in the world. That Marriott's the tallest hotel in the world. So I met 3 or 4 of the rabbis' emissaries who do the kashrut around the country, and I wanted to know how much gas cost. They did not know because they never buy it, because guess what? They have private drivers. So a lot of people like us there, you actually would have a private driver. I did find out later gas is not as cheap as you might think. They said if you really want cheap gas, you go to Kuwait. That's too far to drive, but Kuwait has very cheap gas, apparently. It was just under $2 a gallon, we figured out. So it's cheaper than here, but it's not dirt cheap for gas. But they didn't know because they have a driver who buys it. Emiratis are very friendly. The one issue I heard about, and this was one of the Jewish teachers, she was actually from Toronto, and she had one incident arise for being Jewish, and it was not from an Emirati. She was in a social group, and there happened to be a Syrian foreign national there who was working, and somehow it came out that she was Jewish. And he gave her a tough time. Nothing physical, but verbal. She felt quite uncomfortable, though, and so she left that social group. So that was not coming from the Emiratis. But you have to realize there are people from 70 or something countries, there are populations from 70 other countries that are working there and that do a lot of the work in the UAE. There's a synagogue facility at a hotel in Abu Dhabi. Licenses are needed for religious services. So the JCC in Dubai had a license, but it lost it and the reason I heard that they lost it in Rob maybe is because some of the neighbors, they're in a community of nice homes and they're Emiratis there, and I guess some of the Emiratis voiced some displeasure about about services there. Is that what you heard also? So that bothers you a little bit. So there is some of that going on. So I guess the leadership or the government said, all right, you're not going to have your license. So now they meet quietly at people's homes. But they can still have dinners there. They could have Shabbos dinners. They just can't have services. When you go in there, it's the craziest thing. So you see the Lubavitcher Rebbe's picture and some, Jewish art on one side of the hallway. Guess who's on the other hallway? On the opposing side of that same hallway, portraits of the UAE leaders. And you ask the rabbi, why are they up there? And it's because we have to respect those who are protecting us. And so you see that there. It's just an interesting juxtaposition. All right. We have to honor those who keep us safe. There's a handful of kosher restaurants. We went to several of them. They're nice. I think they're all run by the same, they're all under the same VOD. It's, Israeli, Middle Eastern type food. I can't remember, I don't think we saw it at one, they had some Italian type stuff too, but the food was very, very, very good. And they just opened a kosher grocery store. We would love to have that in Buffalo, but they have one in Dubai. They have a Hebrew school that's primarily for preschool and kindergartners, but it's also a Sunday school for the older kids. It was a very, very nice facility, beautiful playground, in a nice area as well. There's a museum of tolerance that a very wealthy Emirati established. And it includes a Holocaust museum in that Museum of Tolerance. We took pictures, and he's very proud of it. And they get a lot of visitors, including not just Israelis, but Emiratis. I think some of the schools go through it. Some of the Emirati school children go to learn about what happened in the Holocaust. We didn't have enough time to look at it in detail, but it seemed, very, very accurate in describing what Jews went through in the Holocaust, which in an Arab country is really quite amazing. There's an Armani hotel. I'd never seen one before, and one of the kosher restaurants. The Armani Hotel's in that Burj Khalifa, the tallest skyscraper, which is going to get eclipsed with another skyscraper soon. But one of the kosher restaurants is actually basically in that hotel. So it really is an interesting place to go. It's a lot of fancy stuff, not crazy expensive, not cheap. It's kind of like a adult Disney World, or crossed with Las Vegas, but there's no gambling. There is alcohol everywhere. You go to hotels, you want alcohol, you can get alcohol, even though it's so. And you hear as much Hebrew on the. We crossed so many Israeli tour groups, Orthodox ones, non-Orthodox ones. We heard, I recognize Hebrew. We heard Hebrew all the time, so it was really quite an interesting experience. And I think the Israeli government obviously wants this relationship to continue. I think one of Bibi's ministers said something nasty about Dubai. This was a few months ago. Did you guys hear that? And she said, I've been to Dubai. It wasn't that great. And there was quickly an apology after that from the Knesset, from Bibi's government to, put that under the rug, basically. All right, that's really all I had to say. Yeah. Yes.
I read recently one of those countries or states had a synagogue, a mosque, and a church next to each other, exactly the same size, and they're all architectural marvels.
We saw it. That's in Abu Dhabi. We saw it. It's still under construction. They're almost finalizing it. Yes, there's a Magen David, there's the crescent, and then there's a cross. They're beautiful looking structures. That's the other thing. Would I go back? They've built so much. I was counting stories on buildings, and our tallest building is 45 stories. It would be minuscule amongst these enormous skyscrapers. There are so many buildings that are 70, 80, 90 stories high. Anyways, they build tons of stuff right by that area where those three where the church, the mosque, and the synagogue are. They're building like 2 new museums. There's a Louvre extension, and they have an agreement with the Paris Louvre to send over art and cycle it through. So yeah, we saw a Leonardo da Vinci. We saw a even though his stuff is in Amsterdam right now. What's his name? Vermeer. They had one there. I thought they had gotten every single, because there are not that many of them, I thought they'd gotten every single one of them over to the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, but they had a Vermeer sitting there that we saw. So yeah, it's pretty impressive. And so they're building more museums, so there's going to be more new things to see. There's the Museum of the Future. It was a little gimmicky, but in a very, very interesting circular building, a building with a hole in the middle. Yeah, and that crazy metal-looking that dolphin thing that was floating up there, this like drone floating over where you got your ticket. It's a playground. It really is something. You'll see women in traditional dress. You see them in non-traditional dress. All the famous brands. Which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but they probably go and ski in the Alps. So they had stores in that mall for Canada Goose, and what's the popular one now? Moose something? Do you guys know that brand of heavy coats? Moose Claw or something like that. They had one of those there too. So, yeah. Medicine? They actually promote their hospitals. It's both, by the way, if you're a professional and you want to work there, they need more professionals. One thing that was interesting, because there's foreign nationals, so you'll see a doctor advertise French ophthalmologist, we speak French, that kind of thing. You'll see that for Spanish too. We saw several of those. They have medical schools. I can't remember the actual number. I remember asking Hoda about them. There's medical schools in Abu Dhabi. There's several in Dubai. 3 or 4, I think, in the country. My sense is medicine is quite advanced there. And there's a lot of doctors there who are not Emiratis. They're from other countries. But you see that in Saudi, too. So they have an expedited way to get basically a work permit. In the United States, it takes forever. There, they seemingly can do it in about 3 weeks because they want people coming there, working, creating income and so forth, buying things. We went to a fashion district. Fancy furniture, fancy art, the kind of stuff that would appeal to Americans, Canadians. You can buy that kind of stuff there, yeah. Yeah. They have, it's a desert country. We went dune smashing, which can make you sick. My mother actually was on the trip and she threw up because there's bumpy ride, yeah. So there are, oases for camel rides. There's golf. There's swimming. There's the beach. There's falconry. Yeah, a group went early in the morning for falconry. Okay, so actually one of our members, you guys know that there's a couple of members of our Jewish community who have Rolls Royces, right? You guys know that? All right, I won't say who they are, but they were on the trip. So we were outside the Armani Hotel after we ate dinner, one of our last nights. And honestly, you'll see 7 or 8 cars in a row pull up that are either Rolls Royces or Bentleys. And one of our Rolls Royce aficionados, who owns one himself, he can identify the models. He goes, that is a really, really rare model. And we, kind of went over and looked at it a little bit. So yeah, you see fancy cars. A Mercedes there is nothing. I've never seen that many Rolls Royces before. You see them drive. It's not like you see them on every other car or something like that, but you see them quite frequently. Yeah, it's nothing there. And sports cars. So yes.
Is it safe for someone who's saying part of the queer community to go there?
So, somebody of which? That did come up to some degree, and I thought there was a decent amount of tolerance for it. Do you remember anything specifically on that, Rob? For LGBTQ community, how safe would they feel there? Look, it's a traditional culture. There's no question. I think it's a more open society than most Arab countries. I would do some research. Yeah, I would. Check, just to make sure. But when you go to the beach, we weren't there very long, but bathing suits and things like that, you're seeing people wearing things that you probably wouldn't in a lot of other countries because there's just more acceptance of that. Plus, tourism is very important, but I would definitely research and try to find out. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I was just curious. I know, like you said, and I'm aware that, since the Abraham Accords has really opened up to Israelis and lots and lots and lots of Israelis have gone. Now, since there was not a state of war, like there is in some Arab countries, I mean, before the Accords, were Israelis prohibited from going, or was it just not, in place to go?
No, I think there was already some business going on, and Israelis going. They couldn't go directly. They couldn't fly directly out of Ben Gurion, but they could go. There's ways you can get to Amman, for instance, and I'm sure there were direct flights from Amman. So it just opened it up, and it expanded it. But
Israelis didn't go as tourists.
they might. By the way, there's there's destination weddings and bar mitzvahs. We heard that from the kosher catering group. From wealthy Jews in Israel, wealthy Jews in Canada. But there was some going on before. It just has exploded. By the way, are Emiratis coming to Israel? No, very little, except for the businessmen. Tourism is not built up. They're hoping it will. They could go if they wanted, but it's really right now one-way tourism. Yeah. True, yeah.
So what it is that they can finally fly over Saudi Arabia. So before you were in Israel, let's say you wanted to go to a country, you have to go around in order to get there. It would take a long time. Now you can fly directly. And because of the time change, you can fly from Tel Aviv to Dubai in 5 hours, but there's a 3-hour time difference. So it really makes it quite convenient. But what we learned is if you look at Dubai on the map, you drew a circle, a 4-hour radius around Dubai by flight, you could reach 4 billion people. So the whole economic opening there is that Israelis can go and get to every place in the country and reach a lot of people with their product. What we also learned from the same individual, your classmate, not classmate, but Princetonian, was that his perception was Israelis are great with innovation, but they stink at implementation. That they're not very good at getting their product to market. And the Emiratis are very proud of the fact that that's their expertise.
Yeah.
They see this as a real merit. We're not great innovators, but we're great at operations and logistics.
And they're in a very strategic area. They don't call it the Persian Gulf. They have a lot of trade with Tehran, with Iran. There's a lot of trade. It's right across. You can see it from certain spots on the coast on a clear day. We didn't, but you're talking about a 30-mile distance. They don't trust Tehran. And we were told, actually, the Iranian Navy has taken over uninhabited islands that the UAE owns that they want back. They're not inhabited. This hasn't made this hasn't made international news to any great degree, but they're in a very strategic area as far as, and it was part of these ancient trade routes too.
Yeah, they call it the Persian Gulf.
The Arabian Gulf, I think they call it the Arabian Sea, yeah. They don't like calling it the Persian Gulf. Yeah. Yeah.
Homosexuality is a death penalty and nothing else is permitted.
All right. Yeah. Again, it's a traditional society. Yeah. Yes.
What would living conditions for particularly farm workers who are in the construction business and people who are working the restaurant?
Yeah. It's a great question, and people have asked about that. How well are they treated? These are foreign nationals coming to India, Pakistan, Bangladesh to work. All right, so it's hard. I couldn't really sense that. We did see some apartment blocks in the older part of the city. I could tell you, just looking at them, they looked a lot better than the east side of Buffalo. I guess I would say it that way. But we saw the insides of some people's homes that were well off. They were very, very nice homes. Once you get outside of the cities, I don't know so much what it's like for laborers. Did you get a feel for that? I remember looking at an apartment block that was close to where they had the old market.
Well, when we talk to people, the people from those countries wanted to escape something. So for them, they feel like they're living in paradise. They wanted safety, they wanted less pollution, and they wanted the opportunity for fair wages, which they weren't getting in their home countries. And so there was a motivation for them to be there. I think you're right. It's clearly different than the Emiratis homes. It's all apartments that the workers are living in.
They were air conditioned. I could tell that. There was a condenser, you know.
One other question on the subject of laborers and so forth. Do they have any citizenship path for immigrants?
No. I'm almost positive, if you're a foreign, there's no citizenship path. You can live there for a very long time, but I don't think you can become a citizen. You have,
An Emirati could marry a foreigner if they
yeah.
would become
In Israel, it's very difficult for someone who isn't Jewish.
Well, there's Arab citizens of Israel. They were there, yeah. But, yeah. I think that's true. So yeah, my sense, if you're not from, or if you're not marrying in, there's just no way to do that. Okay. Well, everybody needs a break. Sure.
We have about 20 minutes before our next session at midnight. This is a great chance for you to have your second piece of cheesecake. We'll be back here at midnight.
Sterilize your hands because it's moving to the side, behind it, but just all the way down on the end.
Oh. Okay. He got up here and he did one of these, it looked like.
Okay, so the schedule got buried, but
It is all good. I'm glad this was kind of a break right now. So.
yeah, well, here we go. Yes, go sterilize your hands.
good Nancy was here before?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
You can do this with me. She's
Right.
great.
Let's December. Something there we go. We can see.
All right, I think we should do a little singing, I think.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, what should we do? Kol ha-neshama hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol ha-neshama hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol ha-neshama hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol ha-neshama hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Wow, how wonderful for us to be together. If you nod off, I will not be offended. We went to Israel right after the UAE trip, and they always do this. We decide to schedule like a lecture that first night you're there. So the teacher was very good. He said, don't worry, I will not be offended if you fall asleep. And sure enough, every single person fell asleep.
Would you like me to introduce you real quick? Or,
No, it's okay, bro. You want it? Yeah, we'll just go.
Here's how. And we're very glad to have you.
All right, so when I saw the topic, there's a time for everything, I thought it would be the perfect opportunity to talk about my favorite movie of the year, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Has anyone seen this? So it's this wonderful movie. It won the Oscar, a bunch of Oscars. It's a wonderful movie, which is exactly the way it sounds. It's about a woman, an Asian woman in America, who is doing her taxes. And if you've done your taxes, especially as a small business owner, she has like a laundromat, she has a variety of different businesses. She has all of her paper records, and they're all kind of falling apart. And, you know, she has to talk to the IRS, and basically her whole life is falling apart. And in that moment, she enters the multiverse. And what's so unusual about the movie is that this idea of the multiverse is always in these superhero movies. Marvel this past year, every single movie, and most of them aren't very good, are about these superheroes. As soon as they don't like something, they basically just start over. Oh, we went to a different multiverse. So we're going to talk a little bit about what this means. But it really is actually this, the reason why this movie is so important is because it is the experience that we have right now. Look at this. Here we are, 12 o'clock or so, and we're not only in person, but we're on camera. We're in multiple places. People could be watching this later, and it's a very strange world that we live in, where we're all in different places. I had this experience during the pandemic when Zoom was becoming popular, and I just loved it. We would have, meetings. We have our communal meeting, and in the middle of it, I had to go to a 100-year-old's birthday party. And then I would slip back to the regular meeting, or I got to go to another meeting. So I always admired the politicians here, because what they would do, like Byron Brown, he would come, and if you ever go to an event with him, he comes in, and he'll be there for the first 10 minutes, and then he'll go to another thing. I was like, you could go to like 40 events in one night. I can't believe it. I mean, you're really in multiple places at the same time. And what's happened is we all have become everything all at once.
It's not actually a new concept, and it's very Jewish, and it's very particular to here. And we're going to kind of talk about that. I have some text prepared as well. But I want, before we actually look at the text, let's just think about time. Time is a very tricky matter. It feels like our life is a linear progression, one age, one day to the next. But is that the way that it actually works? That each second is worth the same amount as another second? They actually did a study where, and I don't know where this was, but I heard this on Fresh Air. So it was of a roller coaster ride, or some type of thing where you're going, and the way it felt from the beginning of the downturn to the end, and how that was a different type of time than just normal time. Because we don't experience time evenly. And we also are not really ever in one time at the same time. In Tuesdays with Maury that Mitch Alblam talks about Maury, Mitch Alblam went to my high school. So when he came and talked at our high school, he gave this story that Maury would talk about when he would have a birthday. He isn't 1 year. If he was 73, he was 72, 70, all those years at the same exact time. Because we are all those things. And I think more and more in my life, when I'm working with people, I'm lucky to work with people of all different ages. I don't treat people any different, it doesn't really matter their age. They're in their continuity of their life. And I think it's important for us to start expansively. And the starting point is Judaism. Judaism doesn't see life linear. Most religions don't, I think, see life as a linear progression, one moment to the next. This is really the way that we kind of organize our life here in the modern world. And it's convenient with a random calendar that tells us we're in 2023, which is picked out of a hat from some other numbers. So let's dive in here, and we'll have a discussion. As I'm passing these, as we're getting these passed out, as we're passing out here, any thoughts on what I just introduced before about time? How do you feel about time? Does time move evenly for you? Yeah.
Well, two things. First of all, just for giggles, supposedly at the turn of 1900, there was a ship crossing the international date line and the 180th parallel at the same moment. So they were in 4 different time zones on 2 different days and 2 different centuries.
That's.
The other one that's occurred to me is that I'm getting older. I'm 78 now, and they say people talk about how they're not having fun anymore because they're so old. And I tell people, you're crazy. I can prove it mathematically that you're having the best time of your life. And so what are you talking about? Have you ever heard the old axiom that time flies when you're having fun? The older you get, even if we're not doing things at different rates, the older you get, the faster time seems to go. I think that we sense time not as an absolute amount like you were talking about, but as a relative amount, as say a fraction of your life so far. So a day in the life of a 1-year-old is 1/365th of their life. But a day in my life, multiply that by 78, and it's a lot shorter. And I think that has a lot to do with the way we sense time as we grow older. I've come to decide that it seems to me that time is relative to age.
Yeah, and that they've done studies about that exactly for that reason, and that you get happier as you get older. So you get happier. The reason why you get happier when you get older is not because you have more health problems, which is totally the truth. you get happier because the goals for your life, you achieve a lot of them. So we're hopefully, so, the angst you have when you're young that you have to prove your life ahead of you, that goes away. So yeah, they do. There's some good TED Talks on that. Yeah, it's really amazing when I think about we often, when we do funerals, people live at very different rates, but that doesn't take away from their life. Whatever amount they have, that's a fullness of life. We wish that they had more time if it was a short amount of time. Any other thoughts before we go to the text? Yeah. I love it. Yeah, I love every year when every at the beginning of the year where they say this twin was born on one year and this. Okay, so what is the multiverse? And this is the description of it. The multiverse is a hypothetical collection of potentially diverse observable universes, you gotta love this, each of which would comprise everything that is experimentally accessible by a connected community of observers. The observable known universe, which is accessible to telescopes, is about 90 billion light years across. However, this universe would constitute just a small or even infinitesimal subset of the multi-universe. In college, I tried to conceive of a science fiction story. I did a lot of writing, where the person is far reaches of space, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to propose this. And they go through what looks like a star, and they end up as a tiny molecule in a whole other universe. And that's basically the idea of the multiverse. In the movie. They have a couple of parts of the ideas in the movie that are pretty cool, actually. So there are 4 or 5 main characters in the movie, and they're all interconnected. But in the multiverse, they all are still interconnected. So they suggest in the movie that anyone that you're really, really connected to, you're also going to be connected to in the multiverse, which is very interesting. And also, the multiverse reveals every single possible talent that you could have. So the main character, she is a cook. She's an opera star. She's all of these kind of things that she isn't in her real life. And in the movie, she can take those skills and download them like in the Matrix movie, and suddenly she'll have superpowers for them. The multiverse, the way it's described here, and this is really important, it basically goes in one direction. And I'm going to suggest at the end of this that the Jewish multiverse goes in 2 directions. What I mean is one direction is that it's talking about our time. So there's this family of everything, everywhere, all at once. In the same time period, at the same time, there's a universe here, 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 with different possibilities going, but it's all at the same time. And I'm going to suggest that the Jewish way is much more expansive than that, because it's not just this time, it is all times. It is all times. So we get the true expansion, not only of all of our possible lives, but of all souls connected together. Okay, so here was just from something I found online. I was just looking, so it's Sipora Bat Adama, and this is from a trans writer online. God is the universe, the multiverse, nature, existence, the way everything is connected to everything else. God, okay? And then from a mathematical physicist, Spyro Mikalikos, this is is everything everywhere all at once? That is exactly how the universe works. Space, time are one singular construct. There's not like you have space and then time. It's space x time. times x time. Moreover, quantum space time is superposition. A quantum superposition is an infinite number of space-times all happening at the same time. This illusion, basic physical reality, is the fact that human beings have very specific points of view, ways of observing the superposition. So I don't understand that fully, but what I see is we have a vantage point that we look out. As human beings, we see what's in front of us. We understand what's in front of us. But we have a very limited point of view. I had this experience in undergraduate being in astronomy and looking up and realizing, we are really small. What is all the fuss about? Everyone's worried about all these things happening on Earth, and we're just a little tiny piece of this ginormous universe. I think we could have a larger perspective than that. Okay, so let's delve in. Yeah, well, I was a college student when I thought this. I certainly realized that each of our lives has meaning, and each of our fullness and suffering and joy is all important to us. But in the large realm of things, you look up, you can disappear. I think a lot of astronomers or sky watchers think that way. All right, so I think that really the first place to talk when you're talking about the Jewish multiverse is Abraham Joshua Heschel. And The Sabbath, which is a book we're hoping to actually study as a congregation this coming year, it's really about that idea that God is the multiverse. Unlike the space-minded man to whom time is unvaried, iterative, homogeneous, of whom all hours are alike, quality-less empty shells, the Bible senses the diverse character of time. There are no 2 hours alike. Every hour is unique, and the only one given at the moment exclusive and endless precision. Endlessly precious. What he proposes in the Sabbath is that people, we live in like the physical world. God lives in time. It's a really interesting way of thinking about it, and he's picking up on things. And here we have in Leviticus, where it talks about, these are my fixed times, the fixed times of God. There is a sense that what are we doing on Shavuot? We have gone into God's time. We delineate the holidays, the Sabbath, all of the important things, in order to enter into God's time. We're not just entering into the world. We've gone through, as conceived here in the architecture now that I'm looking out over here, we've gone through almost a portal. It's like, I've never seen it with the doors open. It's like you're going into a portal. I don't know if that was the original conception, but that is the way it's, according to Heschel, that you're supposed to experience our holidays, that we are sharing space with God. It's not about the physical. It's about this sense of time. And Shabbat, as you may know, it doesn't keep one set of hours, right? We're here at a time where Shabbat is expanding. If in the winter, Shabbat contracts because of the time. Not exactly, but it shifts around the time. And they actually talk about with the hours, halachic hours are different at different times of the year because time is different, especially with being the evening, holidays beginning at night and going towards the next night. It is really something to think like this. It's like this is, as Heschel says, Shabbat is the island of time. This is an island, an oasis where we can forget about the rhythm of the rest of the week, forget about the duties that we have, our responsibilities, and spend that time. I like to also think of it like punctuation. when you eliminate punctuation from a sentence like in the Torah, it's very hard to read. You need to have punctuate your life or you won't have a sense of it. And to have one day or one set of days with a holiday that's different. So let's ask ourselves a question. How is God's time different from our time? What do you think? How does God think of time different than us? Your conception of God, however you consider God, how do you think that God thinks of time different than human beings?
So something I've thought about a lot is if God is this idea of the infinite, it means that our hours, days, years probably mean very little to God.
Right, so if God is infinite, then what is our time? It's nothing. It's a little like a bug to us, and not that we're bugs, but a bug's life is very, very short. We're always killing these moths in our kitchen. So, they're very, very short life, and we look at them. We've had several dogs, and dogs are wonderful, but they don't live very long compared to the human life. And maybe that's how kind of God conceives of us, even more so, with being infinite. What do you think? How does God's time compare to our time? Do you feel it? Yeah, David.
Well, because he is infinite, he can see the past, present, and future all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And so it gives a different perspective. Like in the other classes where we said that to follow his ways are good for us, because he sees the big picture, whereas we just see like what we're in right now, or hopefully we learn from the past. But if we're going through a hard time, it's like a different picture to him because he's seeing the whole picture. We're just seeing part of it.
Yeah, one way to think about the Tetragrammaton, the Yud He Vav He, is it's Haya, Hoveh, Yihyeh. That's the past, present, and future. That God is a mishmash of all of that combined. There is something freeing. We wouldn't really want to be God, though, right? I don't think I want infinite time. They talk about futures. I remember I was in San Francisco driving around, and one of the health insurance had a big picture of a baby, and it said, the first 150-year-old is born. I thought, who was that? You mean you have to work to 120? A lot of people, maybe they pine after the secret to everlasting life somehow, but I don't think that would be me. Yeah, Rabbi.
Just on that, I remember when I was in a student pulpit, we were celebrating a convert's 90th birthday. And I remember saying to him from the bima, Izzy, his name, Izzy, they say, Ad mea be'asri, so 120, and poor Izzy sitting there going, no, I'm tired, and he actually did pass away a couple years later, I found out. To me, I think that at least the human conception, and I feel like in a lot of other like science fiction movies and or speculative fiction movies, there's this idea that infinite life or extremely long life is kind of is more a curse than a blessing.
Like vampires, right?
Right, absolutely. There's a wonderful book by a guy named Matt Haig called How to Stop Time. And it's about somebody who has this, I don't know if you have you read it? It's about this person who has this very rare disorder, I guess, where there are just like a handful of people in the world who have this, who they age, it takes them, I don't know, 30 years to age 1 year or something like that. So here he is, it looks like he's 45, and really he's, however many centuries old, and he's trying to pass as a 45-year-old, and just how incredibly difficult and complicated that makes his life because of all
Hmm.
If you want a really tough mental picture of what we're talking about, think about this. We exist in three dimensions and we pass through a fourth, time is a fourth dimension that we pass through that we really can't see.
Hmm.
Things do get fainter the farther away they get. Now try to picture if God is infinite in time as well as space, he's living those four dimensions.
Hmm.
But depending on his quote eyesight, unquote, the extreme future and past may be just as blurry as 500 miles away from here when you look out a clear window.
Hmm. Yes.
It's hard to get a hold of, but that's about what we're talking about.
Well, maybe that would be easier for God. I mean, it seems overwhelmed. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what's got to be something of
Mm-hmm.
what it's got to be like.
Mm-hmm. There's a reading in the Reformed Prayer Book where it says, God is as far as the farthest most star and as near as, you and me. It's adapted, yeah.
If we take your text and we think about God offering the opportunity of fixed times as sacred times, and if you're lucky enough or make the decision to think about what Judaism can offer you daily and in a calendar year, as opposed to what our fixed and what's the difference between our time and God's time. Our fixed time is work. Our fixed time is obligations. Our fixed time here in the world is pretty intense in lots of ways. We who choose to celebrate and think about these texts and this world that we've been offered, if we use God's time, we have opportunities for pretty remarkable things that other people don't have. And other religions, there's some, but not many. I mean, even the Christian Sabbath is not a time which at the extreme is prohibiting all kinds of things that you can do. And then here we are on this holiday and studying all that. Just the fixed, I don't know about the decide we should be here tonight, but if we take the interpretation of those things, and if we can use God's time as a daily reminder that our fixed time may not be the ultimate pleasure in our lives or gift in our lives, then I think it's a gift that we, to go back to the very opening of Rabbi Sarah's, it's a gift that you choose. You have free will to use God's time, and probably if you take a percentage of the number of Jewish people in a particular place, very few people take advantage of that time.
Right. Yeah, the Dalai Lama said, what's the secret? How do you stay alive? And I think it was Yitz Greenberg or someone said, Shabbat is the secret. Yeah. Is it Ben or no? Michael, okay. I only got to work with you guys when you were this little, so.
I offer an embellishment to your theory about God's existence within the fourth dimension. So, the way that we depict the fourth dimension as a spatial dimension in mathematics. Say we have a three-dimensional representation of a fourth dimensional shape. We see a shape with faces that can pass through each other, right? In 3D space, we don't have that kind of existence. We see things sequentially. This is a part of that. This is behind this. Thus, we view time as something that is past, present, future, something that has happened, and this is now, and something hasn't happened yet, and so it will happen. But in a fourth spatial dimension, things would pass through each other. So why would time exist to an infinite God as a blurry past or a blurry future? So there's an understanding in my brain that a God that viewed time infinitely would understand that every point exists in one space. So rather than us seeing that something happened in the past and it had a butterfly effect and led to this point in my life, God may have said, okay, these 2 points in this person's life are significant, and so I'm putting these 2 points in my spatial dimension, and then for these humans on a lower spatial dimension, we view it as something that is past, present, future.
I love it. It's so important to take our metaphors from other fields, too, I find. It's wonderful. Sounds like a comet almost.
I gotta talk to you later. You got an invitation?
No, I just like that stuff.
I think we're in the same group then.
What I'd suggest is that the time construct that we have as a society in our heads is somewhat of a dangerous one, and it would be helpful if we expand it. There's a lot of reasons why thinking, an expectation that the number of years or seconds you live in this world is what matters, rather than trying to, what Heschel would say, finding the present, I guess, finding that moment of presence. So maybe it's helpful, we're going to look at what this means in terms of today, but also in terms of the Torah. So the next little bit is really a way the rabbis see the Torah. When you think about Mount Sinai, and that's a perfect place to deconstruct, as a deconstruct time. Because at Mount Sinai is that moment where time in the Torah fails. It ceases to exist in the right way. So there are these different rules. So first of all, you have in Pesachim, where it says, there is no earlier or later or chronological order in the Torah, as events that occurred later in time can appear earlier in the Torah. And we feel this at Mount Sinai. Here you have it from the Sparita, the 32 rules of Torah study, which we used to have in my Siddur growing up. Many portions of the Bible refer to an earlier period than to the sections which precede them, and vice versa. Think about the Torah. If you think about Exodus, we come through through the sea, right? And we end up going towards, we get manna, when Jethro comes, and then we're at Mount Sinai. Moses receives the 10 Commandments. Everyone says we will do, and then we will listen, right? And then a whole bunch of things happen. The tabernacle starts being built, and then you have the golden calf where he's coming down with the 10 Commandments again. The time doesn't work right in the Torah. It's all over the place. And we can see this, what they cite, the rabbis cite, these two examples that we actually are just going through now, which is kind of cool. Numbers 1:1. And if you read it, do we have someone that can read this just so we can hear the contrast here? Reader? David, you want to read? Read.
Numbers 1:1. On the first day of the second month, in the second year following the Exodus from the land of Egypt, God spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the Temple of
Okay, so on the first day of the second month, so that would be the second month, I think, is Sivan. What is it? Nisan. I think we're talking about the months starting. Nisan would be the first month. And this is the second year after the Exodus. And let's look at Numbers 9:1. So this is 9 chapters later. We need a reader for this. Ignore looks like a typo there. Yeah.
God spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai on the first new moon of the second year following the Exodus from the land of Egypt.
Okay, so this is the first new moon of the second year. So 9 chapters have passed, and we're suddenly going back in time. Yeah.
I apologize if I'm throwing water, water on this.
Oh, that's what's perfect.
I've always looked at when the rabbis say there is no early or late
Hmm.
Torah, that the Torah is not necessarily in chronological order. That always, to me, smacked of rabbinic apologetics.
Hmm.
That essentially, you got the Torah, the rabbis noticed, readers noticed all of these, anomalies and anachronisms and things like that. And instead of saying that the Torah was flawed or was edited in a flawed way, they said, oh, well, time doesn't really, things aren't necessarily chronological. In other words, there's no problem with this. It's
But the rabbis do it themselves as well, because probably there's tons of time travel, there's people having conversations who did not live at the same time.
Oh, 100%. No, I mean, I think it's just, I mean, it's sort of this overall struggle that I have with rabbis in general, that what was written before, it has to be proven right by subsequent generations, and they will do all of these just incredible calisthenics in order to somehow bend it to have it make sense, even if it doesn't necessarily. I mean, again, I know I'm being a devil's advocate.
No, I mean, look, we're in the postmodern world. So in the postmodern world, you can look at the literature, whatever it is, you know. I mean, I'm not coming from the point where this is handed down from Moses, but regardless, you know, you can look at it from the time frame that it came, and you can look at it from your time frame, and both of those things can exist together. So the rabbis could be trying to make sense in their own way of a typo or whatever, or they also were willing, as Mike's saying, they're used to a world that doesn't exist chronologically. And I would suggest, because we live in such a world today, because there's not a single, almost TV show, book, anything that you podcast that works in chronological order anymore. Do you notice that, right? There's not it gets a little confusing. Some of them, they don't really tell you they're moving from one section to the other. But I actually think in the rabbinic world, especially if you're going back 2,000 years ago, we just speak about that, 1,500 to 2,000 years ago, in that world, they were used to having incomplete information. They were used to thinking, there's a book out there, I don't know what it is, I'll never see it, and it's probably lost for all time, but there was a book, or a scroll. They didn't have books. And that we could piece together information. And they actually were a lot closer to the process of the creation of the Torah in terms of having different texts kind of weave together, and they were willing to accept it. So I think part of what I would suggest from this is, because in terms of our own metaphor of time, and time is a construct, is that we should be willing to live with uncertainty. I think part of what makes a linear time frame appealing is it feels certain. A straight chronology from one thing to the next is very easy to talk about, to describe. You know, I went, this morning, I woke up, took our kids to school, did such and such and such. It's easy for us to organize, but we need to be able to exist in the murkiness, in the space where time doesn't make sense, because I don't have the answers. We don't know. We don't know what God, these are wonderful conceptions I love, but there's a lot more uncertainty out there. So you see from here is that this is just an example of how they can explode time in the Torah. That it's okay that these are existing, that the golden calf is not at the point you would want it to be. It's okay. It's okay that, think about the Jewish year. We're lots of circles over and over. We have the circle of the year. We're always running back and forth to the same text. We're always at the same, it might be a slightly, in the Gregorian calendar, slightly different 11-day, whatever, month difference every year. But basically, throughout our lives, we're always returning. This is my 12th time or so here returning, not to this space exclusively, only a couple times in this space, but to our joint Shavuot. It is about returning, seeing ourselves different each time. And we don't even just read the Torah one way, right? We read the Torah chronologically, quote unquote, one section, one parsha to the next, but we also read the Ten Commandments again. We're in Shavuot. We also circle back again. And this is a really wonderful way of thinking about life. I had someone, when I worked in Atlanta as a student rabbi, she had a wonderful suggestion that I think is the model of how to think of our life. She said, I live my life in 18-year blocks. Every 18 years, I start over again. And she said, if you look at it this way, you know what? You'll see that at the beginning, and it's just one possible construct of how to do it, but you have a beginning, you move, and then you start over again, and you're always at some part of that cycle. What a different way of conceiving of our lives than the traditional way. I'm, Alex Lazarus Klein, born November 8th, 1973, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so here you have another example on the next page, and from Chizkuni, a traditional commentator. The reason why we have this discrepancy, this was to teach us that the author of the Torah did not feel obligated to order Moses to write things down in chronological order. He didn't feel obligated. Why did the Torah, Moses, not write this chapter at the beginning of the book of Numbers? He did not want to commence the book with the recording matters which reflected negatively on the Jewish people. So rather than start in a bad place, and they often do this, which is, they always want to start in some positive, end with some positive, and in between you could have a mess. But let's keep some order there. Let me see what we got here. Okay, yeah, so when we're thinking about today, the point that we usually think about is the end of Deuteronomy, of Devarim, right? Where Nitzavim, that's when I think about Mount Sinai and what we're doing on Shavuot, it's usually this moment, not the moment in Exodus that is the moment where I think we are, which is we're all standing together. And what does it say in this wonderful text that, liberal rabbis love? I don't know why it keeps adding that parenthesis there. Anyways, you stand this day, all of you, before your God, your tribal heads, your elders, your officials, your households in Israel, your children, your wives, even the stranger within your camp, from wood chopper to water drawer, my favorite expression in all of Torah. To enter into the covenant of your God, which your God is concluding with you this day, with its sanctions in order to establish to you a day as God's people, in order to be your God, as promised and sworn to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rebekah, Rachel, and Leah. I make this covenant with its sanctions, not with you alone, and this is the key moment, but both with those who are standing here with us today before our God, and with those who are not with us here today. And I don't know what the original intent, but that is the conception I think that we have. We were all at Mount Sinai, right? That is the understanding that all of us, not just the people alive at the time, but that we were at Mount Sinai there too. It's a very powerful conceit where we can all feel that today on Shavuot that we are standing at Mount Sinai, just as even though in Buffalo, New York, we're standing at Mount Sinai. Yeah.
And this also does not include only the descendants of Jacob, but all of the people that came with us that decided it was time to get out of there when we left Egypt.
Totally. It's very inclusive. It's very
inclusive of converts. What they were even asked.
Mm-hmm. They didn't. I don't know if they had much of a conception of converts back then, but they were all included. And this is what I meant at the beginning, where you have this one conception from the movie or the multiverse, where it's all happening in this one way, and here the Torah expands this direction. So suddenly it's, I think Michael, you were really kind of pointing this out. You have this. And you have this. We have all these dimensions at the same time. It kind of blows your mind to think all of our ancestors are here with us. Genetically, that's true. I always think about that genetically, because I feel like in America, and this is the reason why I think this, there's so much weight on each of individuals, right? We're in an individual society, so whatever you succeed, that's on you to accomplish that. But I always think that that's not true. We are a composite of all this, and we're collective. Yeah.
Think about it in the Seder when you talk about how this is what God did for me. You know, and so it's also that same thing with time. That even though we're here, you know, how many years past the Exodus, we're talking about how we were there individually at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, it's that sort of that mishmash of time. The same thing, like we're saying that everybody was at Sinai.
Yeah, and Abraham, Sarah, they're all our ancestors. You know, it's a beautiful thing that we have this conceit that's in all of our prayers. It's in all of our holidays. It's right there, these circles, this way of thinking that we've gotten out of, and you know, our modern world tries to force us out of because of the conception of time and reality that we have, but that our faith is always putting us back in. Yeah.
But the other thing about putting Deuteronomy in this portion of out of order is a little bit, I think it's a little bit weak, because whether you believe with the purists that Deuteronomy was written in line with everything else, or whether you believe it was actually written during the time of the judges and kings, it's a summary of what's gone before. It doesn't stand by itself as a holy book. It's a summary of the four earlier books.
So in a way, it's layered. You know, even the Torah is layered.
This is one of those, I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you, I tell you, and then I'm going to tell you what I did tell you.
Yeah, I mean, at least as I understand, the Torah was written at many times, in many places, by many people. I mean, that's what makes it godlike for my. But it's a collective, and it's written across time. I mean, the wonderful thing about studying Talmud is that you have conversations with your ancestors. I mean, I can't think of, I don't feel like I've had conversations with George Washington. But I do feel like I've had conversations with Rashi, and that's acceptable. You know, yes, there are voices left out of our tradition, but in general, we believe that we could talk to our ancestors. And the Talmud is actually most of when you start, we're 3.5 years into our 7.5-year study. I'm just counting down the days to my daughter will be in college by the time I finish. Or finished high school, I think. That in the Talmud, basically, it's one generation trying to discover why the generation before, or a couple generations before, said what they said, and they create stories to try to get to the bottom of why and how it could make sense based on what they know, because they have incomplete facts about the generations before. And they believe they're talking and living back then in the construction of the Talmud, and the brilliance of it is it continues throughout the entirety of the Talmud, and that is the rabbinic understanding. What you know. Well, we do. I mean, the internet, by the Talmud forecasts the internet, you know, because it's basically different web links that you have one to the next, or hyperlinks, right? Yeah, it's crazy how far advanced it was. It was like kind of predicting but you don't have books that are written by multiple people that are like stitched together. We don't really. I don't think I've seen that before. You know, you have one author, because we can publish and we can do things quickly. But it's not something that we can really effectively. Yeah, well, if you were going to do that, you would have to sew together all the words of the different generations of people, and that's the only way you can do it. You would actually have to put them together into some consistent narrative. Exactly. All right, so for the final text we have on the page there, and here's for another thing from Shemot Rabbah, the Midrash on the book of Exodus. And God said all these things, saying, Rabbi Yitzchak said, what the prophets were to prophesy in the future in each generation, they received from Mount Sinai, as Moshe said to Israel. But those here with us standing today and with those with us not here today, it does not say at the end of the verse, with us standing today, but rather with us today. These are the souls that will be created in the future, who do not have substance, about whom standing is not mentioned. For even though they did not exist at that time, each one received that which was his or her or him or them. All right, so I hope I broke apart your feeling about time a little bit. You have a little time for a break. It's a pleasure being with you, and a good study for those of you that are making the all-night journey. I hope you do it with strength. And you have a wonderful speaker now. Thank you.
So we do have a little break before our next session at 1 a.m. Just a programming note, the 1 a.m. session will be in the community court. Just give us a little change in scenery. And we'll be there soon.
And anyone who doesn't wash their sheets, just let me know. We'll use them tomorrow night.
So you say that Al Gore, I think that's
For our live stream friends, we are in the social hall for a little bit. We'll be back about 2:15. Enjoy your break. We'll see you later.
it's right here. Beautiful. That makes my life easier.
It's like being at a conference where everyone's falling asleep during everyone else's talk. Yes, yes. All right, so thank you everyone for still being here at this hour and a quarter. So our next session is about to begin. We have our cantorial intern here at Temple Beth Tzedek, Zahava Fried, who's going to present about Stranger in a Strange Land.
I don't know if I should say good morning, good night. Full disclosure, I was asleep until 1:50 in the morning, mostly because I'm solely responsible for watching my children, so my body's confused as to why I'm awake right now, and I sincerely hope that what I wrote down makes enough sense so that we can all follow along at this very late hour. Anyway, on a classic wedding ketubah, the words Ani dodi v'dodi li, or I am my beloved and my beloved is mine, are usually found in elaborate font right above the text of a marriage contract. These words, found in Songs and Songs, are tried and true as they not only symbolize the ideal loving relationship between two partners, but also the ideal loving relationship between a person and the divine. When it came time for me and my husband to design our ketubah artist immediately placed those words on a draft of the document because those words are, well, expected. Ani dodi v'dodi li is a stunning classic statement imbued with beauty and tradition. Why wouldn't anyone want that classic phrase to adorn their marriage document? I didn't. I shot down Ani dodi v'dodi li. I also put down my foot with the words kol sason v'kol simcha, kol chatan v'kol kala, which means the voice of joy and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride. That phrase from Yirmiyahu was meant to go on the front of our wedding invitation, as is customary. Nope, wouldn't have it. Much to my mother-in-law's amusement, or maybe in hindsight chagrin, no. The phrase that I needed to have was, Ki el asher telchi elech, uva asher talini alin, amech, ami ve'olahaich Elohai. This statement is from the book of Ruth, the Megillah that we read on this most wonderful holiday of Shavuot. Our tradition has its fill of righteous converts. One could argue that Abraham was the first convert, along with being the founder of our faith. But the one Jewish convert who holds this Jews by choice's heart is none other than Ruth. Her words, wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you live, I will live. Your people will be my people, and your God will be my God, which were spoken to her mother-in-law, Naomi, are declared with dedication, respect, fortitude, and of course, love. Ruth's intentions are abundantly clear. Her loyalty to her mother-in-law is unwavering. But what is even more evident in this statement is Ruth's eschewing of her Moabite background. She has pronounced her loyalty to her newfound faith, to Judaism, and to God. In this statement, Ruth shows us that she is reborn and starting anew. This statement is Ruth's conversion. Although this verse is the one that's most often quoted, Ruth's statement to Naomi does continue. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. Thus and more may the Lord do to me, if anything but death parts me from you. Not only is Ruth willing to be with Naomi throughout life, she is also intent to cling to her, come hell or high water, until death's inevitable arrival at the prescribed time. Ruth is even more willing to invoke God's name and create a vow that, according to Rashi, she should and would be punished if she did not stay with Naomi. We know that this punishment could be assured because God had already punished her through the loss of her possessions and the death of her first husband, who was Naomi's son. Despite that tragic loss, as well as the departure of her beloved sister-in-law, Orpah, Ruth is still willing to risk it all, not only for Naomi, but also for God. There is no doubt as to the strength and the conviction present in the first read-through of Ruth's testimony. But according to commentators, Ruth's declaration was not a soliloquy. Rather, Ruth's words were actually rebuttals to an argument posed by Naomi. Rashi elaborates on this argument. He says, "From here, our rabbis of blessed memory derived that if a prospective proselyte comes to convert, we inform him of some of the punishments for violating the commandments, so that if he decides to renege from his intention to convert, he can renege. For out of the words of Ruth, you can learn what Naomi said to her. Naomi said, 'We may not venture outside of this boundary on Shabbat.' Ruth replies, 'Wherever you go, I will go.' Naomi says, 'We are prohibited to allow a woman to be secluded with a man who is not her husband.' To which Ruth replies, 'Wherever you lodge, I will lodge.' Naomi says, 'Our nation is separated from the other nations by 613 commandments.' And Ruth says, 'Your people are my people.' Naomi says, idolatry is forbidden to us, to which Ruth says, your God is my God. Naomi then said 4 types of death penalties are delegated to the base din to punish transgressors. And Ruth says, where you die, I will die. And Naomi concludes, 2 burial plots were delegated to the base din to bury those who are executed. One of those for those who are stoned, and the others for those who are burned, and one for those decapitated and strangled. And Ruth replies, and there I shall be buried. Ruth's argument was persuasive enough to convince Naomi of her dedication, and just like that, bam, Ruth's a Jew. Ruth's conversion happened thousands upon thousands of years ago. There was no formal conversion process that was organized by a Jewish denominational body. So, in Ruth's case, it makes perfect sense that her conversion process, aka an impassioned statement to her mother-in-law, would be enough to include her among the other Jews of her time. However, an impassioned statement is not enough to prove your dedication to Judaism these days. An entire educational system has been devised so that those who want to join the Jewish faith can do so in a way that is hopefully streamlined, welcoming, sympathetic, and engaging. This was not my experience. My first conversion to Judaism is one of my earliest childhood memories. It happened on a frigid February morning. I remember plunging into warm waters that smelled just a bit too much like the dressing rooms at the YMCA. And then I recall my rabbi's voice cajoling me to push my body down a little bit deeper and to pretend that I was a fish. But I was 5. I was petrified of the deep end. I was almost able to get my entire body submerged except for the smallest area on the top of my head. After I exited the mikveh, my mom wrapped me in a fluffy white towel. She dried my hair to protect me from the freezing cold of Pittsburgh, and she said, "How does it feel to be Jewish?" I said, "Tingly." My first conversion was rather painless. My second conversion was not. When I was a teenager, my parents endured a traumatic divorce that left me at a crossroads. As an adopted child, the divorce impacted my psyche profoundly. In my adolescent brain, my family was shattered, which meant that I, along with the fragile identity that I had begun to build as a young adult, was also shattered. As a means to cope with my new situation, I turned to what I considered to be my only identifying factor: Judaism. A couple of months after my 19th birthday, I departed on a journey to Israel by myself with only a suitcase in hand. You gotta love how the 19-year-old brain works. Over the span of almost a year, I backpacked through the country. I sat in on classes at different seminaries. I volunteered at Jewish organizations, and I met Jews of all backgrounds and practices. I fondly remember my unconventional year in Israel as a time of self-discovery and independence. But embedded in that year is the echo of a sentence that gave me nightmares for the better part of a decade. That sentence was, "You're not Jewish." That sentence was delivered to me by an ultra-Orthodox rabbi in the old city of Jerusalem while I was cradling his youngest child in my arms. I was shocked. My whole body felt like it went numb. If I weren't holding his baby, I am pretty sure that I would have collapsed onto his kitchen floor. "The conversion you had when you were 5 isn't halachically sound," he explained. "No person who's ever religious would ever accept you." He may have well gut punched me. Judaism, the only thing that was holding me together, The one thing that defined me was not actually mine. According to this man, it never was. I grappled with his statement for months. Did I really need Judaism? I used to sing in churches when I was a teenager, so I could give Christianity a try. Also, I really like yoga, so maybe Buddhism? Questions like these ran through my mind constantly, but I always circled back to the same belief. I am Jewish. And if this random rabbi doesn't think so, well, I was going to do anything in my power to make it so. So I traded my skinny jeans in for a denim skirt that went down past my knees. I said goodbye to cheeseburgers, and I found out that Manischewitz makes so much more than really bad wine. I sent in an application to Yeshiva University. I was accepted, and then was promptly placed in front of the Manhattan Beis Din for one of my first conversion meetings. Whoever said that I was not Jewish could not argue with this. I would be Jewish according to one of the strictest auspices, and now no one could take that away from me. After a complete immersion in Orthodox life as an imposter for the better part of a year, dare I say a stranger in the strangest of lands, I was given the green light to become a full-fledged member of the tribe. The months leading up to that green light were riddled with anxiety. Whenever I asked for a timeline of the process, I was met with an unclear statement of, it depended on my background and my learning. When I provided my background and my schedule for learning, I was met with brief acknowledgement, lacking in validation. When I asked what my mikveh date would be, or what else I had to learn, I would receive an email that said, any day now, and then weeks, if not months, would pass. But one day, finally, I received an email asking me if I was available for my mikveh appointment in 5 days' time. It wasn't a lot of time to prepare myself emotionally, but I jumped, knowing that it could be, most likely would be, the only opportunity I would have. So, on another cold February morning, almost exactly 15 years after my first conversion, I entered the mikveh waters again. The rabbis made me promise to marry a Jewish man. They made me promise to send my children to Jewish schools. They made me promise to keep kosher, Shabbat, and the laws of family purity. They made me swear to never sing again. And I agreed to it all, without a second thought. I was desperate. I was desperate to be their version of righteous, to be their version of Jewish, that I probably would have promised anything. This time, I made sure that my entire head went under the water and that no part of me could be considered not Jewish again. Upon reflection, Naomi and Ruth's discussion could very well have been looked like the promises that I made to say while bare and vulnerable in the mikveh. The difference between the oaths that I swore and the oaths that Ruth swore was that I had no control over my answers. I had to say yes in order to get what I wanted. I literally promised I wouldn't sing again. I was not in control, but Ruth was. Although she, like me, was in a place of vulnerability, begging to become a part of this great nation, she at least had the power to proclaim why. And because Ruth had that authority to advocate for herself, she was able to become invulnerable. We are living through fascinating times, a time of unprecedented inclusivity, a time when all people of all races, religion, creeds, orientations, and genders are demanding to be seen, are demanding their well-deserved validation under the spotlight. In a 2021 article in Tablet magazine, Mark Oppenheimer reports that there are more individuals converting to Judaism now more than ever among all denominations. The majority of these individuals, similar to Ruth, are converting for themselves, not for marriage. A recent Pew Research study also showed that 1 out of every 6 Jew is a convert. And according to Oppenheimer, that number is only increasing. So how can we help to ensure that the convert, or really anyone who may feel other in our congregations, feels fully immersed and included in our communities? How do we help these individuals become stakeholders? How do we give them autonomy during their conversion process so they do not feel taken advantage of, as so many converts do? How do we help to ensure their continued integration into our communities? I think a good stepping stone is to examine and perhaps change the language that we use to refer to those who are brave enough to choose Judaism. It is a very great frustration of mine that the word for convert in Hebrew is ger. I think it irks me so much because the choosing and usage of this word seems so intentional. We usually define ger as meaning stranger, but this is not necessarily the case. The noun ger comes from the verb gur, which means to dwell. According to Professor Ishai Rosenzweig, a rabbinics professor at Tel Aviv University, a number of Torah verses describe the ger as a foreigner living among people of a different group. For example, Moses names his first son Gershom because ger hayiti be'eretz nachriya. I was a ger in a strange land, Sham. Likewise, God warns Abraham that ger yihiyeh zaracha be'eretz lo lahem. Your descendants will be gerim in a land that is not theirs. And Deuteronomy explains that the Israelites should not treat Egyptians with contempt because ger hayita ba'artzo. You were gerim in their land. In all of these cases, however, Bnei Israel weren't actually converts. They were still Jews. Despite having homes and a family and lives in these lands, especially Egypt, the Jews were still just dwellers. They weren't inhabitants. They were still other. So, when did Bnei Yisrael lose their status of ger? Anybody have any guesses? At the sea. Interesting. Larry's on the right path. Any other guesses? Michael kind of got a little bit past the path, but okay, we're getting there. On Shavuos. They stopped being gerim when they received the Torah on Mount Sinai, and when they began their journey to Israel. They're no longer gerim because they're no longer dwelling in a place that does not belong to them. Now they're more just like casually moseying their way through the meat bar. However, this ger is not the only type of ger mentioned throughout the Tanakh. So I've talked for a really long time, so now I'm going to hand out these delightful source sheets, and we're all going to take a moment to have a little bit of conversation. Michael, oh, thank you. I'm going to take one for myself. So the purpose of this source sheet, as well as the rest of our little chat here this evening, is to explore these various types of ger and to see which one best defines what we call the ger of today. Do I have any volunteers to read the very first source from Deuteronomy? Please, sir. Please, in the English. Lo ivrit hayom. Thank you. And would somebody else like to read the portion from Numbers?
And when a stranger who resides with you would offer a Passover sacrifice
To God, to Adonai.
it must be offered in accordance with the rules and the rites of the Passover sacrifice. They shall be one law for you, whether stranger or citizen of the country.
Thank you. So these are two just very brief definitions of two different type of gerim. What do you notice, if you notice at all, a difference between the two?
Well, it seems in the second source that the ger is like included and is seen as part of the entire community, where that's not the case in the first source.
Yes. Yes, Nathan.
That's not necessarily not the case in the first source, but the first ger is very much like a disadvantaged member of society.
Yes.
More vulnerable.
Yes.
Less privileged, I was going to say.
Yes. And we're correctly so, Mike, contrasting it with the portions in Numbers where it seems that the ger has a little bit more responsibility, so much so that the ger must also be involved with the Passover sacrifice, right? I see Rabbi Rosenbaum nodding, so like this makes me feel very good about myself. Great. Yes, Michael, go ahead.
We talk about Matovu, right? How very tasso, and this idea of letting people into your tent. So it seems
Yes.
that only once this stranger becomes a guest in your home that their presence has a lot more significance because they're sharing the Passover sacrifice with you, or whatever context that your guest is going to come and they can't treat them as such.
Psh, I love that. Anything else? Any other comments? So you have all hit the nail right on the head. So thankfully, the rabbis of the Second Temple also agreed that these gerim, even though we're using the same noun, are two very different type of people. So the first is the ger toshav, and this is the ger that's mentioned in Deuteronomy, which this whole entire side of the sanctuary said they seem to be vulnerable and underprivileged. That's it. This is the ger who is a sojourner, and this refers to a Gentile who remains a Gentile but lives under Jewish sovereignty and fulfills some commandments. And because this person is still a Gentile and not totally included with the Jews, they are kind of stuck in the same category as the widow and the orphan, as needing extra help, as somebody who we should take pity on and do our best to include and ensure their survival and success. The second type of ger is the ger shenitzgayer, meaning the ger who has converted. This is the ger that is mentioned in Numbers. And this refers to a Gentile who has undergone circumcision, if male, and ritual immersion, both male and female or otherwise, and therefore becomes a Jew. This category is also referred to as a ger tzedek, meaning a righteous ger. So now we are going to go on to our next source, which is from Exodus. And it goes on to we're going to have to do like a flippy situation here. So do I have any volunteers to read those verses from Shemot?
Over there.
Over there? Yes, please.
Adonai said to Moses and Aaron, "This is the law of the Passover offering. No foreigner shall eat of it. Any householder's purchased male slave may eat of it once he has been circumcised. No bound or hired laborer shall eat of it. It shall be eaten in one house. You shall not take any of the flesh outside the house, nor shall you break a bone of it. The whole community of Israel shall offer it. If a male stranger who dwells with you will offer the Passover to Adonai, all his males must be circumcised. Then he shall be admitted to offer it. He shall then be a citizen of the country, but no uncircumcised man may eat of it."
Thank you. And just to get a bit of commentary on that verse, this is from the Or HaChaim. I can never say Or HaChaim because of the hachas. Sorry. Or HaChaim. We got there. Can I have a volunteer to read that, please? Michael.
Let all his males be circumcised and circumcised. Just as failure to circumcise a slave prevents such a slave from participating in the Passover, so failure of a proselyte to circumcise all his male slaves is a prerequisite for the proselyte?
Proselyte.
For the proselyte himself can eat of the Passover. The reason of the Torah adds the Azikah, and then he may approach, is to tell us that he does not need to appoint a natural-born Jew to slaughter his Passover offering, but that he may do so himself. This is why the Torah adds he will be just like a natural-born Jew.
Thank you, Michael. And I love how that Kadima education just shined through with like that, with the no vowel reading there of the Hebrew. Psh, love it. So these two go together. What do we notice? What is this overarching theme that we're discussing? Michael.
Basically, kind of like, I'm going to use a metaphor, kind of like the quote that's sitting at the lunch table, and you can't sit with us unless you get circumcised, you know?
Yeah.
Unless you abide by these books, you can't partake in the rituals, which it seems like a pretty straightforward guideline.
Yeah. Yes, that you become Jewish by body modification. Yes. Anything else that, unfortunate, right? But alas. Anything else that we notice here? Nathan. Yeah, that's true. Women are not mentioned at all. That's a good point. However, I think this is very much just, the classic patriarchal Torah in all of its ways.
For all Jews, including women,
Yes.
it should be mentioned in this context, I think.
You would think. Harvey, I saw a hesitant hand.
No, I totally interpreted it. Not just the individual, but the family, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all in.
It's all in. What about the holiday that keeps getting mentioned? Passover. What's Passover got to do with it? Keep going with the mic.
We were the Ger of Egypt.
Yes. Yes. Exactly right.
Exodus specifically referred to the Ger that followed along with the Israelites when they left.
Perfect. Oh, I love it. Guys, look at these beautiful thoughts that we're making at God knows what time it is in the morning. It's great. So, yeah, a lot of beautiful things, but the thing I'm really honing in on here is this Pesach sacrifice. And of course, this makes sense because, well, it was the Pesach sacrifice and the exodus from Egypt leading up to receiving the Torah on Har Sinai, which changed the Jews' status from strangers and dwellers to Bnei Yisrael. This group is allowed to eat the Pesach sacrifice, which includes the circumcised Jew and the circumcised convert, but not any foreigners who are uncircumcised. So this is my question. There are so many usages of the word ger. Why didn't we just give converts a title that's not associated with any words that means stranger or foreigner or dweller? Why, after a conversion process, do we still find that it is necessary to refer to them as ger? I don't know. It feels like to me that using this term just solidifies that no matter what a convert does, and no matter how a convert acts, they're always going to be other. And this is especially evident in the book of Ruth, where Ruth refers to herself, even after her conversion, as a nechria, which is a term that really refers to someone who's an outsider. But of course, we can't change the Torah. If we could maybe edit a lot of complicated and painful language that pushes people away instead of drawing them closer, which, in my opinion, is the true intent of Judaism and Torah. So what are the next steps? I'm not sure. Do converts reclaim the word ger and its associated honorifics for themselves? Personally, when I'm called to the Torah, I very purposefully ask the Gabayim to announce me as Bat Avraham Avinu V'Sara Imenu, in the hopes that in a very small way, I can break down the stigma that converts are not so ritually savvy. Do we just stop calling Jews by choice converts or gerim? Although I don't love either term, I'm afraid that by not using those words, we are invalidating the hard work performed by that person to reach that milestone. In addition, by using the word gerim, we are also breaking the prohibition of not reminding a convert of their past, which becomes problematic for people like me who are proud of that status, but also believe that it's not the first way they should be defined. One thing that I do stand by, especially after my own experience, is that no person should ever tell someone else who or what they are and who or what they are not. By doing so, we breed a culture of invalidation and small-mindedness. By doing so, we are not leading with love. I love that, leading with love. That is why I place the words, "Wherever you go, I will go," on my ketubah and on all of my wedding invitations. Ruth was one of the first gerim, one of the very first others, and she, in the face of the unknown, chose love. In doing so, she was supremely rewarded. As we all know, her great-grandchild was none other than King David, from whom the Messiah will come. As we continue to learn tonight and through our years, I pray that we can learn and relearn that it is of paramount importance to love those who are different, because no one should ever have to be a stranger in a strange land. I have no idea what time it is, but I would love to answer questions.
You mentioned before that it's a giveaway when a Jew of choice is called up to the Torah.
Yes.
And the parents' names are substituted Abraham and Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
I know that this synagogue is one of the pioneers that's been calling up people, for instance, Zahava from the family tree.
Yes.
Without mention of parents.
And I think, it was very interesting when this teshuvah was first announced in this congregation very recently. I really didn't know what to think of it at first, because I'm like, yes, I love the inclusivity. Do I want to be na'amod? But at the same time, I'm very proud of my status as a Jewish woman. Women still being able to come up to the Torah and have these aliyot and to even learn from the Torah is still something that's relatively recent in our history. So I personally am not sure if I want to do na'amod, if I want to do ta'amod with maybe that family freed. But that's the one thing I love about Judaism. One day I feel very differently about God than I do the next. One day I feel very differently about my Judaism than I do the next. It's ever evolving. So maybe I should just have multiple name cards for the Gabayim, just switch it up on them. Do you think you can keep up with that, Larry? Yeah. Rabbi Rosenbaum.
I don't know if you've ever seen the film of the Royal Tenenbaums, Wes Anderson movie from,
Is that the one with jumpsuits?
that was the one with jumpsuits. Yes. So, the patriarch of the family, you see this in one of the early scenes, that when he is introducing his children at parties, this is my son so-and-so, this is my son so-and-so, and this is my adopted daughter.
Yeah.
Right? He never refers to the daughter as simply the daughter. This is my adopted daughter. And I thought that was, whatever his intention that we are empowering so many people today to choose their names and to announce their identities, which is all a good thing. So too, I think it makes sense for people to be able to say, somebody wants to be me Bates, okay. Somebody wants to be Ben, somebody wants to be Bob, okay. And however you want to be called up to the Torah is how you should be called up. And and I think that says a lot about, some people are completely comfortable about talking about being Jews by choice. Some people who are Jews by choice say, you know what, I don't want to be differentiated. And you should be able to put that in the background.
I completely agree. And I also really appreciate you sharing the story about your mom. In my case, my mom, who is technically my adopted mother, hilariously, her Hebrew name is Sarah. So for me, that worked out well. And my father is not Jewish, so he always went by Avraham when he was in our shul. So for me, it wasn't a big deal. But imagine moving forward, like if my parents' name had been different, in retrospect, I may have wanted to revisit that and say, no. When I'm called up to the Torah, I want to be called by whatever their names would be. And I think this is very akin to how when converts, they are supposed to sit Shiva for their family members who are not Jewish in order to really fully have the mourning practice. And because parents, no matter what your background is, are due of that respect.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
So when I had to choose my name, I can't remember the name of the book, but I had a book of names. And what it does is the names talk about the characteristics of people that are in the Torah. And I chose two very distinct people popped out to me in regards to my journey and my study before my conversion. And like that word "ger," I did not like that word at all when I first interacted with the Torah. So I chose my name Akiva because they say in the Torah that something happens to men, men, when they get over the age of 40 or a certain middle age. I guess, I don't know, there's a spiritual thing that happens to us, whether it's because we're like over the hill and now it's downhill from here or whatever it is. We seem to, and Akiva was a great rabbi. And to me, he was an amazing rabbi. And to his death was an amazing thing, how brave he was. And I called myself Yehuda because there are stories of at least 2 or 3 Judahs, Yehudas, and they were always brave. They were always like, for instance, Judah, when his brother recognized him, when Joseph recognized him, he said, no, don't take Benjamin, take me, keep me, hold me, because, he lost, Rachel and don't have to lose his son. So, Jacob lose his son. So, just the brevity of it, being brave, and I kind of identify with that.
I love how you shared. Yeah. I love how you shared.
But that's what
Yeah.
made me decide who my personality was. Coming from a military background, and I gave up a lot to be here in regards to profound relationships and everything. But I don't believe that. I believe that I was here from Mount Sinai. I was here within too. They say Jews, we never really die. They say it's always the people that come back in life to continue the process of improving the world. It's just a beautiful thing. That's just my expression of why I chose that name, Yehuda Akiva.
I love it. And thank you for sharing your chosen name with us. I also have a chosen name. And for those of us who are awake, I'm going to let you in on a secret. So my legal name is Hannah, and my full Hebrew name is Chana Zahava. After my conversion, I chose to go only by Zahava. And the reason I chose Zahava is twofold. The first, deep, meaningful reason is I really found my Judaism in Yerushalayim, in Jerusalem, which is the city of gold. So I thought, oh, Zahava, I can go with it. I like it. I felt very Zahava-y. Now, this is the funny story, the story that my father-in-law loves to tell at parties. So I went to school, as I said, at Yeshiva University, Stern College, in Midtown Manhattan, which is a very Jewish area, and the baristas at Starbucks are very used to calling out names like Chaya and Mushka. And so I thought to myself, when I had my short list of what I wanted my name to be, I was like, I really can't choose between Tzipora, who was, also a convert, and Zahava. And so I went to the Starbucks around my dormitory, and when they asked, what name do you want to put on the cup? I said, Tzipora. And so they called out Tzipora, and I was like, no, that's not good. And so later that day, I went down the block to the next Starbucks, and they said, what would you like your name on the cup to be? And I said, Zahava. And they called that out. I was like, that's it. Yeah, they're very used to it. This is Midtown Manhattan, Rabbi Rosenbaum. No, they were so used to the Chaya Mushkas, I can't even tell you. Yes. They had no idea what you or I went through. So at that point, I decided Carol was okay. I wasn't in any questions. I love that perspective. Thank you so much for sharing it. Michael.
I sit here with a really interesting level of relatability. According to this, Akiva, you mentioned that idea of Jews always coming back. And I actually won a photography competition and got that photo put up in Beit Hafutzot into the beat based on that exact same concept. I was standing in a hallway with a candle. It was really last minute, just in the dark. And I was like, that was cool. And then I thought about it and was like, you know what? Jews have been almost eradicated multiple times, but we're still here. So that's a $1 million idea. I think about that all the time. Anyway, back to my other thing.
I remember that picture, by the way, because I'm pretty sure your dad posted it on Facebook.
I very much identify with not being born a Jew, but yet I'm still not a Jew by choice because I was adopted as an infant and was converted as an infant. There's pictures of him holding me in the mikvah, and there's not a thought behind my eyes because I'm not a baby. But I still very much identify with not being born a Jew, but still carrying on my heritage. And I've been asked before recently,
Yeah.
Jewish. And I also had that said to me by, from a friend of mine, said like, oh, are you actually Jewish? Because it was a conversion halachic, and it made me like, I actually like totally threw that idea out the window because I didn't want to think about a world where my conversion is void.
Yeah, and I very much had that experience. Even though I was not converted as an infant, I was converted at 5 for the first time through conservative auspices. And the hilarity of the conversation that my mother retells between my parents and the rabbi still never fails to entertain me to this day. So they were sitting in the rabbi's office, and the rabbi says, and the reason really why I had that first conversion is because my parents struggled with infertility for 10 years, and they decided to adopt me. And of course, like right after they signed the preliminary paperwork when I was like 3 months in utero, my mom had another in vitro surgery already, procedure already scheduled. She was like, oh, well, I might as well do it anyway. I know I'm getting a baby regardless because this adoption is kind of being finalized. Oh, guess what? She got pregnant. And so I was born, and then my brother Ethan was born 3 months later. And so since my adoptive mother, my mother, is 99.7% Ashkenaz Jew, there is no denying that he is halakhically Jewish according to all auspices. And so growing up, my rabbi said, look, we really want them to be on the same footing. She really should go through a conversion. It should be recognized, within her lifetime by the majority of denominations. However, she's going to have a problem if she ever wants to move to Israel or marry a man who was raised in an Orthodox family. To which my parents laughed out loud and said, that will never happen. Enter Yaakov, 22 years later, or however long it was. But it's interesting in the respect that, yes, at 5 years old, it's almost very similar to that of an infant. I was Jewish. I had no reason to not think I was. Literally, my first childhood memory is of a mikveh. So why would it not be otherwise? So when that rabbi told me that, it shattered me. I was crazed. I ended up finding my rabbi who was, my childhood rabbi growing up and saying, is this real? Like, why is this happening? And I remember her saying to me, there are other options. Your conversion is fine. You don't need to do this. And a part of me wishes that I listened to her. Because guess what? My conversion at 5 was fine. It should have been enough. But the one thing that makes me very grateful, the one reason I never will regret my Orthodox conversion is Lila and Fina. Because no matter where they go, no matter who they marry, no matter what they want to do, nobody can take that away from them. So that is something that I stick to.
I want to add something else. In regards to how I see myself, how I see this community, how I see the Orthodox community, how I see the, what is it? I think it's Shur Shalom community. As a Jew, one thing is I'm not the same as I was when I wasn't a Jew. I'm a different person.
It is a rebirth, my friend.
My soul is different.
Yes.
I honestly feel this way every day. Now, the honesty comes from the truth about the Torah. The Torah is beautiful to me, personally. So when I look at the Orthodox community, I think they're beautiful. I think this community that I'm in is beautiful. I think the Shur Shalom community is beautiful. I think the way I look at it is they're all Jews, and they all have a purpose.
1,000%.
There are people in the community that's conservative. Conservative community are lawyers, they're doctors. Some of them are ex-soldiers. They serve a purpose in this world.
They're also doctors and lawyers.
It's almost like looking at all those things that have different characteristics of the tribes, right? And my lesson learned is that we're very tribal. and I, as a person that became a Jew at the age of 40, okay, I am not very judgmental at all. I have to have a sense of humility because there's so much that I haven't learned yet. And there's a saying that you can spend from the time you were a child until the time you're 90-something years old, and you can't completely read all of the Torah.
Unless if you're Cantor Spindler.
And then I think of those three rabbis that were studying together, and only Akiva could go crazy. So humility is so important, and I try to pace myself in my journey. But I know that every day I become a better person. I become a better person within my community, with my family, and it's all, in my opinion, because of the Torah, the beauty of the Torah. The beauty of creation, the beauty of knowing that the God exists, but has no shape or form. The beauty of the fact that everything now makes much more sense to me than it did when I was a Jew. So, those are the things that makes, a feeling of healing, a feeling of being. I'm just trying to be. And there's no such thing as anxiety or stress or disrespect to a certain community. It's all in love from me.
Please let me know when you're ready to enter rabbinical school.
I have the time.
Hopefully I'll have ordination by then, and I will write you all the recs you need. Yes, sir.
In your childhood journey, did you do bat mitzvah?
Yep. I did bat mitzvah. Even actually it was at my bat mitzvah that my rabbi realized that I could sing. And then I kind of became like the quasi-cantor for a few years before, of course, as unfortunately a lot of children who grow in a very proud Jewish home but not very observant home kind of leave the synagogue after confirmation. So that was me. But I realized how deeply embedded Judaism was in my soul when I felt that I lost everything. That's what I turned to. Linda.
You shared so much.
Thank you.
First of all, your name is on top, your voice is bold. So, my question is, you said you promised not to sing. How long did you keep that promise? And I'm so glad you broke it.
That's a great question. I really started singing again when Lila was maybe about a year old. And I realized that with the stringencies that I was holding to myself, I was also denying her the opportunity to grow and explore. And then when I entered my job as a preschool teacher at PALS, and I had my first interaction with Rabbi Rich, I began to realize that women can be clergy people and can be powerful clergy people. And I remember when I told Susan Goldberg and Sarah that I wanted to be a cantor, their obvious reaction was like, duh. And so so it was really relatively, it took me about oh gosh, I converted for the second time in 2013, 6 years. Me too. Me too. Because every voice deserves to be heard, even at 3 a.m. Is that the end of my time, sir? Beautiful. Thank you all. What a tremendous privilege. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for hearing me. I love this community. I'm going to go eat some cheesecake, and then I'm going back to bed.
Yasha Koach to Zahava for a really lovely learning this evening. Our next presenter is Cantor Mark Horowitz. Cantor Mark has done so many things that I will limit myself. Cantor Horowitz served as the executive director of the Bureau of Jewish Education, created Yad B'Yad, was a senior vice president at JCC Association, and is now the chief people officer at the Buffalo JCC. Cantor Horowitz will be presenting on Turn, Peter, Paul, Ben Bogbog, and Mary. And I got an advanced preview this morning, and we're in for a treat.
So I could probably, if you're still here and you want to get closer, we're going to be dwindling in a moment, I see, which is perfect and fine because I don't have enough handouts for all the people who are leaving anyway. I'm first of all not going to talk for the next hour about what a chief people officer is, but if you want to talk about that later, I'm happy to do that. And I want to say to Rabbi Rosenbaum, because this is really important after the last conversation, I grew up in a very right-wing conservative synagogue where I was very happy as a child. And then as I grew up and my life began to happen, I have 2 adopted children from South America. And I am part of the LGBTQ plus community, and to sit here in this synagogue and hear the conversations and the acceptance and the opportunities is really a very special moment. So thank you all here for what you're doing in this community. It's really very special. And just as an aside, when my children's mother and I had their children came, and they were babies as well, we decided not to have them go through conversion. We thought a lot about it. We talked to a lot of people and a lot of rabbis. They were growing up in a house with 2 cantors, and we thought it just made sense to us that they were going to have what they needed, and that as adults they could make whatever decisions they wanted or needed to make to do that on their own. Just another alternative path for us to go. So we're going to do some wacky things now, and we're going to do a lot more stuff with you. So I'm going to hand these out to you, please. We have enough for most of you, but probably not all. When Mike and I talked about my time at 3:15 in the morning, we decided there would be 3 people. But so I feel like I hit the jackpot tonight. So thank you for staying. And whatever you see in here, don't believe it, because as I'm thinking about you, we're going to be doing things that are and are not here. So I'd like to start. What we're going to do tonight is we are going to talk a little bit about what it is to have conversations and talk to each other. We're going to think about Shavuot in a different sort of way than we might have before. I want to talk about these few lines from Pirkei Avot, and I think we're going to have a conversation about Torah and life. But I don't know where it's going to go, even though I have enough here for probably 4 hours, and chances are you're not interested in 4 hours for today. If somebody would be kind enough to look in your handout. I think I gave my handout to somebody, which is not a smart idea. You have the one with my name on it? Oh, yes. Thank you. Oh, so somebody has one that has my initials. No, I have it. Pretty good. I would love to start with somebody reading this blessing for conversation, please. Thank you.
Let this be a conversation, not just a space in which we merely await our time to speak, but let it be a space in which we seek to learn, listen to one another, a coming together to share with each other our stories. Let this time we spend be in the service of exploring who we are and who we wish to be. May we build understanding, learn how the other has come to see what they see, know what they know, and believe what they believe. Let us bestow upon one another the blessing of well-crafted questions fueled by genuine curiosity. May our gathering remind us that conversation is not about agreement or finding things in common, but knowing that the uncommon is also good. May this time be blessed with our knowing our attention is a gift that tells the other, you are human and worthy of being heard, respected, and understood.
You read that so beautifully. Thank you. I love this, and I like to start with this as often as I can. And I want us to feel for the next however many minutes we're together that we're respecting each other around conversation, that we're going to talk about things. This is not a safe space. We all don't know each other, but we're going to try and create a bit of a safe space for us to have some serious conversations about who we are and where we're going. And I think that this notion of curiosity and this notion of gifts from each other about how we are human is really what Shavuot in many ways is all about. If you turn to the next page, please, where it says meditation, if somebody would read just the first 5 lines, that would be great.
One God, one people, one mountain, one book, many voices.
That is a poem written about Shavuot, and I wonder what you think of it. What is it saying to you? Does it resonate? Would you change any of the words? Would you add a line? Would you take something out? Do you just like it? Harvey?
I like it very much, but I mean, the word many, right, is clearly the word that jumps out. I mean, it could be one voice, right? You might kind of say, I'm a God, we're all ones, right? Why not one voice?
Why not one voice? What do you think that many is meant to be there?
I think it goes back to, the conversation in the last discussion. I mean, we are one. There isn't just one flavor of Judaism, right?
Mm-hmm. Other thoughts about this short poem? The many jumped out at me when I first read it, and I, however, was thinking similarly, not that it would be one, but it would be more diverse than many, because it wasn't about numbers to me when I read it. I knew they were numbers, and the one God, one people, one mountain makes sense to me, and one book. But the diversity of our people is what was missing to me here, because many implied numbers, not differences. Voices. I think you're absolutely right. It could absolutely be voices. So we're going to start. We're not going to start. We've already started. We're going to do 2 things now. And I'm going to explain them. And you may participate and you may not participate, because I'm not going to ask you to do this. But the more of you that participate, the more interesting it will be. This is what I'd like to do. We're going to sing together Pine Matov to start us off, because we're together and we're here and we're bonding in different ways all night long. It's been a remarkable 92 hours so far. And then I'm going to ask you to do the following. I want us to be at Sinai. We're at Sinai. We're supposed to be at Sinai. We're all there. We're all here. And if you're feeling comfortable, we did not introduce ourselves to each other. I know many of you. I don't know all of you. It would be really wonderful if you could stand up, sit down, crawl, say your name. First names will do. And then say, I'm standing at Sinai, and I am bringing my gift of, and tell us something you're proud of about yourself that has you being in a crowd of people around Sinai who are coming with their human gifts. Not you're bringing a diamond bracelet or a Torah cover, but that you are coming and you're bringing your heart, your soul, your music, your laughter, your kindness, whoever you are, so that we can know who we are as we approach Sinai together for this very incredible moment. And if you're not comfortable doing that, which is perfectly fine, I will do it first, and I'll be quiet after we sing Hine Ma Tov, and if you feel comfortable, stand or speak and do that. Otherwise, please promise me you'll do it internally to yourself if you're not comfortable doing it out loud. That's perfectly fine. So together we sing. The words of Hine Ma Tov are not all there, but I'm assuming many of you already know it. But just do a couple of verses. Hine ma tov u'manaim, shevet achim gam yachad. Hine ma tov u'manaim, shevet achim gam yachad. Hine ma tov, shevet achim gam yachad. Hine ma tov, shevet achim gam yachad. Hine ma tov u'manaim, shevet achim gam yachad. Hine ma tov u'manaim, shevet achim gam yachad. I'm going to start, and I honestly haven't thought about what I was going to say, so I need a minute. I'm Mark, and I'm standing at Sinai, bringing with me my love of people.
I'm Mike, and I'm standing at Sinai, reading my reflections.
I'm Robin, and I'm standing in Sinai bringing gratitude.
I'm Nathan, and I'm standing at Sinai and I'm bringing my attention to detail.
Harvey, standing at Sinai, and I'm bringing my love of our Jewish experiences.
I'm Linda, I'm standing at Sinai, I'm bringing my patience. I'm Linda, and I'm standing at Sinai, and I bring my ability to turn string into things.
I'm Sharon, I'm standing in Sinai and bringing my optimism.
I'm Mike, and I'm standing at Sinai, and I'm bringing my love for the whole community around here, not just the Jewish community, but the entire community of this area, which I guess now includes Sinai.
And Donna, I'm bringing my smile full of joy.
Thank you. Please.
I'm David. I'm outside. I bring my joy of helping others.
I'm Harvey. I'm Harvey too. I'm standing at Sinai and I'm bringing my wakefulness at 3:15 in the morning. It's very unusual.
I am, oh, Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris, and I'm standing at Mount Sinai, and I'm bringing my queer identity with me as proof that now there's a misconception that, oh, you're gay, you don't believe in God, and that's completely false.
Thank you. And again, I am Mark, and I am grateful to be standing at Sinai with each and every one of you. If you look at the bottom of this page, if somebody would read, oh, let me just talk about the title of I wanted a sexy title. That's what that was all about. Something that you might actually stay for. And I do want to acknowledge, because you need to know that I do know that, when I was talking about Peter, Paul, Ben Bogbog, and Mary, I know Peter, Paul, and Mary did not actually write Turn, Turn, Turn. It was Pete Seeger, and the Byrds made it famous, but it wasn't nearly as much fun if I couldn't write Peter, Paul, Ben Bogbog, and Mary. So today we're going to talk a little bit about Ben Bogbog, because I think that these two verses from Pirkei Avot really speak volumes to what we're here to talk about today. So if somebody would read those, that would be great. Thank you.
Turn it over, and again, turn it over, for all is therein. And look into it and become gray and old therein, and do not move away from it, for you have no better portion than it. Then he said, according to the labor is the reward.
Great. Ben Bogbog, Ben Hey, crazy names, right? According to legend, Ben Bogbog and Ben Hey were converts. Perfect timing for our conversation today. And in order to hide them from the Roman authorities, because the Romans forbade conversion at that point in our lives, they were called by these apparent nicknames. And these are not the names that they carried, they were the names that they used. Obviously not real names. Not many people are named Ben Bogbog and Ben Hey. Both nicknames, however, in essence, really represent the letter Hey. The letter Hey in Hebrew, which, do we have Hebrew here? Well, anyway, you mostly know what that looks like. Which is the letter that is added. It's just a funny coincidence that we're having these same conversations about conversion and Avraham and Sarah, but Avram and Sarai, who became Avraham and Sarah by adding a Hey to their names. Also, here the Hey becomes very important as well, because if you look at Ben Bogbog and you think of gematria, which is the taking of Hebrew letters and assigning numbers, you will notice that Bet, which is 2, and Gimel, which is 3, adds up to 5, which is Hey. And that's where the Hey, that's where some of our scholars tell us where Ben Bogbog and Ben Hey came from. It's the 5th letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So one question I have for you here, if you read this, turn it over, it's all there, look into it, turn it over, move away. There's a lot of repetition in this particular verse. Number one, why is there so much repetition in this verse, do you think? And why do we turn it over and read the Torah every year? Why do you embrace why we do? There's really no right answer. So any of those things. Harvey. You always find something new. No question. I think you always find something new in the Torah, and you always find something new in yourself. So you can be reading the same words and you can be coming to them. I don't know how many of you, I was standing right here last year, a little earlier, honestly. But I was standing here last year, and I know that I am standing here this year when I read the portion this week, when I've been studying Naso this week, when I've been doing whatever. I know I'm a different person than I was a year ago, and I'm reading this very differently than I did. And I think that's true day after day. And we're reading different things, and we're being different in our reading. What else do you notice or think about?
There's a certain comfort to doing something over and over again. For example, I typically watch the same TV shows over and over again. And yes, I do notice some things, but it's also just very comfortable and it helps me relax.
There's great comfort in repetition. You can see that in young children. It starts when we're very young, and then people tell us to stop. And so we lose that comfort. I'm a teacher of very young children. That's what I did for many years of my life. And there's just they want to hear the same book over and over again. They want to play the same games over and over again. And at a certain point, we say as parents, me included, the educator in me, oh, come on, let's do a new one. Let's do. Here's a new toy. Here's a new thing. But the comfort is something that we seek the rest of our lives, I think in part because we take it away from children so quickly. What else about this? Sorry.
I think the repetition also suggests an attitude of relentlessness.
Yeah. Couple of tiny little facts about this. These two verses, if you'll notice, I read this and I'd never heard this before. These two verses have very short words and short phrases as compared to some of the other verses in Pirkei Avot. And I read a lot of things to be here with you tonight because the blessing of teaching is the blessing of learning to teach. And it was said by one of the commentaries that I read that another address that is very much like this in the way that it is crafted is the Gettysburg Address, which I don't really remember, although I remember having to recite it in 6th grade in front of the whole class, how it's very repetitive and uses very short words. So you can take a look at that because I did afterwards. Here are the words I'd like to read to you that are not mine. That's from Rabbi David Rosenfeld. And he says, one of the most fascinating aspects of Torah study is that it is a subject we never complete, but that we return to for our entire lives. In secular studies, a student will typically complete a course of study and progress to the next level. Once a student passes Calculus 1, he puts it behind him, presumably having gained something in the process, and moves on to Calculus 2. Not so with the Torah. Year after year, we study the same scripture, the same stories of creation, Noah, Abraham, the Exodus, and each year understanding just a little bit more than we did in the past. The Torah was meant to be studied in this manner. The youngest child will revel at the uplifting and inspiring stories of our ancestors, while the greatest scholars fathom the true depth and profundity of each verse. The Torah is infinite. No one fully fathoms it, yet neither is anyone entirely removed from it. So I have a question for you. I have two questions for you. Can you think of a story or verses or something in the Torah that you have gained more depth or more stickiness or something more important for yourself as time has gone on? Can you think for a moment about something that you've read in Torah, something that you remember, that as time has gone on, by reading it over and over again, it has changed you, you have changed it, it has felt different. And no, I think one thing at a time. Anybody? It doesn't have to be a brilliant thing. You do not have to quote it. It can be a story you remember. It can be a moment or anything about something that you've done. Thank you. Yeah.
Where when I first learned that as a child, it was like, it's the last test, passes the test. And then like, every year we go through that, it's more and more about how such a gray or failure this was. And it's such a different take.
Thank you. Linda.
Mine is just amusement. Moses marries Zipporah. My daughter's name is Robin Zipporah. My son-in-law Mark is Moshe. And I just
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Linda.
Mine is just choose life. When I'm depressed, it's meant one thing, but as I've gotten older and it's meant another thing, it's what kind of life?
Hmm.
Just choose life, it's what kind of life is what I can.
Thank you. That's lovely.
As a child, I guess I understood it as God said to Abraham, go, Abraham went, and that was it. As I got older, I started to appreciate not only the depth of the story, but the poetry of the language. The poetry and the rhythm,
Yeah, it's very beautiful.
it has a beautiful sound to it, but it also has a great depth to it. God's telling Abraham not only to go, but understand what you're giving up in
That's
order
right.
to do this.
Your home.
Which is everything. You know, your home, your family, your way of life, to go to a place that you know nothing about.
You picked one of my you picked one of my very favorite places, and the meaning of the order of those things. Once you get to read it a couple of times, you understand the depth of what's being left first and in what order they're happening. And you're right, the absolute pleasure of speaking those words and the absolute pleasure of chanting those words, having had the ability to do that in my life, is wonderful. It's one of the great gifts of Torah as a cantor and as anybody who can be a balkor, anybody who reads or chants Torah, that gift of how the trope and the cantillation gives meaning to the words that they don't have when they're just flat sitting there as well, and how brilliantly they have been conceived, that words pop out for, I was just talking about this with somebody this week. I can think of so many phrases and so many beautiful passages where the brilliance of the cantillation makes the whole thing come alive, whether it's Shirat Hayam and the beautiful melodies that come with the crossing of the Red Sea, or the, waking up in the morning and the word baboker having this wonderful trope sound that we almost never use in the Torah, which Harvey knows all about. But it's just a real gift to spend time with those things. Anybody else have something, Mike?
I don't have a specific one that I can call to mind today, but I know that at some point in my youth, I can't remember what it was before or after bar mitzvah, but I decided that I really wanted to read the whole Tanakh English by myself through from the beginning, and I know I didn't get quite through the 5 books before I stopped, but it didn't really do much for me. But when I started going to Torah study classes and weekly before services as an adult, there's almost no week that I don't find something new with what I've already read, and it's just amazing. I mean, not just a little turn of phrase, but something that strikes me as significant. And that's what I get out of it.
Duh. Harvey?
The Joseph story, which we talked about earlier, Bergman, is one that, so many different layers to it. And what you were there, some of this, a shalshalat in Joseph and Joseph Wife, and that, was so powerful. Right?
Yeah. It's really, I was nervous to have the 3:15 slot for only one reason. And I never said this to Mike. It wasn't about that it was 3:15, because here I am feeling just fine. But when I saw that Mike wrote what the theme was going to be, and it said, a season is set for everything, a time for every experience under heaven. And I immediately knew what I wanted to talk about, and I knew it needed to be this Ben Bogbog thing about turning it over, turn. Everything has a season. It's just all, and I said, my God, I'm last, almost last, and everybody's going to do the same thing. Everybody has to think the same thing. And I came here today half nervous, and when somebody would hand out a sheet, I was waiting for that parak to come, and here I am. And everybody had these brilliant ideas about the theme, and I thought, oh my God, everybody's going to be doing this. The notion of Shavuot and everything has a season and turning, and the notion of turning the Torah over and over again. First of all, we had to turn the Torah over again because we rejected it first time and had to come back again. The other thing is this notion of turning and turning. The message as we approach Mount Sinai is that Torah study is really something we do throughout our lives. And we have to just understand what that means. And it means something different for each one of us here. No two people here are doing the same thing, how we look at Torah. If we, however, cannot, we're taught by many commentaries and many scholars that if we do not wrestle with Torah, it is not ours. And wrestling is what I always call it because it just feels that way for me. You study in Chavruta, you don't study alone, you study with two people so you can challenge each other, so you can stimulate each other. There's nothing wrong with reading Torah on your own, but it's so much more effective when you're studying with somebody else and somebody is wrestling with you. Even more effective when you're in a big, large room and everybody's noisy and you're in just feeling the energy of that. So that as we approach this, the freshness of Torah, the challenge of Torah, the opportunities of Torah, and never feeling like we've mastered it, that we've ever come far enough that we don't have to continue to do it. That's the magic of Shavuot for me. I read this, and I'm going to read it to you from somewhere that it says here. Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky, one of the leaders of American Jewry in the decades after the war, wisely observed that we first introduced to Scripture Bible stories at the age of 5 or less. And tragically, some of us continue to understand our history on the level of a 5-year-old. Adam rebelled against God to eat an apple. Was it really an apple? Isaac was a blind old man deceived by the wily Esau. Jacob stole the blessings from his brother. Jacob openly favored Joseph over his brothers. Too bad he never took any parenting classes, is what the guy said. The brothers attempted to kill him, and etc., and so on. Such stories may thrill and entertain our children, but we must quickly outgrow the childish versions of our forefathers we were once introduced to, instead relating to them according to the wisdom and maturity we have attained. As we ask, delve, and analyze, stories which were once simple, straightforward, and shallow now become worthy of deeper analysis and reveal much greater truths. I believe, as an early childhood educator, I believe that we do everybody a disservice by only doing it that way, even at those ages. Because what I have found, I've been teaching children forever. The children I've been teaching are now all grown up and married and having their own children. And some of them will come to me and tell me those stories that we told and read and Bible stories, they just couldn't have been true. And they throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, when we never change the childhood knowledge of these stories, and there's this flood, and there's this, and they say, this couldn't have happened. If we don't give children and their families the opportunity to delve more deeply, even in simple ways, to show how they're relevant to our lives and show what the stories, whether they're true or not to you or how you look at them, that they have lessons that we can teach 2, 3, 4-year-olds and their families, then we're missing an opportunity. We're absolutely missing an opportunity. So in your packet here, I'm going to skip around because I'm going to lose my time. I have another 3 hours, so I only have another 20 minutes or so I'm going to move this one. In your packet, you have the lyrics to Turn, 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 and next to that, you have a very cute song, if you ever want to use, that I really love by my colleague and friend Jeff Klepper, which is called Rabbi Ben Bagbag. And it's a really cool song. Just YouTube, if you go into YouTube and do it, it's a very sweet song for kids, and you see the words. Rabbi Ben Bagbag had a double name because his last name was the same, but I never heard him brag. And it's a cool song to use to begin to talk about this together. If you turn, however, to the next page, I'd like to do these with you. And we're going to read them first together. These are from the book I have the honor and privilege of studying with the staff of Federation once a month. And one of the things that Mike has chosen for us to study is the Jewish Book of Days. And so these are two excerpts from here that I have for you. One is for today. Well, one is, it depends on what day it is. So one is for the first day of Shavuot, the other one is for the day before the first day of Shavuot. I don't know where we are right now. But I would love to read this first one, which is actually for the first day of Shavuot. If somebody would be kind enough to read it. I know it's long, but it's really worth it. And you can just read the right side, please, for the moment.
If Passover is like a birth, Shavuot is like a marriage, and the revelation at Sinai is a wedding between heaven and earth. On the first day of Shavuot, some Jews have the custom of staying up until dawn to study. This all-night study session is called the Tikkun Shavuot, the repair of Shavuot. Those who study the Torah that night are like bridesmaids waiting up with the bride on the night before she marries. In the morning, the participants in the Tikkun accompany the bride to Chovah. They pray at dawn and read the story of Revelation. On the morning of Shavuot, Yom Tov in some other Jewish cultures, a wedding contract is read before the Torah service. In some synagogues, the bride is the Torah, the groom is Israel, and the Holy One gives away the bride. Another tradition says Shekhinah is the bride, the Holy One is the groom, and the wedding brings the immanent and transcendent parts of the divine together. Shavuot, the harvest of first fruits, celebrates the union of sky and earth. We imagine Torah falling to the earth to make our ethical and mythic imaginations fertile for yet another year. We decorate our synagogues and homes with flowers and greens to bring new fertility and creativity into our lives.
So here we are at the foot of Mount Sinai, ready to receive, in the midst of receiving, however you want to do that. And I wonder if you could think for yourself two things, which I'd be thrilled if you'd share with us, but just as happy if you're going to think about them for yourself. What kind of commitment can you make at this very moment about Torah study for yourself? And I'm not asking, are you going to do 7 years, 4 times a week, which would be great, or something, but is there something you can think about that will help you commit to finding a way to turn that Torah over, even something very simple that's different than what you've been doing in the past year? That's one. And the second one is, because I love this part about decorating with flowers and I don't know, I grew up in, I told you earlier, a very, very large conservative synagogue on Long Island, which already conjures up for you some images, and certainly for me. We had, and we had confirmation on Shavuot as well, and on that confirmation, there were over 150 of us being confirmed. It was baby boom time. I'm 100 years old, and that's what happens. And we all marched in, and the women, the young women, all had bouquets of flowers, and we carried wheat, and there were huge gold Jewish stars on the bima, big gold Jewish stars with hooks, and everybody put their flowers on the hook. It was a thing like you never saw in your life. But I have to tell you, it was incredible. One of the things that it talks about here is how we decorate with flowers and greens to bring fertility into our lives, but creativity into our lives. The creativity of Torah, the creativity of learning and studying Torah. So what are you going to do to invest in turning the Torah over for yourself? And what are you going to do that is going to bring some new or newfound creativity into your life at the same time? So take a minute or two. If you feel so inclined, just burst out in something that you'd like to tell us, but otherwise just think about it for yourself. That's lovely. Thank you, Linda. That's both creative and Torah study all at the same time. Somebody take a look at the next page. I'm going to move along because I want to do a particular exercise with you that I hope I have time for. And if somebody would read this, I'd like to talk about silence for a moment. On the right side.
There is a moment, sometimes at evening, sometimes before a thunderstorm, when nature is still. The multiplicity of life's voice gives way to a quiet that reminds us of a moment before creation. Jewish tradition imagines such a moment before Sinai, a time of stillness and wordlessness, as if the world were emptying itself so that it may receive the mystery of revelation. This is the last day of the Omer, day 49, the culmination of 7 weeks of counting. We began the Omer with a grain of barley. We end it with a risen loaf of bread. Somewhere along the line, a transformation has occurred. We began with Hesed, Shevet, Hesed, a promise of love and generosity. The final day of the Omer is Lokot Shed Malchut, the Shekinah within the fabric of creation, the Torah within the world, the yeast within the bread, the fullness of life within the earth. On this day, we take a moment of silence to experience the wonder of our multiplicity and wholeness. At evening, Shavuot will begin.
Remember, these are backwards. I did that on purpose. This is when we started, whatever. What I'd love to do for a moment is to see if we can be daring and imagine and recreate what might have been this moment that they're describing here, this moment of silence before creation, this moment of silence before Mount Sinai. And I'm going to challenge you to be quiet for 2 minutes and to find something in the silence that will help you approach the mountain, move through Shavuot, move through the next part of your week. So enjoy the few moments. So the next thing, I'm doing a lot of strange things with you, so just put up with me for a bit. We're heading to the mountain and we should know each other a little bit better. So what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to find a partner if you're comfortable, or two, or whoever you're sitting near. And if not, you can certainly do this on your own, but it's not nearly as much fun. If you turn the page, one of my favorite authors and philosophers and educators, Brene Brown, has these rapid fire questions. If you've done them before, it'll be different if you do them with someone else. Don't look at the questions. You don't have time to answer them. You're just going to read them and tell the first thing you have to say and what it asks you here. This is not about thinking real hard, but get to have a conversation. Find somebody or some bodies, if you can, to hook up with. Well, not hook up with, but on Shavuot. It might be a mitzvah, but I don't think we should do it in the sanctuary. And have a conversation. So find someone if you'd like. Otherwise, here it is, and I'll give you 7-8 minutes if I can. You can do it at 3s, you can do it in 2s, you can. I'm going to bring you back and take this with you. I would like to read you a story and do a quick something with you before we leave. This story is called Multiple Faiths, One Simple Prayer, and it comes from a book called One God, Many Paths by Amy Hirschberg Liederman. I'd be lying if I told you it was an ordinary day. The gathering of almost 100 people opened to the beating of the drums of the Panther Creek intertribal drummers, followed by a blessing from the elders from the old Pasqua village. The crowd intuitively swayed together as we tried to embrace peace and wisdom from the four corners of the earth. The hair on my arms stood straight up, a visceral acknowledgement of the spiritual energy that literally charged the room. On the dais sat a multi-faith panel of clergy, a Jewish rabbi, a Catholic bishop, a Methodist reverend, a Muslim imam, and His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, each of whom were asked to share the essence of their faiths. I sat on the edge of my chair, soaking in their words and hoping that I was worthy of this sacred moment. I could barely hold the pen in my hand, so I abandoned any idea of taking detailed notes. Thankfully, the journalist in me kept scribbling comments on the back of the program, which is the only reason I can remember now what I learned that morning while in a half-trance. As each person spoke, it became clear that regardless of what words were used to describe God or different religious traditions and beliefs, each faith was built on the same foundations, that of love, compassion, tolerance, forgiveness, and self-discipline. And at the heart of each faith was the belief that peace is the essence of true understanding, justice, and truth. In Judaism, the meaning of peace goes far beyond that of the absence of conflict. It is a state of being, of knowing, and of living. Our sages said the world rests on three things: upon justice, upon truth, and upon peace. And the three of them are intertwined. Where justice is done, truth comes into being, and the purpose of justice and truth is to bring about peace. The Dalai Lama said something that morning that was so simple and obvious that I was surprised that it felt like an epiphany to me. If we accept the idea that God is inconceivable and beyond human comprehension, then how can we possibly think that any two people, let alone any two religions, will ever agree about what God is or is not? And he suggested, rather than trying to relate to each other based on our differing views of God, why not concentrate on the many values that our traditions share, such as love, compassion, and forgiveness? This is the path, he concluded, that will lead to a universal peace. The morning ended with communal chanting, the blending of different hearts, minds, beliefs, and faiths filling the room with a sound unlike any I had ever heard before. Our individual prayers and mantras converged as we joined hands and sang in unison toward the one united with all. I let myself imagine a time when we will all share a commitment to bring peace into the world through the values that unite us. I must have muttered my simple prayer aloud, for as I turned to leave, the woman sitting next to me smiled and said, Amen. So as we come toward the end, creeping to the end of our Tikkun and our opportunity to be together at Sinai, let's take a quick moment and together pray for universal peace. Oseh shalom bimromav, hu yaseh shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'imru, amen. Yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael, yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael. Thank you for allowing me to take this trip to Sinai with you. It was a real pleasure.
All right, so thank you to Cantor Horowitz. So we have about 4 or 5 minutes until the next session begins, so stand up, move around a bit, still food in the social hall. But be quick, you don't know that too long, and then you guys come right back in here. All right, so welcome everyone to the last session of our Tikkun, where our Rabbi Adam Rosenbaum of Temple Beth Tzedek is going to be presenting on Psalms of Unsettling.
Thank you so much. It is late, it is early. I just want to do a little pitch before I start regarding what will follow, which is we'll be doing a sunrise Yom Tov service. And we would like, if possible, for there to be a minyan. So if you are able to stick around, it would certainly be appreciated. Listen, do what you need to do what your body tells you. If you're, if you've had it, we understand. I can say it'll be the quickest service, but I will try to go at all relative speed, and there is breakfast afterwards. So I mean, I just hope we can, as best we can. I'd like to be able to have a minyan for that. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, Nathan's got most of the landing, so fantastic. Awesome. So yeah, so hopefully we'll stick around. So the title I chose for this is Psalms of Unsettling, and you'll see why, or at least I'll explain why in a little bit, why I chose this. I wanted to talk about some of the Psalms for my presentation, or at least as the text for the presentation, because, first of all, because actually just this morning, the weekly Psalms class that I've been teaching, I think since late summer of 2020, I think that's when I started that, or maybe I think I started it in July, for August, whatever it was. So almost 3 years. And at first, my plan was to sort of hit some of the highlights of the Psalms and then relate those Psalms to contemporary music. And then once we did that, I began to, I remember just saying to myself and to the group that was logging in, what if we just went through all 150 Psalms? What if we just went through it? And when I had made the decision to conclude my time here and then move back down to South Carolina, I accelerated the process a little bit. We didn't go as deliberate on it, but just this morning, we did Psalms 147, 148, 149, and 150. We finished it today, or yesterday. So, indeed, hallelujah. So that's how we ended. So it was a nice feeling. It was a feeling of accomplishment and kudos. Larry is one of the regulars of the class, and we had a few others as well. A couple that you may know, the Kriegers, who often are logging in from Worcester, Massachusetts. Also a lovely man named Jeff who logs in from Toronto, who discovered our congregation during the start of the pandemic when he was just looking for places to learn and to places to worship and everything like that on Zoom. So, we formed a nice little kahal, and I really enjoyed it. So I wanted to talk about Psalms not only because of that, but also because I often suggest that what is so great about the Psalms is that it gives you language when you don't have anything else to say, especially when you don't have anything else to say. And there's a great deal of value in that. Case in point, when we are taking the time as a community to guard and protect a dead body from the time of death until the time of burial. It is traditional for someone to sit with that body and to recite psalms, recite Tehillim, not necessarily nonstop, but continually over that time. And it is considered to be a great mitzvah. And having done this before, having taken shifts in funeral homes in the middle of the night on a handful of occasions when there was nobody else to fulfill that task, it's awkward because you don't have to be saying the Psalms all the time, but the idea is that maybe you take 10 minutes per hour and just recite a little bit. And it's great because you have a script. What else are you going to say? You don't want to be flippant about the whole thing. You want to be respectful, of course, and not only are these words of the Hebrew Bible, but they're also words that discuss some of our most thoughtful and mature feelings and thoughts in a way that we rarely see throughout the rest of the Hebrew Bible. And I think in that sense, like it's something to say when you don't have anything else to say. And now, there are times, of course, where silence is an appropriate response. But for the times when maybe somebody needs to hear something, or something needs to be said, this is a pathway. I also thought of the reason why I thought about this class in general. I've taught versions of this class in other communities as well. And the reason why I'm linking it to popular music is because, as you may know, the Psalms were, during the times of the temple, sung by the Levites as people were approaching. In other words, it was, and I refer to these Levites as, it's the house band, if you will. And these were the standards. These were the big hits of the day, right? This is what people sang. And so having that right there was, considered to be not necessarily entertainment, but at least filling the time and the space with a sense of beauty. And so, in a sense, there are a lot of parallels between modern song, still, I think, and some of the Psalms, and we're going to, in a little bit, talk about a modern song and relate it to some of the ideas here. I know I'm giving a lot of preambles. Please bear with me. It's early, it's late. The other reason why I wanted to talk about this of unsettling is that, from the get-go, when we set upon planning this Tikkun Leil Shavuot, the idea of transition became a good watchword. The idea that a season is set for everything, a time for every experience under heaven, as Ecclesiastes says. The idea that there are times when we, and to kind of play off of that, there are times when we stay put and there are times when we move. And the thought of talking about times of transition was really, I hope you caught it as sort of an underlying theme between, for at least a lot of these talks. And so I recognize, and I mean, it's not a secret that that I'm entering my last month as a rabbi here. Now, this is only my third year here at Temple Beth Tzedek. I recognize also, however, that just due to the circumstances that I'm going to, and I'll explain, it will actually be, starting this summer, the first time in 18 years that I haven't worked that I'm not going to be working full-time in a pulpit. It'll be the first time in 22 years that if I do any pulpit work, it will be very occasional. Now, why is that? Because people have asked me, well, you're going to go to Charleston and you're going to get a synagogue down there. Well, the only conservative synagogue in Charleston, South Carolina, where I'm going, where my kids are, is the synagogue where I worked prior to coming here, and I was there for 11 years. And I am, I had the good fortune of being able to leave that congregation on good terms and in a peaceful way. And I closed the book to that. And my successor there is there and is working as the rabbi there. And I am, glad he is. And honestly, I don't think I would be, even if the job were vacant, I don't think I would take it because, again, I closed the door and I was ready. I was ready to move on from that. But I think in many ways I haven't fully grasped what this is going to be like for me. I don't fully understand yet how things are going to be different for me when I'm back in Charleston. The idea of being able to sleep in on Saturday mornings more often than not, that I will have that opportunity should I choose to do it, that's going to be very new. I do hope to be a part of a synagogue. I do hope to be attending synagogue. Now, what's interesting, though, is that I am now, at the moment, an out-of-town member of my previous synagogue. I called them, and it's Charleston's not a huge Jewish community. There's only one conservative synagogue there, and so it really is for me. I mean, there are other lovely congregations there, but really that's the place where I feel most comfortable davening. So. I called and they said, as a former rabbi, certainly former rabbi of our synagogue, we're happy to welcome you, gratis as a member, which was very kind of them. So that's what I'll be doing. And so I'm already, and so I have to strike this balance, that when I do go to synagogue, and I will, especially since my youngest, my daughter Eliana, her bat mitzvah date was just set, and it's actually going to be almost exactly 2 years from now. So I need to bring her to synagogue and all these sorts of things. And, I'm going to be potentially in the peanut gallery. I know I need to be sure, of course, to support Rabbi Evan Rafsky, whom I know some of you met. I need to be supportive of him. At the same time, I'm going to be a member, and I also don't expect to be anything other than a congregant when I'm there. It's going to be just an interesting change. Probably a lot of things that I haven't quite absorbed and I'm not necessarily prepared for. So there are just a lot of there's been a lot this year for me, and most of it good, but still there is something about feeling unsettled. So I do have a handout. It's not huge. Thank you. So we're going to, I hope, get to excerpts of 3 of the Tehillim. Before we do that, I'm going to read the lyrics of a song. It's a pretty short one, sung by a band with one of the best names in all of popular music. This band is called Death Cab for Cutie. I kid you not, this is the band's name. Anybody heard of them? Oh, a few. Terrific. Yeah, I think it might be my favorite band name except for Oingo Boingo. And also Toad the Wet Sprocket. This was a folk band that had a lot of hits in the 90s. And Toad the Wet Sprocket, which my father once misnamed it as Frog on Damp Lily Pad. So I do enjoy band names that are a little fun. And Death Cab for Cutie has this remarkable and somewhat bizarre skill of being able to write some of the saddest lyrics and combine it with incredibly upbeat and fun tunes. Bare Naked Ladies also they do this really well. If you listen to Bare Naked Ladies songs, they are, they're so darn fun. And then you listen to, then you read the lyrics and say, oh boy, wow. So this is a song that they released 20 years ago called The Sound of Settling. All right, so you see that I kind of played off this title. And these are pretty much the lyrics. I've got a hunger, twisting my stomach into knots, that my tongue is tied off. My brain's repeating, if you've got an impulse, let it out. But they never make it past my mouth. This is the sound of settling. Our youth is fleeting. Old age is just around the bend, and I can't wait to go gray. And I'll sit and wonder of every love that could have been if I'd only thought of something charming to say. This is the sound of settling. And now, I basically summarized the lyrics because, by the way, this song's like just slightly over 2 minutes. I mean, it's a pretty short song by today's standards. And I took out all of the times where they went, bum, bum, this is the sound of settling, bum, 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 bum. It's a bop. It's fun. So it's, again, you listen to it and you say, and without necessarily pondering the lyrics, you say, wow, this is kind of fun. And yet I think it says something a lot sadder and a lot more profound. So if you look at the first verse, what is the problem of the narrator? Anybody just want to shout out? What's the issue that they're dealing with?
There's things they want to do that they're not doing.
Things they want to do but not doing, and not just things that they want to do but not doing, but also things they want to, what else? Things they want to say, but they can't get it out, right? They can't do it. I mean, how many times have we left, let's say, an argument, an uncomfortable conversation, and 2 minutes after we walk away, you're like, oh, that's what I should have said, right? Right, Jackie Mason, the great, late Jewish comic, who said that every Jew has had a moment where they said, if they had just said one more word, I would have. What was that word? I don't know, but still, that was like, in other words, everybody was almost got to say or got to do the thing that they really wanted to do, and they just didn't get to it, right? But now in this, so I imagine that's kind of frustrating. But in the second verse, what is his feeling about it? What's he saying?
He wants to grow old, so he reflects on his youth.
Wants to grow old, reflect on his youth. And what's he going to think about? missed opportunities, right? And just, oh, you know? And I think and maybe this is just me reading into it a little bit, this is the sound of settling. And by settling, at least what I'm thinking of, is not just like sitting in a place, but essentially saying, okay, it's good enough. Okay. It's like, all right. I settled for this. So here's somebody who wishes, on one hand, that they could have done or said all these other things, but you know what? I'm going to settle for growing old and gray and looking back with regret. Oh well. Every time we enable ourselves to make a transition, to make a change in our lives, we are choosing to be unsettled. And that is scary at times, right? It's scary to feel unsettled. On the other hand, if we were to just settle for wherever we are, there's no growth. And this doesn't mean that you have to just change up everything for the sake of changing it up all the time. There are plenty of things in which being settled, feeling content and happy with the way things are is great. So many of us, we'd love to be able to feel that way, right? We'd love to be able to feel, you know what? I'm in a good place. I'm happy. I would say, though, that the human condition lends itself to the need of feeling unsettled, at least in some aspects of our lives. That unsettling things, mixing it up, some things, from time to time, is not only necessary, but I would argue good. Again, that doesn't mean you just change things for the sake of changing them. If you got good things going, enjoy. For instance, and I say this from current experience, if you like the house you're in right now, don't move. Because, oh my gosh, I'm so tired of moving. The next place I go, the place I move into in Charleston, I'm going to be there forever. That's what I've decided. Moving is hard. You guys know that. Everybody knows that. Moving is hard. But of course, you know, why are we doing that? We're doing that because we have something that we are grasping for. We have something that we are looking for and hoping for. We are not going to simply settle for the status quo all the time. We are going to allow ourselves to be unsettled, scary, and challenging and difficult as that can be. So what do the Tehillim, the Psalms, say about this? I picked 3 different passages. So one we have is Psalm number 32, the final part of it. And I have some commentaries on this. All of these Psalms, at least in some way, I believe, talk about transition. Anybody want to read? I'm not gonna push you to it. Did you? Was that? Did I see? Go for it. So you could just do the English for these 4 verses if you want. Yep. Go ahead.
Let me enlighten you and show you which way to go. Let me offer counsel. My eye is on you. Be not like a senseless horse or a mule whose movement must be curbed by bit and bridle. Far be it from you. Many are the torments of the wicked, but he who trusts in Adonai shall be surrounded with favor. Rejoice in Adonai and exult, O you righteous. Shout for joy, all upright men.
Okay. So it would seem that the speaker here is God talking to either the narrator or just to Israel in general. And it's reassuring, right? Let me enlighten you and show you which way to go, right? You're moving on to something. I'm your guide. I'm the one you can look for help, for advice. And not only that, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to make sure that you know that you can't just wander off aimlessly. Maybe for a little bit, but not for too long, right? You don't want to just drift for the sake of drifting. Don't be like the senseless horse or mule whose movement must be curbed by bit and bridle, right? Don't just be running around aimlessly. Follow me, right? That's the overall sense of it. Now, first I want to refer to a midrash. This is Midrash Tanchuma. And the teaching here is that another interpretation of this first verse, let me enlighten you and show you, what is the meaning of enlighten you and teach you the way to go? According to Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, the way to go is unto the land that I will show you. Anybody know what this refers to? Lech Lecha, right? When Avram, as he was known at that point, is told by God, okay, I'm going to show you the way. Here you go. This is where you're going to go. And that God said to Abraham, you are not losing out. Right? In other words, Abraham, don't worry about FOMO. Don't worry about the fear of missing out, about leaving where you are. Why? Because the next verse, God promises, I will make you unto a great nation. So not only am I going to show you the right way, it's going to be great. Now, regarding that, though, when God says, for I will make you a great nation, what does that imply according to the Midrash? It's because I, God, am creating you as a new creature. In other words, this transition that you are going through, not only is it going to be good, not only is there going to be a great reward after it, it's going to be all new. You are going to be starting from scratch in the best of ways. Every time we make a transition from one stop in life to another, it is as if we are new people. Maybe not entirely, but it's not like we don't take lessons and tendencies with us. But we are really at a time of personal renewal. Now, with that said, how are we supposed to act? Well, I turn to a little bit of Musar from Igeret HaGra. It starts by saying, all beginnings are hard, but afterward one is worthy of praise, according to the book of Proverbs. For the wicked person knows that he is taking the wrong path, but it is hard for him to change. Right? Think about that for a second. The people who are going down the wrong path, who are going down a deleterious path, something that is not going to suit them long term, something that is going to be hurtful for themselves and perhaps to others, usually know they're doing the wrong thing. But it's hard to change. I'm reminded of the great monologue at the climactic end of the movie Scent of a Woman, in which Al Pacino's character, beyond saying hoo-ah a bunch of times, says, every step in my life, I've known the right path to travel. I've known what's right, but I didn't take it because it was too hard. And this, according to Igeret HaGra, continuing on, this is man's main task, not to go after his desires, but, now quoting our psalm, to restrain himself with a bit and bridle when he is being groomed. Man, Igeret HaGra says, people, must deprive themselves until they die, not by fasting or asceticism, but by controlling their mouth and desires. That is teshuvah. Igeret HaGra is relating this idea that in a person's transition it is very tempting to go after the wrong path because, as was said in that movie, it's the easier path. It's easier. But that's what we're here to do. I mean, that's our number one challenge, is to be able to do the right thing even when it's the hardest thing. Another comment to wrap a bow on this particular one. This is by commentary in the Psalms by William H. Bellinger and the wonderfully named Walter Brueggemann. Walter Brueggemann, of course, named after the bagel chain. Yeah. It says, the teacher in verses 8 through 9, I guess they look at the speaker as a teacher, not necessarily as God. The teacher in verses 8 through 9 urges an open responsiveness to God and warns against stubborn autonomy. The final verses outline the characteristic distinction between wicked and righteous that permeates the writer of the Psalms. It is most likely, however, that in this contest, the terms righteous and wicked do not refer to pure Torah keepers, but to those who resolve their sin and failure by turning to God in confession. The hope for Israel, and not for all, and for all humanity, is not in sinlessness, but in forgiveness by God, which is freely offered. This is another lesson we learn about transitions. You don't have to be perfect. You can make mistakes. We're all going through different challenges. But as we go through those mistakes, be willing to note when we have stumbled. Be ready and humble enough to ask for the chance to begin again. So, several lessons we learned from this one. Let's now turn to the other side Any comments or questions on those?
It's almost, the back no risk, no reward.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't jump off the cliff, figuratively, then you're supposed to stay where you are.
Right. Right. So yeah, so in a sense, like you're saying, in a sense, no risk, no reward. That again, as was mentioned in this song, you could settle, right? But what kind of life is that? Just sitting around thinking about what might have been. Again, my mind always goes to song, music and movies and things like that. I think of the song "Glory Days" by Bruce Springsteen. By the way, another example of a very heartbreaking song in the peppiest of tunes. If you've ever listened to lyrics, because essentially it's like, the person meets somebody at the bar that he hasn't seen in forever, and all we did was, we go back in the bar and we just had a few drinks and we just talked about glory days. We talked about the good old days and things like that. And they pass by really quickly in a wink of a young girl's eye, as the chorus says. And the last verse of it says, time slips away and leaves you with nothing, mister, but boring stories of glory days. So, yeah, you could enjoy talking about the past and past glories if you had them, but in the end, they're just stories. What are we doing next, right? And speaking of doing something next, we go to the back side of the page, 46. Psalm 46, verses 5 through 8. Another reader, please. Please go ahead. All right, thank you. Okay. When I was putting this together, I read, nations rage, kingdoms topple. What went into my mind was the song, You'll Be Back from the show Hamilton. Oceans rise, empires fall, we have seen it through it all, right? And so the reason why this is talking about transition, at least it seems to me, is the idea that God is this constant as the wheels of history steamroll, toppling one nation and one kingdom after another. God is the one that is constant and eternal. Now, another bit by Brueggemann and Bellinger. They write, verse 7, the one with nations rage, kingdoms topple, affirms the presence of divine help and refuge. The poetic image is of a secure fortress high above the threat of chaos. It is Adonai who brings such hope and safety in the midst of crashing seas and warring nations, two pictures of chaos. What we do when we are going through changes is we are seeking, as best we can, something to put order into chaos. That, I think, is the best definition of ritual that I've heard, and I'm sorry that I'm forgetting at the moment who offered that idea. Ritual places order in the midst of chaos. Because every transition we have, bad and good, can be scary. Let's think about good transitions for a moment. Marriage, right? You're happy, let's hope. I hope you're happy, right? But there's, God willing, a lifetime ahead of you. How's it going to go? Right? Not all marriages make it. That's something I've experienced, right? It's a happy time, absolutely, but there's apprehension. Think about the birth of a child. I mean, wow. That's absolutely scary and challenging and wonderful and rewarding and beautiful. So by having rituals for things like marriage and children, some of the best things that we have in the world, we attach rituals to them to note the importance, the gravity of the situation. And that is what God tries to say in this, or at least what the narrator is saying about God. In the midst of all of the chaos, you have something you can hold on to grab hold of, to bring a sense of order. Sefer Hamidot tells us quite succinctly, Segula levatel et hapachad shetomar Adonai tzvaot. Reciting the words Adonai tzvaot, which we have in that last verse, in verse 8, Adonai of hosts, is a segula for eliminating fear. It allows us, it gives us an opportunity to try to eliminate our fears when we move from one point to another. I should clarify, by the way, that Adonai tzvaot, which is often translated as Adonai of hosts, what we're talking about is a tzvaot, we're talking about the celestial beings. We're talking about sun, moon, and stars and other, comets and other things in the sky. I remember first hearing the phrase Lord of Hosts, and I thought to myself, is this the personal God of Johnny Carson? I didn't know, who are the hosts? I don't know who the hosts are, Jay Leno, I don't know. So that's what we are speaking of. So what have we gleaned so far? We've gleaned the idea that when we are going through a transition, we have become someone new. We know that while change is important, we also know that aimlessness is not what we need. We need a guide. We need some sort of ritual to get us some sort of order in the midst of chaos. And I thought we would conclude with an excerpt from my very favorite psalm, Psalm 27. Ki avi ve'imi azavuni v'Adonai ya'asfeni. Though my father and mother abandon me, Adonai will take me in. We read Psalm 27 from the beginning of the Hebrew month of Elul, the month leading up to Rosh Hashanah, and we continue saying it throughout the fall holiday cycle up until the end of Sukkot, just before the start of Shmini Atzeret. So we're adding this particular psalm to our worship every day for almost 2 months. What is more famous about this psalm is the phrase, Achad sha'alti me'et Adonai ota avakesh shifti b'veit Adonai kol yemei chayai. The one thing I ask of Adonai, the one thing I hope for, is to dwell in the house of God all my days. That is really one of the key themes to the high holidays, right? The high holidays is a time where we want to be as close as we can to God. That idea is expressed on Rosh Hashanah. It is accelerated on Yom Kippur. God, allow us to go through those gates. God, allow us to be written in your book for life. God, I just want to get close in whatever way I can. Now, this translation here, though my father and mother abandoned me, has been one that has, it's been a very sensitive line for many people who experience a loss, especially during the time when that psalm is being read in synagogue. If you've lost a loved one in the month leading up to the high holidays, or God forbid during the high holidays or through Sukkot, to then come to synagogue and say, though my father and mother abandoned me. We're not speaking of a father or mother abandoning me while they are living. We're generally speaking of their passing. This, of course, is a transition of the saddest kind. Brueggemann and Bellinger comment on this psalm. The psalm urges an alternative to the fear and anxiety so present in our age. It is not an alternative to denial, for the presence of trouble and woe are front and center in the psalm. Rather, the alternative is trust in the face of trouble and opposition. Such trust is nurtured in worshiping communities. Later on, it'd say, Psalm 27 recognizes the power of language in nurturing trust and also in nurturing fear or anxiety. In one sense, the question the psalm presents is, in which language will we put our trust, the language of trust or the language of fear? The false accusers feed anxiety and fear. The true worshiping community embraces the psalm's beginning and in the face of opposition confesses trust in Adonai as our light and our salvation. One of my favorite internet memes or pictures or what have you is of the vending machine that somebody has put a handwritten sign and attached it to a vending machine over the coin slot that says "change not accepted." And then you see lower down, someone has put a Post-it note that says, "But change is inevitable." Change, transitions, if we don't want to settle for what is just presented to us, if we want something better than the bare minimum, we need to go through transitions. We need a guide. Whatever your guide is, if that is a trusted guide, then it's one you should use. And the wonderful thing about our tradition is that we have language to use, especially when words fail us. So I encourage you to, when you don't have anything else to say and you want to say something, pick up the book of Psalms. You'll probably find something you relate to fairly soon. May you be accompanied by a trusted guide in all of your transitions. Amen. Really appreciate it, guys. So, why don't we give it maybe 5 minutes or so, and then we can start our service. Again, we'd love to have you here. We're bribing you with breakfast shamelessly. We are bribing. But of course, a big thank you once again to Mike Sekloff and Nathan Fox. Big thank you to absolutely. Big thank you to Linda and everybody who helped with the food. And Linda and Beth. So, tada rabah. Let's give it a few minutes, and I hope you will stick around. I would say, I imagine we will be done. We could be done with it. I'm not doing a sermon. We're not doing a sermon. We've had sermons all night. So I'm guessing hour 45, 2 hours, something like that.
An hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Look, whatever you're able to do is appreciated.
An hour and 45 to 2 hours.
I'm guessing. It could be a little shorter. I don't want to make any promises, though.
I just don't know if I can make it this late.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'd love to hear it.
No worries. Nah, I hear you.
I definitely slept through the hot tour last year, but I don't think we had many. Oh, so maybe we had maybe I slept through the hot tour. I remember waking up and the hot tour
Well, I think
over,
it was
and
already.
I was like, I heard the first line.
Can I ask you to Paula? Sure. Go into the tour service, Harvey and then I'll do the stuff.
But then is that the usual amount of time it would be?
Various.
No, but is that the usual amount of time it would be?
Sorry.
Yeah, I know that's what he said.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I was out for most of yours.
No, I mean,
Yeah, I was trying to keep people away.
Thing.
I found her.
And what is it, 6, what time is your wife thing?
Yeah, she's
After 5.
And I was funny when I was with her, she was like, about that, she was writing it, and she told me a little bit about it, and how the people react.
Yeah.
Are you going to have more to Shir Shalom and go to?
That's all talking about our.
The morning one at Shir Shalom too? After this? No.
They do that in the workshop at the conference, people really know it.
Yeah, that's not a whole service, it's just this, like 15 minutes. and
Oh.
Then you eat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's fun. It'd be fun to talk about it.
They try to keep it a little light and engaging.
I thought the group that we had, had a nice dialogue. I would have loved to have found some of the others too. I know.
Actually, you could.
That's the problem.
We did two lunches. No, that service is not gonna, it's not a whole service, it's just this.
Last the longest conference,
yeah.
was much shorter, so we did shorter, and then
Used to have a
for
whole
this
service, but
conference, we
nobody
got,
showed
would like it longer.
guess the whole
They
service.
just had this, still nobody shows
The
up.
whole service is here now, I think.
And there's a 9:30.
No, but I mean, I think
Today.
there's a about yellow over there.
10:30.
Yeah, yeah.
10:30 is your salon.
Right.
But there's also a 9:30 service here.
Oh, that's what you say. You don't even see. Stay up that long. I just don't think I can stay up that late.
Okay, okay, we understand. All right, so why don't we start? I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, it's a nice tradition to be able to begin our worship for the first day of Shavuot as early as we can, not only because we've been studying all night, we can go straight from learning Torah to receiving it and celebrating that. But it's also great, the idea that, reason why so many people love a hashkama menu, as we say, because we're doing this as the sun rises. We're taking our very first opportunity to worship. So, please rise, page 65. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan l'sechli v'na'alev chimed yom uvein laila. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'asani b'tzama'o. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'asani Yisrael. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'asani ben chorin. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam pokeach ivrim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam malbish haramim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam matir asurim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam zokef kefufim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam rokah haaretz al hamayim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'asa li kol tzorki. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamechim mitzadei gaver. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam ozer Yisrael bigvura. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam oter Yisrael b'tifara. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hanoten layayif koach. May be seated, Baruch atah. I don't know. Udnenu hayom v'chol yom l'chenu chesed rachamim beinecha v'nei choreinu v'tigmalenu chasadim tovim baruch atah Adonai gomel chasadim tovim le'amo Yisrael. Page 70. Rabbi Yishmael Omer b'shosh midot haTorah nidrash emigol v'hom. וכן שני כתובים מחישים זה את זה עד שיבוא הכתוב השלישי ויכריע ביניהם. יהי רצון בפניך אדוני אלוהינו ולאבותינו שתיתן חלקנו בתורתך ונהיה מתלמידיו של אהרון הכהן אוהב שלום ורודף שלום אוהב את הבריות ומקרבן לתורה. Kaddish to Rabbanan, also recited by those of mourning, those observing yard site, page 71. Yikadal v'yikadash shemeh Rabbah v'yalma divra kiruteh v'yamlich malchuteh v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayeh dechol beit Yisrael ba'agalau v'zman kari v'imru amen. Yehi shmeh Rabbah mevarach le'alam u'lalmeh amaya yiparach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shmei dekudsha brichu Le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechamata da'miran bi'alma v'imru amen. Al Yisrael v'al Rabbanan v'al Talmidehon v'al kol Talmidehon v'al kol mandi askin b'oraita di v'atra hadein v'di v'chol atar v'atar Yehi lahon ulchon shlama rabba china v'chista v'rachamin v'chayin arichin umzona revicha uforkana min kodam avohon di v'shmaya v'imru amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim tovim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'mramav u'barachamav yaseh shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. You may be seated. The psalm for Friday is on page 78. Yom Yom Shishi b'Shabbat shabo hayu avim omrim b'vid mikdash v'malach Edotecha nemod leveitcha nava kodesh Adonai leorech yamim. Page 81. Mizmor shir chanagara bayit leDavid. Afach demis v'dila macholi b'takdas hakiva tazreni simcha leman yizamercha chavovelo yidom Adonai Elohai leolamodeka. Mourner's Kaddish for those in mourning, those observing yahrzeit, page 82. Yikadal v'yikadash shemei rabam v'yalma divra kirutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayei dechol beit Yisrael v'agalau v'zman kariv v'imru amen. Yehi shmeh rabba mevorach le'alam u'l'amei almaya. Yiparach v'yishtabach v'yipar v'yitramam v'yinaseh. V'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shmei d'kudsha brichu. Li'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tushbachata v'nechamata damiran b'yalma v'imru. Amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Oseh shalom b'mramav Hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Please rise. Page 83. Baruch Shem Arvei Ha'olam Baruch Hu. Baruch Zever Shebach Meir. Baruch Adonai. Yachid Chayel Ami Melech B'Shubachum Fardei Ad Shemo Gadol Baruch Atah Adonai Melech Mulal B'Tishbachot. You may be seated. Page 96. Asher Shevetech Audia Luchasela Hashem Shekhalot. Tehillat Adonai daber pi v'yivarech kabasar shem god shal le'olam va'ed v'anachnu nevarech yah me'ata v'ad olam. Hallelujah. Middle of page 100. Hallelujah, hallelujah, el bekodsho, hallelujah, birki yauzo, hallelujah, vigvurotav, hallelujah, kerov gudlo, hallelujah, beteka shofar, hallelujah, benevo vechinor, hallelujah, betofu machol, hallelujah, beminim veugav, hallelujah, betziltzulei shama, hallelujah, betziltzulei trua, Kol haneshama tehallelya, hallelujah. Kol haneshama tehallelya, hallelujah. Baruch Adonai. Baruch Adonai Elohim Elohei Yisrael, seniflo levado, u'baruch shem kavodo le'olam, v'yimalei kvodo kol haaretz. Amen v'amen. Please rise. Page 102. There shall not be Vayar Yisrael Yad Gedola Asher Asad Adonai b'Mitzrayim Vayru Ha'ametz Adonai V'yaminu Adonai u'Moshe Avdo Az Yashir Moshe u'Vnei Yisrael Asher Asad Adonai Adonai loch le'olam va'ed, Adonai loch le'olam va'ed. Ki l'Adonai hamlucha Moshe b'goyim v'alu Moshe b'har Tzion lishpor et har Esav. V'aytal Adonai hamelucha v'haya Adonai l'melech al kol haaretz. V'yom hahu yeh Adonai echad u'shemo echad. You may be seated, page 104. Nishmat kol chai tivarech Shimcha Adonai Eloheinu. Nalelcha unshabechacha unfa'ercha unvarech shem kodshecha ka'amur l'David Baruchi nafshi et Adonai v'chol kravai et shem kodsho Ha'el b'ta'atzumot uzecha Hagadol bichvot shemecha Agibor lanetzach v'hanora b'norotecha Hamelech hayoshev al kisei ram v'nisa shochen ad maram v'kadosh shemo V'chatuv ranenu tzadikim b'Adonai la'yisharim nava tehillah. B'fi yisharim titalalu v'divrei tzadikim tiparach u'vilshon chasidim titroma uvkerev kadoshim tikadash. Shekain chovad kol yitzrim lefanech Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei avotenu lo do lahalel l'shabech l'feir l'ramem le'ader l'varech le'alil kales al kol divrei shiro v'tishbachot David ben Yishai avdecha meshichecha. Please rise. Yishtabach shimcha la'ad malkeinu. Brachot v'hodaot me'ata v'yad olam baruch atah Adonai el melchado b'tishbachot el ha'odaot Adonai niflaot havocher b'shirei zimra melech elchei ha'olamim yikadal v'yikadash shemei rabba yomadi rak yirtei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayedechol beit Yisrael b'agalav v'zman kariv imru amen yehei shmei rabba mevorach le'alam u'lomei Omaya, Yiparach v'ishtabach, v'ipar v'yitramam v'yidnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal, shmi d'kudesha b'richu, v'yelam mikol birchata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechmata, damiram b'yalma, v'imru, amen. Baruchu et Adonai hamvorach, Baruch Adonai Amvorach Leolam Vaed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam yotzer uvorei choshech osei shalom uvorei et hakol. You may be seated. Bottom of page 109. Kulam Avim, Kulam Berurim, Kulam Giborim, V'chulam Osim Be'emav V'yiraretzon Konam, V'chulam Borchim B'hem B'kedushav Torah, B'shira Uzimra, U'varchim M'shabchim M'farim Aretzim, U'makdishim U'mamlichim, Et Shem Ha'el HaMelech HaGadol HaGibor V'Hanora Kadoshu, V'chulam Mekablim Alehem O'malchut Shemayim Zemizeh, V'nonim Reshut Zelazeh, L'akdish Le'otzram B'nachad Ruach, B'safav Ravanim HaKadosha, Kulam kecharonim v'yomrim b'yira, Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzvaot, v'lo chol haaretz kevodo, v'alfanim v'chayot HaKodesh b'rash gadol minasim lumat serafim lumatam, v'shavachim v'yomrim Baruch kevod Adonai mimkomo, v'el Baruch nimot yitain. Or Chadash al Tzion Tayir v'niskach u'lana me'era le'oro Baruch atah Adonai Yotzer ha'me'orot Ava Rabav Tanu Adonai Eloheinu. Page 111 if you're wearing a talit. Kindly gathered seats in preparation for the Shema. V'ha'erenenu b'toratecha v'dabek libenu mitzotecha v'yached levavenu liyahava u'yira et shemecha v'lo nevosh le'olam va'ed v'lo nevosh le'olam va'ed ki v'shem kodshecha Hagadol v'hanora b'tachnu nagila v'nismecha b'shuatecha V'kerav tanu l'shimcha gadol sela b'yamed lo do l'cha yu'achedcha b'yava Baruch atah Adonai abocher b'mo Yisrael b'yahava Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Ve'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha V'chol levavcha u'v'chol nafshecha u'v'chol me'odecha Ve'hayu hadvarim ha'ele Asher anochi mitzavecha Hayom al levavecha V'shinantam levanecha V'dibarta abam V'shivtecha b'veitecha Uvlechtecha v'aderech Ushoch becha uvkumecha Ukshartam leot al yadecha V'ayu letotafo b'neinecha Uchtavtam Amzo beitecha Uvisharecha V'ayam Yerun. Adonai Elohechem emed v'yitzvah. L'dor v'dor hu kayam u'shmo kayam v'chison achon u'malchuto v'emunato la'ad kayam ed v'rav chaim v'chaim. Emet Shatahu Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei Avotenu Malkeinu Melech Avotenu Goalenu Goel Avotenu Yotzreinu Tzur Yeshuatenu Podenu Matzilenu Me'olam Shemecha Ein Elohim Zulatecha Ezra Tavotenu Atahu Me'olam. We're on page 114. In a couple moments, we'll stand in preparation for the Amidah. The Amidah is on pages 123 to 128. We'll recite it individually. Please include relevant passages for Shavuot. Tilolel Yom Baruchum Vorach Moshe v'nei Yisrael echanu shira b'simcha rabba v'yamru chulam mi chamocha ba'elim Adonai mi chamocha nedar ba'kodesh nora tehilot osef ele shira chadasha shibuchu geulim l'shimcha osfat hayam yachad kulam hoduvim lichu v'yamru Adonai imloch leolam va'ed. Please rise. Tur Yisrael kuma be'ezrat Yisrael uftechinu mecha Yehuda ve'Yisrael go aleinu Adonai tzvaot shemo kedosh Yisrael baruch atah Adonai gal Yisrael. Feel free to continue if you're still reciting the Amidah. Rise if you're able. Page 123b, the beginning of the Shachrit Amidah repetition. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei Avotenu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak v'Elohei Yaakov Elohei Sarah Elohei Rivka Elohei Rachel v'Elohei Leah האל הגדול הגיבור והנורא, אל עליון, גומל חסדים טובים וקונה הכל, וזוכר חסדי אבות, ומביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו באהבה, מלך עוזר ופוקד מושיע ומגן. ברוך אתה אדוני, מגן אברהם ופוקד שרה. אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיי מתים אתה רב להושיע, מכלכל חיים בחסד, מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר, מי כמוך גבורות ומידו מלך ממית ומחיה ומצניח ישועה ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים. ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים. נקדש את שמך בעולם כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב היה נביאך וקרא זה אל זה ויאמר. קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוא כל הארץ כבודו, אז בקול רעש גדול אדיר וחזק משמיעים קול, מנסים לעומת שרפים לעומתם ברוך יאמרו. ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו, ממקומך מלכנו, מלכנו תופיע, ותמלוך עלינו, כי מחכים אנחנו לך. מתי תמלוך, תמלוך בציון, מתי תמלוך, תמלוך בציון, בקרוב בימינו לעולם ועד תשכון, בקרוב בימינו לעולם ועד תשכון. תתגדל ותקדש, תגלגל ותקדש, בתוך ירושלים עירך לדור ודור ולנצח נצחים. ועינינו תראנה מלכותך כדבר האמור בשירי עוזך, כדבר האמור בשירי עוזך על ידי דוד, על ידי דוד, על ידי דוד, משיח זיקך. ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהי צאן לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, ושבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד, כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני האל הקדוש. May be seated at page 125. אתה בחרתנו מכל העמים, אהבת אותנו ורצית בנו, ורוממתנו מכל הלשונות, וקידשתנו במצוותיך, וקרבתנו מלכנו לעבודתך, ושמך הגדול והקדוש עלינו קראת. ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה ומועדים לשמחה, חגים וזמנים לששון, את יום חג השבועות הזה, זמן מתן תורתנו, מקרא קודש זכר ליציאת מצרים. אלוהינו ולא אבותינו יעלה ויבוא ויגיע, ויראה וירצה וישמע, ויפקד ויזכר זיכרוננו ופיקדוננו, וזיכרון אבותינו וזיכרון משיח בן דוד עבדך, וזיכרון ירושלים עיר קודשך, וזיכרון כל עמך בית ישראל לפניך, לפלטה לטובה לכנו חסד ורחמים, לחיים ולשלום, ביום חג השבועות הזה. זוכרנו אדוני אלוהינו בו לטובה, ופוקדנו בו לברכה, ויושיענו בו לחיים. Uvidvar Yeshua v'rachamim chus v'chonenu v'rachem aleinu v'oshienu ki elecha einenu ki el melech hanun v'rachum ata. V'asil le'enu Adonai Eloheinu ebirka moadecha l'chaim u'shalom l'simcha u'sason kasher atzita ve'amarta l'varchenu Eloheinu v'le'avotenu kachenu b'mitzvotecha v'tenechokenu b'toratecha sabenu b'tuvecha v'samchenu b'shuatecha v'taher libeinu li'ovdecha b'yamed v'anchilenu Adonai Eloheinu v'simcha u'sason mo'odei kodshecha v'yismechu v'chal Yisrael mikadeshei shemecha Baruch atah Adonai mikadesh Yisrael v'hazamanim Ritzei Adonai Eloheinu b'yamacha Yisrael v'tfilatam v'yashevet avodah livir beitecha u'tefilatam b'yavad tegabel b'ratzon u'tehil ratzon tamid avodah Yisrael amecha v'techazena enenu b'shivcha l'tzion b'rachamim Baruch atah Adonai hamachazir shchinato l'tzion modim anachnu lach Adonai. Hatov kilo chalu rachamecha v'amrachem kilo tamu chasadecha leolam kivinu la v'al kulam yitbarach v'yitramam shimcha malkeinu tamid leolam va'ed v'chol achaim yiducha sela v'yahalu et shimcha b'yamed ha'el yeshuatenu v'ezratenu sela baruch atah Adonai hatov shimcha ulecha na'el lehodot Eloheinu v'lo'evotenu barchenu b'avrecham shuleshet b'torah keduva yidei Moshe avdecha amurami pi'aronu v'anav kohanim am kedoshecha ka'amur yivarecha Adonai v'yishmerecha Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'yichuneka Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasim lecha shalom Sim shalom ba'olam tova uvracha chen v'chesed v'rachamim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael amecha Barchenu avinu kulanu ke'echa be'or panecha ki be'or panecha natata lanu Adonai Eloheinu Torat chaim ve'ahavat chesed u'tzedaka uvracha ve'rachamim ve'chaim ve'shalom ve'tov enecha levarech et amecha Yisrael b'chol edu v'chol shah b'shlomecha Baruch atah Adonai hamarech namo Yisrael b'shalom. Happy to turn it over to Larry Boxer, who will lead us in Hallel, full Hallel for Shavuot. We turn to page 133, if you'll kindly rise.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kirshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivonu likro et Hallel. Hallelujah, 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 Avdei Adonai. Hallelujah, 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 et Shem Adonai. Yehi Shem Adonai mevorach, me'ata v'ad olam. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, mimizrach shemesh ad mevo, mehulo Shem Adonai. Rama kol goyim Adonai al shamayim kevodo. Mikadonai Eloheinu, hamagbil ha'shavet, hamashpili l'reot. השמיים ובארץ, מקימים יפה דול, מהשפעות יורים אביון, להושיבים נדיבים עם נדיבי עמו, מושיבי עקרת הבית, הם הבנים שמחו, הללויה. בצאת ישראל ממצרים, בית יעקב מעם לועז, הייתה יהודה לקודשו, ישראל עמם שלותיו, הים רב הינוס, הירדן יסוב להכר, ההרים רקדו כלים, גבעות כבני צאן, מלך הים, קיטנוס. הירדן תסוב להכר, ההרים תרקדו כלים, גבעות כבני צאן, מלפני אדון חולי אורץ, מלפני אלוהי יעקב, ההופכי הצור, אגם מים, חלומיש למיינו מים. ללנו אדוני ללנו, כי לשמך תן כבוד על כל זה. ישראל בטח באדוני, עזרם ומגינם הוא, בית אהרון בטחו באדוני, עזרם ומגינם הוא, יראי אדוני בטחו באדוני, עזרם ומגינם הוא. אדוני זכרנו יברך את בית ישראל, יברך את בית אהרון, יברך יראי אדוני, הקטנים עם הגדולים, יוסף אדוני עליכם, עליכם ועל בניכם, ברוכים אתם לאדוני, עושה שמיים וארץ, השמיים שמיים לאדוני, והארץ נתן לבני אדם, לא המתים יהללויה, ולא כה יודעו מה, ואנחנו נבורך יה, מעתה ועד עולם, מעתה ועד עולם. Hallelujah. אהבתי כשמע אדוני את כל ידך אדוני.
Page 135.
את הלך לפני אדוני בארצות החיים, האמנתי כי אדבר, אני עניתי מאוד, אני אמרתי וחפצי, כל אדם כוזב, משיב לאדוני כל תגמוליו, כוסי שבעת את זה. בחזבח זבת תודה בשם אדוני הקרא, נדרה לאדוני השלם, נגדנו לכל עמו, בחצרות בית אדוני, בתוכך ירושלים, הללויה. הללויה. Adonai kol goyim shabechu kol haumim ki gavar aleinu chasto ve'emet Adonai leolam hallelujah. Odul Adonai ki tov ki leolam chasto. Yom Hano Yisrael ki leolam chasto. Yom Runo v'Taharon ki leolam chasto. Yom Runo Yirei Adonai ki leolam chasto. Min hametzar karati o nan vech merchavia Pitchuli Share Tzedek Avova Modeya Zehashal Adonai Tzadikim Yovovo Orecha ki ani tani v'tehi li Yeshua. Orecha ki ani tani v'tehi li Yeshua. Even masu habonim aytal rosh bina. Even masu habonim aytal rosh bina. Met Adonai hayat azot. Hiniflat b'nenu, met Adonai hayat hazot, hiniflat b'nenu, zehayom asa Adonai, nagila v'nismechavo, zehayom asa Adonai, nagila v'nismechavo, Adonai Hoshianam. Adonai Hoshianam. Adonai Hatzlichanam. Adonai Hatzlichanam. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai, berachnuchem mibeit Adonai. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai, berachnuchem mibeit Adonai. El Adonai v'yoelanu, Yisru chag bavotim adkanot hamizbeach. El Adonai v'yoelanu, Yisru chag bavotim adkanot hamizbeach. Eli hatavi hodaka, Elohai harom meka. Eli hatavi hodaka, Elohai harom meka. Hodul Adonai ki tov, ki leolam chasto. Hodul Adonai ki tov, ki leolam chasto. Yalucharon Elohim kol masacho, כי לך טוב להודות ולשמך נועל לזמר, כי מעולם ועד עולם התוהל, ברוך אתה אדוני, מלך מהולל, ותשפחות.
Kaddish Shalem, page 138.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, ועמוד יברוך חירותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכנו ומחלנו וחיי לכל בית ישראל, בגולה בזמן קריב ויאמרו אמן, יהי שמי רבה מבורך, לעולם ולעולמי עלמיה, יתברך, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי לקודשה, ברכו להילה מן כל ברכתו ושירתו, תשבחתו ונחמתו, דמירון ביומו ואמרו אמן. תתקבל צלותכון ובותכון בכל ישראל, קדם אבון דבשמיא ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים, עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל, ואמרו אמן. יעשה שלום, יעשה שלום, שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל, יעשה שלום, יעשה שלום, שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל.
You may be seated, at least for a moment, as we'll continue with the Torah service. Page 139, we're going to remove 2 Torah scrolls from the Ark.
En kamocha v'Elohim Adonai ve'en k'ma'asecha malachutecha malachut kol holamim u'memshaltecha b'chol dor v'dor. Adonai melech, Adonai malach, Adonai yimloch le'olam v'ed. Adonai oz li'amo yiten, Adonai yivorech et amo v'sholom. Avahor hachamim etiv avirtzonecho et Zion. Tivnech homot Yerushalayim, Tivnech homot Yerushalayim. Ki v'chol levad batochnu, Melech el ram v'nisa, Adonai.
Please rise as the Ark is opened. Middle of page 140.
May the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable to you, Adonai, my rock and my redeemer.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shema.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shemo.
Gadol Adonai Iti, V'nerom Shemo Yavdav, V'chol Adonai Hagedula, V'hagedol, V'hantiferet, V'hanetzach, V'ha'Yashukol. Iti, V'hashamayim U'v'ha'aretz, Iti, V'hashamayim U'v'ha'aretz, V'chol Adonai Ha'mamlaka, V'yamid Na'aseh L'chol Rosh. Adonai Eloheinu, Romemu, Adonai Eloheinu, V'hishtachavu, V'ha'arsho, Kadosh Adonai Eloheinu.
You may be seated. Before we continue with the Torah reading, we're going to take a quick departure. We're going to go in our Sidurim for a moment, page 222, as Vin Scully would have put it, the deuces are wild. Akdamut is a famous poem for the holiday of Shavuot. The idea is that in just a few moments we'll be reading the actual account of the encounter at Sinai, and so there's a whole poem celebrating it. It goes on for pages, so we're going to just do the beginning of it, at least what's here on this page. The way I was taught to chant it is to use the same tune as one would use for the responsive singing of Ashrei. So that's what I will try to do. It's in Aramaic, and feel free to read the explanation, translation, etc. It's simply just a glorification of the moment of revelation. Akdamud milin v'sharayut shuta, avla shakel nahar man urshuta, bivave tre utlat deftach benak shuta, bivare devare vitare ade lekash shuta, Givuran almin le velasafek pi peri shuta, Gavil ilu riki e kene kol churshata, Dayo ilu yame v'chol meche nishuta, Daire ara safre v'rash me rashvata, Hadar mare shema Shemaya Vishalit Beyabeshta Hakem Alma Yechidai Vechabshe Vechabshuta Uvla Leu Shachlele Uvlo Tishashuta Uvata Kalila Delet Ba Mesha Shuta Zamin Kol Avite Behach Yome Shita Zehor Yikare Ali Ale Char Seye De Eshta Chayal Elef Alfin Viribo Lisham Shuta Chatinevot Litzafrin Sagia Tera Shuta. Boy, am I glad we don't speak Aramaic as the everyday language anymore. But with that said, we will now go into our Torah reading for the day, starting with Exodus chapter 19, verse 1. If you have the larger red books, it's on page 436. For those in the sanctuary, hopefully you've gotten one of the smaller blue books, and so we would begin on page 50 for that reading.
V'yazor v'yevashol chosibo v'nomar amen hakol havu gadol nukavot Torah ein kan kohen nala amod Yechezkel Avraham ben Brina v'Yakov halevi bimkom kohen Baruch shatan Torah l'mois v'b'kedushato v'atem advekim Adonai lechem chaim kolchem hayom.
Baruch et Adonai Hamborach.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Amen. בחודש השלישי לצאת בני ישראל מארץ מצרים ביום הזה באו מדבר סיני ויצאו מרפידים ויבואו מדבר סיני ויחנו במדבר ויחן שם ישראל נגד ההר ומשה עלה אל האלוהים ויקרא אליו אדוני מן ההר לאמור כה תאמר לבית יעקב ותגיד לבני ישראל אתם ראיתם אשר עשיתי למצרים ואשא אתכם על כנפי נשרים ואביא אתכם אלי ואתם שמע תשמעו בקולי ושמרתם את בריתי והייתם לי סגולה מכל העמים כי לי כל הארץ ואתם תהיו לי ממלכת כהנים וגוי קדוש אלה הדברים אשר תדבר אל בני ישראל.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
אמן. Nala Amod, Reuven ben Yaakov, Sheni.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech ha'olam asher bachar banu mikol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Amen. ויבוא משה ויקרא לזקני העם וישם לפניהם את כל הדברים האלה אשר ציווהו אדוני ויענו כל העם יחדיו ויאמרו כל אשר דבר אדוני נעשה וישב משה דברי העם אל אדוני ויאמר אדוני אל משה הנה אנוכי בא אליך בהבנן ובעבור ישמע העם בדברי עמך וגם בך יאמינו לעולם ויגד משה את דברי העם אל אדוני ויאמר אדוני אל משה לך אל העם וקדשתם היום ומחר וכיבסו סמלותם והיו נכונים ליום השלישי כי ביום השלישי ירד אדוני לעיני כל העם על הר סיני והגבלת את העם סביב לאמור הישמרו לכם עלות בהר נוגע בקצהו כל הנוגע בהר מות יומת לא תיגע בו יד כי סקול יסקל או ירו ירא אם בהמה עם איש לא יחיה ומשוך היובל המה יעלו בהר.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chaye olam nata b'tochenu baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen.
Halamod, Hechazan, Menachem
Ben Moshe.
Leifa, Shlishi.
Where did it go?
Up the other.
Right there. Baruch Hu Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Barach Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Ha'amim V'natan Lanu Et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen. Vayered Moshe min ha'ar el ha'am vaykadesh et ha'am v'chabzu simlotam vayomer el ha'am v'hayu nechonim l'shloshet yamim al tikshu el isha vayhi bayom hashlishi biyot haboker vayhi kolot uvrakim v'anan kabed al ha'ar v'kol shofar chazak me'od v'echrag kol ha'am asher b'machaneh but v'yotzei Moshe ha'am likrat Elohim min ha'machaneh v'yitatzu b'tachatit hahar v'har Sinai ashan kulo mipnei asher yarad alav Adonai ba'esh v'yal ashanu ke'eshen hakivshan v'yacharad kol hahar me'od v'yihi kol hashofar holech v'chazek me'od Moshe yidaber v'ha'elohim yanenu b'kol.
Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Asher Natan Lanu Torah Emet V'chayei Olam Nata B'tochenu Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen.
Nala Amod, Natan Tzvi ben Tuv Yochanan, V'Rivka Gila, Ru'i.
During this aliyah, we will read the Aseret HaDibrot, the Ten Commandments. I'll let you know when to stand.
Baruch Hu Adonai Hambarach. Baruch Adonai Hambarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Ha'amim V'natan Lanu Et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen.
Vayered Adonai al Har Sinai al Rosh Hahar. Vayikra Adonai L'Moshe El Rosh Hahar Vayal Moshe. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe Red Ha'ed Ba'am Pen Yehersu Adonai Lirov V'nafal Mimenu Rav V'gam HaKohanim Hanigashim Adonai Yikadashu Pen Yifrot Yivach Bahem Adonai Vayomer Moshe Adonai Lo Yuchal Ha'am La'alot al Har Sinai Ki Ata Haidota Banu Lemor Hagbel Tahar V'Kidashto Vayomer Elav Adonai Lech Red V'Alita Ata V'Aharon Yimach V'Kohanim V'Ha'am Al Yehersu Adonai Pen Yifrot Bam Vayered Moshe El Ha'am Vayomer Alehem.
Please rise.
V'Edaber Elohim et Kol Advarim Ha'ele Lemor Anochi Adonai Elohecha Asher Hotzeiticha Me'eretz Mitzrayim Mibeit Avadim Lo Yilecha Elohim Acherim Al Panai Lo Taseh Lecha Fesel B'chol Tmuna Asher Bashamayim Mimal Vasher Ba'aretz Mitachat Vasher B'mayim Mitachat La'aretz Lo Tishtachaveh Lahem Lo Tavdem Ki Anochi Adonai Elohecha Elkana Poked Avon Avod Al Banim Al Shileshim Ve'al Riveim B'Sonai Ve'yoseh Chesed Le'alafim Le'el Havai Lo Shomrei Mitzvotai Lo Tisa Et Shem Adonai Elohecha Lashav Ki Lo Yinakeh Adonai Et Asher Yisad Shmo Lashav Zachor Et Yom HaShabbat Lekodsho Sheshet Yamim Tavod Ve'asita Chol Melachtecha Vayom hashvi'i Shabbat l'Adonai Elohecha lo taseh chol melacha ata uvincha uvitecha avdecha le'amatecha uvehemtecha ugercha asher bisharecha ki sheshet yamim asa Adonai et hashamayim v'et ha'aretz et hayam v'et kol asher bam vayanach bayom hashvi'i al ken berach Adonai et yom hashabbat vaykadshehu Kaberet avicha v'edimecha l'man yerechun yamecha al hadama asher Adonai Elohecha noten lach Lo tirtzach, lo tin'af, lo tignov, lo tana b'reacha ed shaker, lo tachmod beit re'echa, lo tachmod eshet re'echa, v'yavdo v'yamato v'shoro v'chamoro, v'chol asher l're'echa.
Please remain standing.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torah demet v'chai olam natan b'tochenu, Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
And we pause for the recitation of the Mishberach for those in need of healing. Mishberach v'tenu Avraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov Sarah Rivka Rachel v'Leah Yivarech v'Yirapeh et Yehudi bat Nechama Kineret bat Ruvain ben Chaim Lev David Yosef ben Sivya Asher Lemuel Yoel ben Leah Dov Chaim ben Sarah Leah Chana Miriam bat Sima Dvorah Leah bat Ita Chaya Fegel bat Reina Terry Manway Simcha ben Tova Chaya Chaim Herschel ben Esther Udia bat Chaya Shoshana bat Miriam Ruthie Porter ben Morose Hal Kunahan Kelly Greco Chaim Ovram Nota ben Henna Sarah Mindel bat Edith Francie Kunahan Chagid bat Miriam Rachel Shoshana bat Sarah Shmuel ben Frima Shmuel ben Mendel Halevi, Salvatore Thomas Bell, Udasi Etel Bat Sarah, Allison Knapp, Eva Blum, Zelda Sarah Bat Miro Bital, Yisrael Ranan ben Sheda Marsha, Chana Frima Bat Meir Golda, Sarah Bat Sarah, Plonit Bat Plonit, Moshe Leib ben Esther, Rina Bat Malcha, Yonah Tzvi ben Hinda, Ellen Stockdale, Suricha Dave, John Espinoza, Meir Tzvi ben Rachel, Chava Bracha Bat Dvorah, Carrie Tzakaris, Harry Lerman, Larry Danziger, Leah Bat Pesha Shulamit, Robert Greco, Miriam Bat Sarah, Miriam Chana Bat Taibi, Maria Carigliano, Wilfred Kolko, Yenta Bela Bat Rachel, Zachariah ben Leah Fega, Faivel Lev ben Devora, Harav Moshe Elchanan Halevi ben Yetta, Noah Samuel Pollack, David Lev ben Zahavi, Alana Tzipora Bat Malka, Betty Trackman, Irvin Sanders, Aaron Yitzchak ben Buria, Carolyn Sharf, Mendelevi ben Shulamit Miriam, Chana Bat Mekina, Margie Abelson, Eugene ben Minerva, Menachem ben Yachna, Betty Pianon, Remy Bryce Levine, Shiva bat Rachel, Zef Clack, Ephraim Fischel ben Bela, Rachel bat Juliet, Devorah bat Sarah, Marianne Marks, Elise Collins, Menachem Mendel Alter ben Pesha, Mordechai Yosef ben Shoshana, and Zorati, Cheryl Davis. Any other names? ואת כל הכלים בקהילה הקדושה הזאת, הקדוש ברוך הוא ימלא רחמים עליהם להחזיק המרפא אותם, וישלח להם מהרה רפואה שלמה מן השמיים, רפואת הנפש, רפואת הגוף בתוך שאר חולי ישראל, יום טוב הוא מלזעוק, רפואה קרא לבוא, השתה בגלל בזמן קריב ונאמר, אמן. מי שברך אבותינו, מקור הברכה, לאמותינו, may the source of strength, who bless the ones before us, help us find the courage to make our lives a blessing, and let us say, Amen. Mi sheberach imotenu mekor habracha lavotenu. Bless those in need of healing with refuah shlema, the renewal of body, renewal of spirit, and let us say, Amen. Refuah shlema to all those in need of it. You may be seated.
Nala Amod, Leib Reuben, Mived Yaakov Ber Vechaya, Laliyah HaChamishit.
You're on the job.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. V'chol ha'am ro'im et ha'kolot ve'et ha'lapidim ve'et kol ha'shofar ve'et ha'har ashen ve'yar ha'am ve'yanu ve'yamdu merachok ve'yomru Moshe daber ata imanu v'nishma ve'al yedaber imanu Elohim pen namut Vayomer Moshe el ha'am al tira'u ki leva'avur nesot etchem ba Elohim uba'avur tihye yirato al pnechem levilti techeta'u Vayamod ha'am erachok u'Moshe nigash el harafel asher sham ha'Elohim Vayomer Adonai el Moshe kotomar el b'nei Yisrael atem ritem ki min hashamayim dibarti imachem lo tasu iti Elohei chesed Elohei zahav lo tasu lachem mizbach adama taseli v'zavachta alav et olotecha v'et shalamecha et zonecha v'et bekarecha v'chol hamakom asher azkir et shemi avoelecha u'verachticha v'mizbach avanim taseli lo tivne et hen gazit ki charbecha henaftaleha v'tichaleleha v'lo talev malod al mizbechi asher lo tigaler vatecha alav.
ברוך התורן אלוהים מלך העולם, אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת, וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך התורן הנותן התורה.
Amen. Yamdu
Yes, so please rise for Chatzi Kaddish and the first lifting and tithing Sefer Torah.
Yikadal v'yikadash shemei Rabbah v'yamad yivrachutei v'yamlich malchutei b'chayechonu yomechon u'chayei v'chol beit Yisrael b'galam v'zman karim v'yimeru amen Yehei shmei Rabbah mevorach le'olam v'le'omaya yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yikra v'yitramah v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shmei dekudesha b'richu Le'lamin kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechemata tamiran v'yalma v'yimeru amen.
Now, Yamdu Hamagbiya V'Agolel, let's say for Rishon.
V'zot Torah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael al pi Adonai b'yad Moshe.
Torah, 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 Tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tziva lanu Moshe. Morasha kehilad Yaakov, Morasha kehilad Yaakov, Morasha kehilad Yaakov, Torah tziva lanu Moshe. Shkach, shkach. You may be seated. The Maftir Torah reading, the description of the sacrifices for Shavuot is on a page. On a page, sorry. I don't know. It's on 54.
Adamod, Aravat Yosef ben Moshe Maftir.
We can read it on there. Baruch Hu Adonai Barach. Baruch Adonai Barach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Adonai noten haTorah. Uviyom habikurim b'hakrivchem mincha charasha l'Adonai b'shavuotechem mikra kodesh yeh lachem kol melechet avodah lo tasu v'hi kravtem ola l'reach nichoach l'Adonai parim b'nei vakar shnayim ayil echad shiva kvasim b'nei shana uminchatam soleh b'lula b'shaman shlosha esronim lapar ha'echad shnei esronim la'ayil ha'echad Yisaron lakeves ha'echad l'shivat ha'kvasim sirizim echad l'chaper Alechem milvado lata tamid uminchato tasu tumimim yu lachem v'niskehem. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu torat emet v'chayei olam natan b'tocheinu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Like, I'm going to do this. So will you come out? Or just come? Just Yamdu. Yep.
Yamdu, Sefer HaSheni. Zot HaTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael al pi Adonai b'yad Moshe.
tzchayim hilem machazikim bo tometecha meusharet tzchayim hilem machazikim bo tometecha meushar. Shalom, 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 shalom. It is a tree of life to them that hold fast to it. All of its supporters are happy. It is a tree of life to them that hold fast to it. All of its supporters are happy. Shalom, 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 shalom. You may be seated. Yasher Koach, and thank you to Harvey Sanders and Mike Steckloff for serving as Gabayim. Todah Rabbah to Nathan Fox for chanting Torah, including, of course, the Ten Commandments. Bar Mitzvah Parsha, right? Did I have that right? And listen, still got it. No, I appreciate it. So, and Yasher Koach to everybody who had an Aliyah. If you had an Aliyah, please rise in your place
as we offer a blessing. Mishberach Avotenu Avraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov Sarah Rivka Rachel v'Leah Yivarech et Kol HaKorim Asher Halu Hayom Lichvod HaMakom v'Lichvod HaTorah v'Lichvod HaRegel HaGadosh Baruch Hu Yishmor Otam v'Mishpachotam v'Yishlach Bracha v'Atzlacha b'Chol Ma'aseh Yedehem Im Kol Yisrael Achehem v'Nomar Amen. You may be seated. Yasher Koach. The Haftarah is from the book of Ezekiel, the beginning of it, Ezekiel chapter 1, verses 1 through 28, and then we'll jump to chapter 3, verse 12 for a little epilogue. 1321 in the larger red book, page 55 in the blue book, just as there is a revelation at Mount Sinai in the Torah reading, Ezekiel gets a revelation of his own, and whoa, it is something else, let me tell you. I would definitely recommend reading the translation for it. It is quite the picture that he paints.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nviim tovim v'ratzav v'divreihem hanemarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai habocher b'torah uv'Moshe avdo v'Yisrael amo uv'nviei haemet v'tzedek. Vayhi b'shloshim shana b'arvi'i b'chamisha l'chodesh v'ani v'toch hagola al nahar kevar tiftechu hashamayim v'yer Marot Elohim b'chamisha lachodesh hi hashana chamishid legalut hamelech Yoyachin hayo hayadvar Adonai el Yechezkel ben Buzi hakohen be'eretz kasdim al nahar kevar v'tihi alav sham yad Adonai va'erev v'hinei ruach se'ara ba'abin hatzafon anan gadol ve'esh milakachad v'noga lo saviv umitocha ke'en hachashmal mitocha esh umitocha demut arba chayot v'zeh marehen demut adam lahena v'arba'a fanim lechad v'arba'a kanafayim le'achat lahem v'raglehem regel yishara v'chaf raglehem kechaf regel egel v'notzitzim ke'en nechoshet kalal v'idei adam mitachad kanfehem al arbat riv'ehem ufnehem v'chanfehem la'arbatam chovrot isha lachota kanfehem lo yisabu v'lechtan ish el ever panav yelechu udmut pneihem pnei adam ufnei aryeh el hayamin le'arbatam ufnei shor v'nei hasmol la'arbatan ufnei nesher la'arbatan ufneihem v'chanfeihem perudot milmala le'ish shtayim chovrot ish u'shtayim mechasot et geviote hena ve'ish el ever panav yelechu el asher yeshama haruach v'alechet yelechu lo yisabu b'lechtan udmut hachayot marehem kegachal yesh bo'arot hachayot k'marei halapidim hi mitalechet ben hachayot v'noga la'esh umin ha'esh yotzei varak v'hachayot ratzo v'ashov k'marei habazak va'era hachayot v'hinei ofan echad Ma'aretz etzel hachayot la'arbaat panav marei ha'ofanim u'masehem ke'ein tarshish udmud echad la'arbatan Marehem u'maasehem kasher yiyu ha'ofan b'toch ha'ofan al arbat rivehen b'lechtam yelechu lo yisabu b'lechtan v'gabehen v'gova lahem v'yira lahem v'gabotam leyote na'im saviv la'arbatan uv'lechad achayot yelchu ha'ofanim etzlam uv'hinase achayot me'al ha'aretz yinasu ha'ofanim al asher yiyu sham ha'ruach Lechet yelechu shama haruach lalechet ba'ofanim yinasu leumatam ki ruach achaya ba'ofanim belechtam yelechu uv'omdam yamod uv'hinasam me'al ha'aretz yinasu ha'ofanim leumatam ki ruach achaya ba'ofanim udmud arashe achaya rakia ke'en hakerach hanora natu al roshehem milmala v'tachat arakia kanfehem yisharot isha elachota leish shtayim mechasod lahena ulish shtayim mechasod lahena et keviotehem ve'eshmad kol kanfehem kekol mayim rabim kekol shadai belechtam kol hamula kekol machaneh be'omdam tira penat kanfehem Vayhi kol me'al arakia asher al rosham be'omdam tira penat chanfehen u'mimal arakia asher al rosham k'mar'eh even sapir demut kisei ve'al demut akisei demut k'mar'eh adam alav milmala va'ere kein chashmal k'mar'eh esh beit la saviv Mimar'e motnav ul mala umimar'e motnav ul mata ra'iti k'mar'e esh v'noga lo saviv k'mar'e hakesh et asher yeh ve'anan b'yom hageshem ken mar'e hanoga saviv hu mar'e demut kivod Adonai va'er'e va'epol al panai v'eshma kol midaber v'tisaeni ruach v'eshma acharai Kol Rash Gadol, Baruch Kavod Adonai, Mimkomo, Baruch At Adonai, Eloheinu Melech Haolam, Zur Kol Haolamim, Tzadik B'chol Hadorot, Hayel Ne'eman, Haomer V'yoseh, Hamdaberum Kayem, Shekol Devarav, Emed Tzedek, Ne'eman, Atahu Adonai, Eloheinu, V'ne'emanim Devarecha, V'devarechad Min Varecha, Achor Lo Yeshuv Rekam, Ki El Melech Ne'eman V'rachaman Ata, Baruch At Adonai, Hayel HaNe'eman B'chol Devarav, Rav Rachem al Tzion ki hi beit chayenu v'laluvat nefesh toshia b'mirav yamenu Baruch At Adonai Nisameach Tzion b'vaneha Samchenu Adonai Eloheinu b'eliyahu hanavi avdecha u'malchu b'david meshichecha b'mhera yavo v'yagel libenu al kiso lo yeshev zar v'lo yinchalu od acherim ekvodo ki v'shem kodshecha nishbata lo shelo yichbenei rod le'olam va'ed Baruch At Adonai Magen David Al Torah ve'al Havodah ve'al Hanaviim ve'al Yom Chag HaShavuot hazeh shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu l'sasonu simcha lechavod ultifared al hakol Adonai Eloheinu anachnu modim lach umvarchim otach yibarach shimcha befi kochai tamid le'olam va'ed Baruch At Adonai Nikadesh Yisrael ve'hazemanim. We'll continue in the middle of page 151 with Ashrei in our Siddurim. Come on back for an encore.
Ashver shvevetach od yalucha salah shvem shpogolo shvem shalalah תהילת אדוני ידבר פי ויברך כבשו שם קדשו לעולם ועד, ואנחנו נברך יום הטוב עולם, hallelujah.
We rise top of 153 and then the top of 154 as we return the Sifrei Torah to the Ark.
Hallelujah, Shem Adonai, Yisrael Shemo Levado, Odores B'Shamayim, Vayoren Keren Le'amo, Tival Le'Chavo Chasida, L'Yisrael HaKero, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי ולא נשקל מרמה יישא ברחמת אדוני וצדקה מלך הישוע זה דור דורשו מבקשת פניו יעקב סלע זהו שורים ראשך ינסו בקרי עולם ויבוא מלך הכבוד יזע מלך הכבוד אדוני יזוז וגיבור אדוני גיבור מלחמה זו שורים ראשכם נסו בקרי עולם יבוא מלך הכבוד יזע מלך הכבוד אדוני צבאות אדוני צבאות מלך הכבוד סלע ובכל יומיים כי לך טוב נתתי לכם תורתי אל תעזבו אצבעים למחזיק כיפה בתוככם מאושר תרחם ערכי נועם וכל נתיבותיה שלום אשיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה קדש קדש עלינו קדש עלינו
I say thank you to Yeshua to Larry Boxer for leading us in Hallel and the Torah service, and we will now go right into Musaf, page 155, Chatzi Kaddish.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, ויעמד יברח ירותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומייכון ובחיי לכל בית ישראל. בגלל בזמן קריב ויאמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם לעולמי עולמיה יתברך וישתבח ויפאר וישמע ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתנעלה ויתהלל שמי קדושה בריחו לילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן בעלמא B'meru, amen.
Our leader recites aloud the first two pages of the Musaf Amidah 166a and 167, And then the rest of the Amidah can be found between pages 170 and 178. You're not going to be reciting all the pages or all the sections, but please include relevant passages for Shavuot.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Yaakov Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor V'Hanora El Elyon Komel Chasadim Tovim V'Konei Hakol V'Zocher Chasdei Avot Umevi Goel Livnei V'Nehem L'man Shemo B'Ahava Melech Ozer U'Moshiach U'Magen Baruch atah Adonai Magen Avraham Ata Gibor Le'olam Adonai Mechayim Eitim Ata Rav Lehoshia Mechalkel Chayim Bechesed Mechayim Eitim Berachamim Rabim Somech Noflim V'Rofech Olim Umatir Asurim Umekayim Emunato Lishenei Afar Michamocha Bal Gevurot Umido Melach, Melech Memit, Umechaye, Umatzmiach Yeshua, V'ne'eman Ata L'chayo Meitim, Baruch Ata Adonai, Mechaye HaMeitim. Na'aritzecha v'na'akdishcha kesod siach, Sarfei Kodesh, Hamakdishim Shimcha V'Kodesh, Kakatu v'yad neviecha v'karazel zeviyamar Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh Adonai Tzavaot Maloch ha'aretz kevodo Kevodo ma'ale ma'ale olam ayim mekom kevodo Kevodo ma'ale ma'ale olam ayim mekom kevodo Kevodo ma'ale ma'ale olam Mishar tav shoalim zelazeh aye mekom kevodo Mishar tav shoalim zelazeh aye mekom kevodo liumatam baruch yomeiru Baruch v'Adonai mimkomo yifei baracha mim v'yachon am yachidim shemo erev v'hamayim v'chol yom shema omrim Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Hu Eloheinu Hu Avinu Hu Malkeinu Hu Moshienu Behu Yashmienu Berachamav Shenit Li'enei Kochai Liot lachem le'Elohim. Ani Adonai Elohechem, Madir Adirenu Adonai Adonenu, Madir Shimcha b'chol ha'aretz, V'haya Adonai l'machol kol ha'aretz, B'yom ha'hu Adonai echad u'shmo echad, U'divrei kodshecha katuv le'mor. Yimoch Adonai le'olam al ha'yitzyon v'dor v'dor hallelujah, l'dor v'dor nagid golecha, U'netzach nesachim k'dushacha nakdish, V'shulcha Eloheinu b'pino lo yamush le'olam va'ed, Ki al Melech Kadosh Kadosh Ata Baruch Ata Adonai Ha'el HaKadosh.
Feel free to continue if you're still reciting the Amidah. Kaddish Shalem is on page 181.
Yikarav Karash Me Rabba, Biomadi Rakir Tevim Nechmachute, Bechaychonu Yamechonu Vechaycho Be Yisrael, Bagalavis Van Karivimru, Amen, Yehesh Me Rabba, Bavorach, Leolam, Leomeo Maya, Yiprach, Vishabach, Vipari, Tomer Nasevi, Darvi Talavi Talash Me Kudusha, Leilami Kober Chatav Shota, Tushkatav Nachamata, Damiram Bemavi Imru, Tikabas Loton Vaton, Dachol Yisrael, Kadam Avon Divishmai Vimru, Yehi Shalom Rabba Mishmai V'Chaim Aleinu V'Kol Yisrael V'Imru Oseh Shalom B'Romav V'Yaseh Shalom Aleinu V'Kol Yisrael V'Imru Amen.
You be seated in Keloheinu 182.
Ein Keloheinu, Ein Kadoneinu, Ein Kemalkeinu, Ein Kemoshienu, Mi Keloheinu, Mi Kadoneinu, Mi Kemalkeinu, Mi Kemoshienu, Nodel Eloheinu, Nodel Adonenu, Nodel Malkeinu, Nodel Moshienu, Baruch Eloheinu, Baruch Adonenu, Baruch Malkeinu, Baruch Moshienu, Atahu Eloheinu, Atahu Adonenu, Atahu Malkeinu, Atahu Moshienu, Atahu Shiktiru, Avotenu, Lefanecha, Ketoret Hasamim.
Please rise. We say Kaddish for those who have no one to say it for them, including those who perished in the Holocaust in defense of the state of Israel, those who died of COVID-19, those who have been in the line of fire in Ukraine, United States, and elsewhere. Page 184. Yikadal v'yikadash shemei Rabbah, v'yomad yivra kirutei v'yamlich malchutei, b'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayid l'chol beit Yisrael, Ba'galau v'zman kariv v'imru amen, Yishmei Rabbah mevorach le'olam lomei almaya, Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yipar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitalev v'yitalal shmei dikudsha b'richu, le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbachata v'nechamata, damiran v'yalma v'imru amen, Yehi shlama Rabbah min shmaya, v'chaim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen, Oseh Shalom b'mermav, Uyaseh Shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael. Amen. Aleinu on 183.
Aleinu l'shabeach l'adon ha'kol, ha'tekedu la'liotzer b'shit, shelo asanu k'goyei haratzot, v'lo samanu k'mishpachot adama, shelo sam chalkeinu kahem, v'gor aleinu k'chol hamonam, v'anachnu korim, u'mishtachavim u'modim, Lifnei Melech, Malchei Hamlachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kakatu b'tortecha, Adonai imloch le'olam va'ev, v'nemar, v'haya Adonai, l'melech al kol haaretz, bayom hahu, Yeh Adonai echad, u'shemo echad.
Mourners Kaddish for those in mourning, those observing yahrzeit, page 184. Yigadal v'yikadash shemei Rabbah, v'yomad yivra kirutei v'yamlich malchutei, b'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayed l'chol beit Yisrael, ba'galau v'zman kariv v'imru amen. Yehi shmei Rabbah mevorach le'olam lomei almaya. Yiparach v'yishtabach v'yipar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitalev v'yitalal shmei dikudsha b'richu, le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbachata v'nechamata, damiran b'yalma v'imru amen. Yehi shlama Rabbah min shmaya, v'chaim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'mermav, uyaseh shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. You may be seated. Thank you, Yasher Koach, to Harvey Sanders for leading us in Musaf, and much appreciation, everybody, for being here. I don't believe we got a minyan at last year's sunrise service, so it's really very much appreciated. It really makes this service so much more meaningful to have everybody here. So Tada Rabbah. Breakfast will follow Adon Olam on 187.
Adon olam asher malach b'terem kol yitzir nivra le'et nasa b'chafsa kol azai melech shemo nikra azai melech shemo nikra v'yacharei kichlot hakol levado imloch nora v'hu haya v'hu hoveh v'hu yiyeh b'tifara Vehu yeh b'tifara, vehu echad v'yein sheni leham shilo lehachbira b'li reishi b'li tachli v'lo ha'oz v'hamisra v'lo ha'oz v'hamisra vehu eli v'chai go'ali v'tzur chavli v'yetzara vehu nisi umanosli Menakosi b'yom ekra, Menakosi b'yom ekra, b'yado afkid ruchi b'eit isha b'yaira, v'im ruchi geviyati Adonai li v'lo ira, Adonai li v'lo ira.
Chag Sameach.
Made it.
We did.
We survived.
Oh, I forgot you were signing
Yeah, I'd like to know on the sheet for official cheesesteak case here.
Yeah, I think my note for the day 2 is lactose tolerance counselor or something like that.
I think you put stuff like that in there just to use the time coordinator, so.
See if you read through the end, you ever done one of the surveys where it says the answer is brown. So why don't we read a survey? Sorry, that's somewhat tight. I have a whole pile of these out there.
This is my.
Okay,
But,
you're more than welcome to, you know.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. This can go in a pile of.
I told Kim to run the live stream until 7. Good guess.
Yeah, awesome, awesome.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach, Yasher
Chag
Koach. Thank you so
Sameach.
much for being part of this again.
Oh.
Come have some breakfast.
I'm gonna tear on the end, very edge.
I'm so glad I